The most sophisticated artifacts, pyramids, everything, are all the oldest. It gets worse as it goes on. That's not supposed to make sense.
There was some sort of very sophisticated civilization that was tens of thousands of years before that, and they were wiped out.
We even see that. You go to the Egyptian Museum and there is beautiful igneous stone vases made of granite. And right next to them, in the same display, because they're found in the same place, there's a rough pottery vase that's not even turned, just put together by hand, and they've painted it with dots to make it look like granite, and it's shaped the same way as the granite vase. That's like that's pure imitation. Like this here, you have a hard igneous stone vessel made with perfection, and right next to what's clearly an imitation of it, made from pottery, and they've even dotted it up to make it look like granite. The dynastic Egyptians, they do trace that back 30,000+ years. They have a list of kings and rulers that go back into that time. It's only in our interpretation and our archaeologists that really say, well, you know what, that's just myth and legend.
The people in Egypt, they believed in what's called Kemet, the people that existed before the Egyptians. When we hear these stories about the Great Pyramid being a tomb for the pharaoh, it's worth mentioning that even the locals didn't believe that. The saying that the pyramids were built to be tombs for the pharaohs wasn't even developed until 150 years ago. That's it. They were taught Kemet. And it's worth mentioning that when you go through inside these pyramids of Giza, there's not one single glyph in any of them whatsoever. There was never a mummy found in any Egyptian pyramid ever. Quite literally, the only reason why we are told this stuff is because that was the theory developed by these men that went in there and said, I believe these must have been for the pharaohs. That makes sense.
So it's all just one group of people had one theory, and that theory just stuck around.
100%. To people who aren't aware, there's something called the Osiris Shaft, which is located directly under the causeway between the Sphinx and the second pyramid. It goes about 100 feet underground. It's carved out of the limestone bedrock. It's the creepiest place I've ever been in my life. It's 3 different shafts, and you go down. When you get to the 3rd level, which is completely dark and freaky, there was a side tunnel. Zahi Hawass himself, he's standing in front of this tunnel, and he says, it's yet to be explored. I don't know what's down there, but they've since sealed it up. It's like cinder blocks. They sealed it up.
What?
Yes, it's the same thing. Like, they excavated the Sphinx, and there was always said to be tunnels under there, and there was no pictures ever released to the public, and some dude snuck down in there and took some photos. You can't see much, but what you know is that there are things that have gone underground in Egypt that, for whatever reason, is just off limits to the public.
Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, unknown Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. To SABA Tehuti. Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think, Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your Podclass and guidance. Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite Netzerts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer KEMETIC family. Tua.
This is the whole purpose of actually doing the Menetta class on the Purim Haru, was to get everybody in the mind state of Hika, because the Purim Haru is a book of Hika. It's a book of magic. It's a book of immortality, out-of-body experiences. It's a book of several spells. It is all about the other realm and its connection to this realm and how you can merge the two. So I just never allowed the questions of actual ritual or magical practice other than the one-on-one.
You'll see it looks like a sieve. Everybody know what a sieve is?
No.
A sieve is like a strainer. You can pour rice on it and only the water will go through, or you separate. It's like a screen. You pour something on it and it separates things. Thinner aspects can go through the
Today's equivalent is a K or a Q. So we have Kes, which is bone, body, skeleton. The inner part of you that actually produces the blood within the bone marrow. So it's flesh and blood, which is a bone, which is the Kes. So here, Kes ties in again is homage. Kes. Whether it's spelled like that, or spelled like any of the other 20 ways that the beautiful thing with the men. Venus came from, and how Venus associates with an actual shining planet, and how that became the Lucifer of Christianity, which is the Luic cipher, the encircled light, which at sometimes can be Venus, sometimes can be. the Kenti was the rural area of the beginnings. That's where the modern day Greek historians say that men came. That when they went and talked to the so-called Ethiopians, they said that that Kemet was an area reestablished.
There is no spoon.
If you're to take, but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They go
together.
need
Some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per-M Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words?
Brother,
stand on
that's
it.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word, I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know. He took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn. We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sarnetta, yo, Sar, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sarnetter's platform, Sarnetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sarnetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sarnetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat KEMETIC.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
I said, Booty,
we both agree that Wolverine was used because Wolverine doesn't exist. We both agree to that.
Yeah, but you came up with that on that line of question. You're trying to do mind tricks.
I came up with Wolverine.
Debate, bro. This ain't gonna work in the debate. I'm not even gonna play this game with you no more. I see what you're trying to do. You see what I'm saying? It's not gonna work no more, bro. That's done. All right, let's move on to the next.
Let me ask you something. What is he trying to do?
Playing my
let me know too.
In my, he knows that when I brought that up, that was about something totally different, and he knows what I'm talking about. So he's playing mind games and word games. So it is what it is. We're gonna see what's gonna happen in the debate when I'm gonna come with all this proof and all this. I'm gonna show you everything. I'm gonna pull the skirt up, like they say.
Right. Okay. So being that the brother does acknowledge, because I didn't know if he was an atheist or not, but being that he does acknowledge Kemetic culture, I do want some clarity on something else. We'll leave the word myth alone. Say that for the debate. Do we agree on that? We're gonna drop the myth. Is that cool? Okay. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
In shalom to Shaka. In Kemet that you believe in, or that can we agree that do you acknowledge the word cartouche, or do you have another? I acknowledge it as Shen, but the Greek word is cartouche. But you know what I'm talking about when I say Shen or cartouche?
No, bro.
No? It looks like a circle it looks like an ankh sideways, and the names of kings are inside of it. It's called a cartouche.
You talking about the king's list?
No. Sometimes people wear them as necklaces and they put their name in it. It's called a cartouche, and it holds kings' names inside.
This?
You have one? There you go. You're wearing it. There you go. Yeah. What do you? There you go. What do you call that? If you weren't familiar with it under cartouche or Shen, what do you call that?
It's I call it hieroglyph. I got it made when I was over there in Egypt.
Right. I see the hieroglyph. But the thing that the hieroglyph is inside of, what is that? Yeah.
Yeah, you got it right. It's probably the cartouche, like you said. Okay.
Are you familiar with not the jewelry that we wear today, but the original purpose for the cartouche? What went inside of there?
No, go ahead and add it.
Okay. King's names, like King Tut Ankamun. It would have been his name inside of there. So whenever you're a king, your name goes inside of it. But if you're not familiar with it, then it's cool. Well, because you're wearing it, so I figured that. I don't
know. Yeah, he's trying to.
Check, check, mic check. Let me see if I can be heard. Mic check, mic check. Can I be heard? Press the 9 if you can hear me. Let me check into the chat now. Mic check. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Mic check. Anybody here? Let me Okay, good. There are the 9s. That was my computer must have been lagging. Excellent. Peace and love, everyone. I see everybody, a lot of people are here today. It's going to be another one of those. Another one of those. We'll be starting class every week now at 6 o'clock. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. Let me go in the room and give a couple meets and greets to the great supporters and great students of the Tehuti Podclass. Peace, Nicholas Noetic. Peace, Shannon. Peace, Robert. Peace, Bella. That's who I see for now. Let me scroll up a little bit. Harass did. Robert Williams. Peace to you. Peace to you. Robert again. UTT Anu. That means Antu somewhere around. Bijan Ferro. Shout out to the great supporters of the Tehuti Podclass. I want to keep this going and benefit and thus support with reciprocity. I appreciate all of you. Well, there's Antu. Shout out to Antu. All right, everyone, let's go ahead and get started in this beautiful, it's going to be beautiful, beautiful today. Where are the moderators? Where is the team? Are they here today? Is the team here today? Are the moderators here today? All right, we're going to go ahead and start with the affirmation and get this right started. Everybody ready? Let's get started on the right frequency. We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki ma'at un ns, min tet aset ma'at, min hepapet ma'at, her and hu kiui, her ikut. I live from Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. All right. Peace and love, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are here. We are here. It's going to be a special one today. It's a special one every single week. But it's a little special because the questions, I already see them in. I already see a couple of them in. And they're all on, they all tie into duality. And that's why I brought this young man right here, which has never been seen before. I'm going to think it was being seen before on Earth. I'm not sure if this has been seen before on Earth. We tried to look this up, try to search, Google search images. We can't seem to find this anywhere. Variations of it, sometimes gold, brown, but can't seem to find a bone white version of this young man, which I'm going to reveal he has a name that is based on the theme of what I've been teaching the last month, which is the Trinity theme, the triad, and the double, the dual. Now, let's go ahead and get started, everybody. Let me check the room. Everybody can see and hear me greatly. Okay, here we go, everybody. Okay. Hotep, my name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. I've been a teacher for several decades on this planet Earth. I've been teaching for a long time. My awakening came into myself when I was a young man, questioning the realities around me because I spent most of my life around animal life, raised up around these guys, right? Oh, and let me introduce these guys. This is Neith, all the way from Zimbabwe. Don't fall, Neith. All the way from Zimbabwe. She's Neith Ka, and she represents quantum string theory, as they call it today. Back in the days, they just called it Anit or Neith.
She represents the invisible forces that keep things together, that they took her name, and her name in the metanetter is now the symbols for quantum string. How do you like this guy, Annie? And this, so that is Neith, all the way from Zimbabwe. This young being, or old being, maybe one of the most unique that I have, because I can't seem to find this anywhere. His name is the Three Lights. Three lights that is made into two. So he's three into two. He's three reconciled into two, which if anybody's been following the classes for the last month, you'll see why the three is reconciled into two. I've been talking about the King's Chamber and its dimensions, and the three and the two for the last month. So I decided to bring out my three and the two, and his name is Three Lights. So it's Tua, which is the light of the 5 days, the light that represents the 5 days that were added to the year, to the tropical year, to go from 360 to 365. That was called the Tua, or the Dua light. Then, 5 days are actually caused by the Ra. The Ra light is the light that each man is trying to be and each woman is trying to be in the Per-Em Haru, the microcosm of rising over the horizon every day, form of a Kepa Ra. That is the light of Ra, rises in the Kepa Ra in a circle. So his name is Tua, Ra. And then there's the inner light that goes between the mountains, that is seen or imitated, redone in the Nile Valley under Ta Seket Ma'at, which today they call the Valley of the Kings. Ta Seket Ma'at, which is the land of the powerful memory of those of truth and examination. Ta Seket Ma'at. The light that comes out is called the T. This is where you get people saying names like Queen Tai, Queen T, which is a light of flame that comes out of a pot or in between the mountains. So his name is Three Lights. Tua, Ra, and T. Okay, Tua, Ra, and T. Well, how did I convert the three lights to reconcile into two lights, or into two? Because of the concept of what I've been teaching you all ever since the Killer Priest podcast, when I showed the checkerboard. I have certain snakes that I've saved and made for special occasions, and anybody who's been there know about the duality of the checkerboard, which is the black and the white. The two colors that are actually not colors, that are formed by the conclusions, the two conclusions of the visual light spectrum. One is the conclusion of all interacted, which forms black, which is actually the absorbing of all colors, and one which is actually repelling all colors, which is white. The reason why people are called black and white today is because of that duality, when nobody on the planet is really black or white, but it's actually the duality principle of two supposed opposing forces, which actually really work together in this microcosm and in the macrocosm universe. So his name is Tua Ra T. Well, when the Greeks came, they turned the letter R into an L. So that would make Ra pronounced as La. So that's when you say his name. In the modern form, Tua Ra T, it becomes duality, or Dua LT, which is duality. So he's three reconciled into one, into two. Tua Ra T, and his English name is duality, because he represents the duality I've been teaching you all about for about 4 years. And today's answers, I see the questions come in on so far, are all going to be based on his name, so I decided to bring out duality to the class for the first time. Seen in history, I have a lot of creatures that have never been seen before, even though some have been over to my house and been creatures in the cut that have never been seen, and all type of things going on. So this is duality. Shout out to duality, or Tua Ra T. And now we shall begin. We have the subatomic quantum force on the hat. That is Neith.
And then we have the forces that come together called duality or duality, which is what I broke down last week with the 137 and the hydrogen spectrum splitting into what seemed to be an unreconcilable split difference, which ended up being just counter pairing. So, at any rate, for those who are watching who are new, can already see the level that this is going to be on, different from the drama rooms that you go to. So I've been teaching for a long period of time, breaking people out of the matrix. I realized what the matrix was when I was extremely much younger. And thanks to my great mother, she actually put me in a position where I was forced to cause a genetic change in my system. That genetic change in my system was caused due to the fact that because of my questioning of Christian reality and other people's religious realities, my mother was uncomfortable with me being around in the household because people were starting to convert and change, and it was just uncomfortable with a being like me. My name back then was the Word. I call myself the Word because I was always attracted to the God of Word. I was attracted to Tehuti. So I was the Word ever since back then in 1992, 1993. And so me and my mother created a wager. And the wager was, if I can debate her pastor and win, I can stay inside the home. If I lose, then I have to leave. So this did something to my neurological sequencing, which was it hardwired debating and proving the points and systematically creating ways to beat an opponent while understanding the information enough to project it out in a way that's understandable to somebody like my mother, who was a straight Christian, Seventh-day Adventist, and she was the judge as a Christian. I was debating her pastor, who was 47 years old at the time. And so after several hours, my mother ended up kicking him out of the house. Because the debate was too embarrassing. She said I disgraced him. And so that created a system inside of my brain workings which associated survival with teaching and debating the information. Much different than your debaters today who are debating for trophies and ego and clout and things like that. My first debate was to have a roof over my head. A little different in the change of evolution. So from that point on, I got to stay within my household and I kept teaching, going from house to house, door to door, church to church, until a couple days passed by and I noticed a note on the door, notarized note, and it was a notarized note from the courthouse. And I was had a restraining order signed by the judge, requested by the pastor, that the restraining order banned me for coming within 50 to 100 feet of any of the churches. That I've never heard of in my life. So I'm the first and the last that I know of on the planet to get a restraining order from church because I won a debate against the church. So from that point on, I continued on and I ended up seeking out other like-minded people. I ended up coming across an organization that was also teaching destruction of religion, breaking it down. Ended up joining that organization. It was very interesting to me, and I ended up bypassing, moving extremely fast through the organization, ended up becoming at the top, and ended up having a teaching style that was completely unique to the owner of the organization, the Grand Master Teacher of the organization at that time. And he ended up telling the entire organization of thousands of people, if you all want to learn how to teach, go to Amenhotep, that brother right there, go to him. This caused a lot of jealousy. And so what happened is the people that were the other teachers actually told me that I can't teach like that anymore. I can't use the sources because I was doing Tehuti Podclass snake style back in 1998. And they didn't like it because the information wasn't coming directly from the teachers' books. It was coming from scientists. It was coming from archaeologists, anthropologists. It was coming from worldwide sources that was collaborating with what we were teaching. But of course, the teacher's not an anthropologist, an archaeologist, not a scientist, a dentist, so he's not going to put out all of that information because he's not that. So
So I went and found all the scientific research that back when I was teaching, and the teacher told me, no, no, no. So they came to my residence one day with lit torches. This sparked again the biological imperative that my teaching now was going to now put me out into homeless status, which is what happened when I was a young man with my mother. My teaching was going to put me into homeless status. So here comes another group of men to my home with torches, and they're telling me they're going to put me off of the property, put me out of the area, off of teaching. If I continue to teach like that, they need to burn all of my books with these torches. And I said, no, thank you. The teacher told me that it was not safe for me to be in that environment anymore, and I ended up leaving. I took when I ended up leaving, I ended up having nothing, zero, -0. And I ended up leaving. I was a single father at the time, and I had no way to support my son or myself. Thanks to my wonderful aunt, though, she helped me out financially enough to help get an apartment, but I had no way to pay the apartment. So it was only a little bit I could survive off of, and I was actually taking quarters and nickels and dimes out of the couch when people would come to visit, and I was taking that and buying cereal for my son at the time to survive. So at any rate, as I continued on, I started learning about different businesses, about watching people make money off of something that I was very attracted to, and that was exercising and working out. But I couldn't afford the workout stuff. I couldn't really afford it. But I knew somebody could, so therefore if somebody could and they had the zeal of me, why don't I find a way to get these workout products, and I can go ahead and sell it to the people that want to get it. So I went online, found the people that were interested, and I started using my teaching style to teach health. And I became the guru of health online. And then I ended up telling people that they could buy products from me. I had no products whatsoever to sell, but they trusted me, so I took their money first, and then I went out. And I was like, where do I get the products? I found somebody who had multiple connections, but let me know that this business, just like all businesses, are not run by just people that are into health. These multi-million-dollar businesses are run by moguls and people that are actually kind of gangster affiliated, there's something else going on behind the scenes when you see these wealthy companies, not quite what you see. So he told me he's going to give me access to the keys to get information and the secrets and all type of things because he likes my vibe. This was back when we had AOL. There was no vibe. I don't know. There was no video screen. But it was back with AOL.com. And he told me he liked my vibe. So I met him down at the docks in New York, and he told me that he would give me all the secrets. I would first have to become his customer. He'd give me all the secrets, and he did that. And he told me that if I were to release any of these secrets or any of his connections to how he's so successful, then he would bring me into the world of what he really does. And the world of what he really does is he removes people from the planet. So he looked like Steven Seagal. He had his hair slicked back. He used words like fugazi, words like that. And he told me his profession was to remove people. So he definitely would remove me. He told me to put me in cement shoes. And I believed him. So at any rate, I continued to learn. I took the knowledge and I took it back to the organization. I didn't give them the secrets, but I told them how to make money off of these kind of businesses, and ended up teaching them some of the business, took them off of homelessness, out of their living in cars and whatnot. And then eventually they made a lot of money through my teachings. The organization made a lot of money through my teachings of business and economics of what I was doing under the table. Nothing was, no taxes, no job, nothing like that. And then eventually they did bad deals, and they ended up robbing me of thousands of dollars. And I plummeted again back down to the bottom. Then I realized something very, very important, and that was money is not the solution to power, inner power. Money is only the solution to what you want to manifest on the planet, and what you want can be evil as well. So if you already are a toxic, unpure-hearted person, and you get a lot of money, you're going to take the money and exercise and spread that sickness and disease. So money doesn't cure black people. Money doesn't cure anybody. Money just makes you more powerful for whatever disease
or sickness mentally you already have, or it makes you do better if you are a pure person. You take your money and put it towards pure missions. So I realized that money was not the solution. I secluded myself from everybody. Moved to Canada. Started making money by performing, because I took the remainder, a lot of the money that I made through those businesses, and I sought out master teachers who were teaching magic and hypnosis. I started dishing them out $5 to tens of thousands of dollars, because I knew that one day I may be on the street again. And I saw a video of a man named David Blaine, and he was on the street, and he was able to make money walking the streets. So I said, if anyhow I become homeless and I have a deck of cards or a fork or a spoon or a nickel or a dime that I can perform these arts with, even if I'm homeless, I can still survive. So I gave all of my a lot of my life savings to the master magicians. And lo and behold, that situation took place where I had to kind of be on the streets again. And I walked down the street one day and I showed somebody something with a fork, and they put $20 in my hand. And I said, wait, that only took 2 minutes. Isn't that more than what a doctor gets paid? It only took 2 minutes to do that. I said, take this 20, man. You just blew my head off. Take the 20. Can I have the fork as a souvenir? And I realized, what if I get a bunch of forks? So I ended up performing on the streets, which you see me all over YouTube doing a lot of videos for. I ended up opening for the Harry Potter book release. Ended up performing for the Canada Argos and all these different Canada's Got Talent, and I was all over the place doing doing this magic. At any rate, what I did is I used the magic to gather people, and I started teaching them. I moved to California, had big unks, and started teaching people that would always say, how did you do that? I know there's some kind of mysticism. This isn't all tricks. How are you doing it? And I used to use that to teach people knowledge of self and break the matrix. Doing that, I ran across a young man whose name wasn't a Hati then. His name is a Hati, and he was a Hebrew Israelite. And he started asking me questions. He says, I want nothing to do with spirituality. I don't want to know nothing about spirituality. I'm very skeptical. And he had a tough face. He was homeless at the time. And he came and he learned from me, and I taught him every single day. Free one-on-one lessons with Tehuti every single day. 4 days a week, 5 days a week, free one-on-one lessons with Tehuti. I would give him, boom, back to back to back, invited him to my home, and he realized what kind of master teacher that I was. But anyways, I was secluded, and I kind of kept to myself, and him and another sister and one of my networks said, check out YouTube. There's a bunch of people teaching, and they're teaching a bunch of nonsense. It's not like you, Tehuti. People are asking questions. They're not answering like you. The world needs to know about your gift. And I said, I'll go back one day. I just want to be secluded right now. I'm not interested. But if you find a panel that I can go on and talk to people with a little box, I didn't know there was a StreamYard yet. I'll go and talk to people. Well, Hati went and found that. He found a group that was a debate group. He told me about it. He didn't tell me they were a debate group. He just said they're Hebrew Israelites that want to interview me. I went there. I saw the little boxes on the screen that we could all talk. And I said, this is good. So I was being interviewed. And then all of a sudden, a man came and said, he's the debate league champion. I said, debate league champion? I'm unfamiliar with this. So he challenged me to a debate. And I said, that's fun. That's something fun. That's something fun to do. I can teach people online and just do a class, and they're going to call it a debate, and I get 3 rounds to speak. Great. They told me it's 5 Bible-believing judges and 1 non-Bible-believing judges, and the debate is the Bible versus what you teach. And I said, hey, I'm back at my mother's house with the pastor again, where my mother is the judge. I'm doing it all over again. But now there's 4 against me. I can do this. This is fun. So I ended up doing that debate, beat him. They made me the champion. I didn't even know what that was. I'm not into championships. I didn't know what that was. They made me the champion, and they said, we can give you all the big names, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And I said, okay, well, I don't know the big names because I was raised around animals. I don't know what a name is. I'm not sure. I'm just a teacher, so I don't know. We can give you the Unquest, we can give you the Jabaris, the Floyd Mayweathers, we can give you this. And I said, I've never heard of these people. I've been all over America and Canada. I said, I don't know. I've been teaching. I don't know who these people are. Anyways, they ended up giving me people. I ended up beating people back to back to back to back. And then Jabari King challenged me, beat him according to the audience, which is what we agreed to. The audience would judge it. Zion Lex, same thing. Audience judge it. Senator tried to take the
Try to take the win away from me, I guess, because it was HOK versus this guy named JJ's group, Lions Den, and he was crazy. At any rate, I was beating everybody, and people were getting very upset with that I was beating everybody. Not a problem, because that's what I do. I just excel to the top of whatever thing I enter, and I become the netter of that, and then I move on to the next. I went on to Killer Priest, did an interview there. The co-host challenged me to a debate. Ended up beating him in the debate, and then Killer Priest made me the host the next day. The next show, I was the host of the Killer Priest show. And then I ended up teaching there on the Killer Priest show, and this is what creates the Podclass that you see today. So I'm teaching on the Killer Priest show, and they're getting super chats that they've never seen before in their life. $300 super chats, $350. They were bidding for me. They were doing these bids like $500, $300. Guys from the super chat were coming to the show. Tehuti, can you just sign this paper? Guys from Mexico. It was getting very, very interesting, and a lot of people were starting to recognize me from when I was teaching back in the days. So they wanted to have the one-on-one classes that I used to do. So I tried a couple of them out, one-on-one classes with different people, and it took up too much time of the day. So here's what starts the Podclass. AD was so impressed with me that he took his wallet and emptied it in my hand. He said, we don't pay people that come to the Killer Priest show, but I'm going to pay you. And Killer Priest needs to pay you. And I'm going to talk to him about paying you to come to the show, because what you've done here, we've never seen the likes of anything like this before. And you deserve pay. So I was doing one-on-ones, and people were paying very generously, $50 to $200 for a one-on-one for a couple of hours, an hour or so. And it was very, very good, but it was taking up way too much of my time. So I announced on the Killer Priest show that I'm going to start a pod class. I said, Killer Priest, this is called a podcast. He said, yes. Well, I'm a teacher, so I'm going to add the word class to the back end of pod, and it's going to be pod class. And they're like, that's creative. I said, yeah, we're going to call it the Tehuti pod class, and you all can come. And instead of giving the super chats, you all can come to the pod class, but we're going to do something much different. I'm going to create a new paradigm that has never been created in YouTube before, that has never been created since the scribes were here, and that is the value and importance of life-changing information, which means that what I'm teaching you should be more important than a pair of Nikes. It should be more important than your Gucci bag. It should be more important than going and seeing the Avengers, of which you pay $80 to bring your family to. It should be more important than roller skating. The information that we have missed in over 50,000 years of lost information of what we used to be when we were Natura on the planet, and the matrix that is inside of us, if we can cleanse that and break that, that should be worth something to you. So I created a system where you can send in questions, where you can send them in through Cash App and PayPal. Something very, very unique that I don't think has ever been done on YouTube before. Never been done. And that is, if you care about the answer that you're going to receive, try me out. Just try me out. Rigo and a couple other people were the first to try me out. They started sending me $5, $12. Try me out. And I'm going to show you the gift. I'm going to show you what it is that I do. What it is that Ahati and my Neturs and other people were telling me, come back, come online. They need to see what you do. You have a gift. You have a talent. I peeked online to see who was teaching, and I saw people that I taught, that I debated and won, and became my students, and now they're became popular YouTube guys. And but of course, the teaching wasn't up to part of me. For the new people that are in the room that are watching, when you see what's about to happen in these questions, you're going to understand. So people started testing me out. Rigo started testing me out, $5. Sarah Broomfield, $5 every month or so. A little bitty this, a little bitty that, a little bit of that. Scribe, everybody testing me out, $10, $15. Until it turned into this. Until it turned into Rigo spending $111.11 for part one of a question, $111.11 for part two of the question, $111.11 for part three, $111.11
$11.11 for part 4 of the Matrix breakdown. There's his first question. Here's part 4, $111.11. People are asking right now that are watching you, what are you doing? What is going on? How is this possible? Why would somebody send that? I never asked for that. It's the impact of the answer. It's worth more than a Gucci bag, I promise you. It's worth more than Spider-Man. It's worth more than what you do taking your children to buy cotton candy and all these things that are actually destroying them. So I created a barter system because people started creating a concept that actually came from the slave master, and that was knowledge is free. That is one of the biggest lies in the world, and it's actually a paradox that is contradictive and is not believed by anybody. So the person that invented knowledge is free is the person that actually came and got free knowledge. Who was that? Conquistador, the colonizer. The ones that came into Kemet, the one that came to the Native Americans, the Yoruba, the ones that went to different parts of what's called Africa, and raped and killed the women, killed the men, abducted the children, abducted the women, excavated, stole the knowledge, stole the information, and took it for free. Then they became archaeologists. Then they became people that were well known because they were finding all these mummies and all these artifacts, putting them in the museums and charging people to come to the museum to see the artifact that they stole from the ground for free. So to them, knowledge became free. They're the ones that invented that. Then they would go back to London, to Louvre, to France, to different parts of Europe, and to get the paperwork that it takes to open a museum, to be an archaeologist that they were, the anthropologist, all the different trades that the slave masters were, they had to go back to their universities and pay tuition to get the PhDs, like the philosophers, like Pythagoras, to get the PhDs and the degrees and the masters. They had to pay their seasonal tuition to the colleges. And then they would leave the universities and colleges and come to Africa and pillage the ground and pillage the temples and take the information for free. Then take the money, open up a museum, and charge people to come to the museum to make millions of dollars, because the knowledge was free that they stole. The knowledge in Europe was that which they were paying for because they respected the teacher that was teaching them in the university that these men went to that are excavating and pillaging the land. Don't think that slave masters didn't go to school. Don't think that those men from Britain didn't have colleges and universities in the 1700s. Don't ever think that. Don't ever think that they were just a guy on the porch with a fat neck. Come here, boy. Come here, boy. I'm whipping your ass. Come here, boy. I ain't doing that move. You know what I mean? I'm going to whip you on your ball. Don't think that movie. That's the wrong movie. That's the wrong movie. Christopher Columbus didn't have that accent. Okay? The so-called great men from Germany, the cruelest of the slave masters, the sickest, most brutal of the slave masters were the ones from Germany. Don't think that they were the ignorant men on the porch with the whip. Come here, boy. I'm going to whip that boy. You ain't doing that, man. I'm going to chew on tobacco. Oh, come here. I can't really talk that much. I'm going to whip you and take your girl and rape your women. Don't think so. Think of the guy with the glasses on and the tuxedo and the suit. Think of the European Jew and think of those that came over, the wealthy, from their schools, from their universities, high paid, the true funders of slavery that were well educated in their land before they dispersed out and started attacking the Aztecs, started attacking the Mayans, started attacking the Africans, started attacking the Congo. They were well paid and they were taking their money to go to colleges and schools to get degrees and open up businesses with the slave money. Then coming to Africa and stealing it and saying knowledge is free. No, it's not. If you respect your teacher, they didn't respect the African. They respected the man with the PhD back home in London and Europe that was teaching them that they would pay their yearly, seasonal tuition to. that's been going on. Paying tuition for school existed all the way back from the times of Pythagoras. That's in the BCs. Don't ever think that the European believes that knowledge is free. Ask Pythagoras if knowledge was free when he opened his schools, if he opened free schools and free libraries. Go ask Aristotle if it was free. No. To get the per M haru, you would have to work 1 whole year and give your half of year of a bartering system to get the one papyrus that was 78 feet long. So I said, if people have respect, if this is not just a hobby, then we will connect. The breaking of the matrix is connecting that which is changing you inside and information and the way that I teach it with your biological imperative. That means, do you connect this knowledge with your actual survival? And most people don't. It's just a hobby. So that they don't associate their hobby with a money make, with giving money. They don't associate. It's just fun. It's entertainment. They associate putting food on the table for their children, working the job, with something serious. The knowledge of self is not something serious. Well, I made it serious. And so, therefore, I told everybody, you can come to the pod class and I'll put my head down like this, like the break dancers before they dance. And when you send a Cash App or a PayPal with a question on it, then I will raise my head and I will show you the gift. And I will answer in a way that you've never seen before. And everybody that has come to this pod class has said the exact same thing. We are receiving answers that we've never received before. Brothers like Primordial Thought sending in $50 for me to explain his name that he had before I met him. And when I did it, he sent more money. He sent more. He was so absorbed. He was so impressed. Look at the diversity of what you can send here. Questions on pole splitting. Sherry Cost sending questions about, please explain the internal level. Think of this, family. Think of this, everybody. We're going to talk about families today, too. Think of this. Have you ever seen these questions asked anywhere on the planet Earth before? If so, screenshot them and send them here. Tell me where people are asking these questions and getting elaborate answers. Sherry Cost says, please explain on an internal level why each of us experience time on different rates. Many claim time is speeding up and everything is happening fast. However, for me, I feel contrary. Each moment is growing in presence and slowing time down. Where have you ever seen that question before and answered thoroughly? Back to back with someone sending a completely different topic is knowledge and application of math and triangulation, a part of living in Ma'at. Didn't Pythagoras get his formula from Kemet? People were so impressed at the information and knowledge that Stranger put a $200 bounty challenge to anyone that can answer a question like me. Meaning that if you send a question to any of these other YouTube channels and you get the type of answers that you get here, thorough breakdowns and answers that you get here from any of the other teachers, Stranger has I have $200 reserved from Stranger to send to you and that other teacher. You will not receive that. You will not see that. And it doesn't have to be $200 donations. We have Black Sun giving $10. It's whatever you feel it is worth to you. Some people even send support with no question at all. We have Muslims. We have Muslims sending $10 donations. We have all type of people. This brother right here, Owen Hyphy, every single podcast sends a donation. $43.72. Hika Kepara, do we have genetic memory? Look at the diversity of questions that are asked here. This brother here, Beged Leisure. Beged Leisure is one of the best testimonies here at the Tehuti Podclass. While he was talking to me, or soon after, or during the same period of time, his mother unfortunately passed. Renanet in peace. His mother was the most important person to him, and he had a beautiful connection with her. He said he can't let her go. He wants to still communicate with her like the ancestors that we read about communicate with the deceased. He asked me, Tehuti, can you teach me how to do that? We had a few classes I taught him, and now he has a relationship with his mother and has common out-of-body upeshes and sata satet out-of-body experiences where he still has a relationship with his mother because he came to the Tehuti Podclass. There's people's mothers who have heart attacks and strokes, and I've helped out with that. There's people in the room whose bodies I've physically changed, helped out with that. There's brothers in the room who've got questions sent here, answers from me, and the answer quadrupled their income. Some people say, what does this information do for me? It's whatever you send. It's not what does the next person question do for you. It's what does your question that you send here do for you. It's not guaranteed to do anything for anybody else. That's why it's the toughest situation you could ever be in that I could put myself in, is to say that I'm not going to come with a designed answer. I'm going to come based on whatever you ask. So a brother asked the right question, and I quadrupled his income, not doubled it. Wouldn't that be beautiful, everybody right now in the room? If your income doubled right now, wouldn't you be extremely happy if your income doubled? What about if it tripled? Would you be very happy? Would that be life-changing? Well, this brother's income quadrupled to a question asked here. Quadrupled. Does that happen on any other platform, channel? You ever heard of that before? No. So it's whatever you ask, and I unleash and open up the magic within you. So that is how the system goes. So speaking of which, now we're going to get into the first question of the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get right into it, everybody. It's about to be very, very beautiful. I predicted that I was going to start the questions at around 7:15, and it's 7:13, and I'm ready to go. Duality, are you ready? Look at Duality's head. Where's your head? Where's the design on your head? It's amazing. There it is. All right, everyone. Let's get into it. Are you ready? Press the 9 if you can hear me, everybody. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Yes, right, Maharu. Indiana Jones movie showed that he was a professor, right? Exactly, right? People think that the slave masters and the men that came over, robbing and raping and all that, were all these guys chewing tobacco on the porch with a whip in their hand, ignorant, having inbred sex, whites. Come here, boy. Come here. No. These were professors coming over here. These were excavators coming over here. These were educated men with businesses coming over here. These were financed by queens, financed by millionaires. They're very educated people. Where they get their education from? From the school system that they paid for, because they respected their system. It's just that we don't respect ours. So we think knowledge is free. While you go to school yourself and pay tuition and come amongst a brother that looks like me and says knowledge is free. I'm doing a psychology course and I got to pay $100 per book. I thought knowledge was free. Oh, you mean knowledge is free when it comes to your people? That's why you can never set up a nation, because you don't associate this knowledge with giving and reciprocity. Only the Spider-Man movies that you go watch. So knowledge is free, but Spider-Man's not. Let's continue, everybody. We're going to get into the very first question of the Tehuti Podclass. Are you all ready? Are you all here? Higa Kepera, you're here. Hotep in peace. I only saw the top part of your message. I hope everything's good. I only had time to see the top part. I hope you and your sister are okay. I couldn't read the whole message because I don't even read messages until I actually start doing the donations, but I just happened to see the top part of yours in a notification when I went and looked. So I hope you're okay. Everything's good. What's up, Peace? 11. Where's 11? Shout out to 11. That's what today's class is going to be on. The duality, especially Orwellian diametric matrix. We're gonna get all into it, everybody. Hey, are you ready? I like Nefer says ready. Already? Okay, good. We are ready, everybody. Are you all ready? So again, let me go ahead and put the information in the room for those great supporters that want to support and keep me here. For those new people that are watching, you will see my gift and see what I do, and you will support at Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I will be checking my messages
my Gmails. Let me put the thing at the bottom. In and out while I'm teaching, because just like you see the break dancers or any other performer on the street, or the waiter that brought you your steak that you paid for, if you see them, even if you can't watch the whole show, you give a tip for the little 5 minutes that you did watch. If you see this show, performance, knowledge, information, whatever it is that you want to call it, and you benefited from it, then yes, you can throw a tip. Also to Cash App, TT, PayPal at RockSV. This is what keeps me here in focus. And when you see the level of information, you're going to wonder how long it took me to put this together. And then you're going to also wonder, where am I getting this from? Because if information was free, you wouldn't come here. Every Friday night, you just spend 7 hours. Spend 7 hours on Wikipedia and Google. You don't need to come to the podcast. Obviously, something that's happening here is very unique, and it's taking my time and effort. We're about to get into it right now. Tuorati or duality, Mr. Checkerboard, Mr. Black and White, Mr. Opposing Realities of the Visual Light Spectrum, the Black and White, the Hidden Hand, Say Peace to the People. We're about to get into the very first question of the Tehuti Podclass. Is everybody ready? Let me go ahead and check the first question, everybody. I'm going to go into see the question. Let me pull up my Gmails. Let me close some of this down here. Let me close this down. I'm going to close a lot of these down because, you know, when these windows are open, it starts to slow down. I'm going to, let me go ahead and close these windows. I'm going to come off the screen for just a moment. I'm going to close these windows here. Okay. And I'm going to put duality. You're going to go over here. And we're going to get into the question of the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get it in. Snake style. Are you ready, duality? We're going to be here just a minute, just a minute. Just a minute, moment. Why is it not opening? Okay, hold on. Oh, that's strange. Hold on a second. Oh, wow. That's, there we go. Okay, here you go, duality. You're going to go right in here for a moment. And we're going to get into the first question of the Tehuti Pod. Oh, what the? The Tehuti Podclass. Ready? Okay, here we go, everybody. Okay, let me pull up the, I'm off screen. Let me pull up the question here. Let's see what it is. And, oh, okay. I see the question here. And actually, the brother that asked the question, we're going to pull him and someone else. This is going to be interactive, so we're going to pull him and someone else on the onto the panel. I need to interact for this question. This is going to be a beautiful one. And let me go ahead and pull it up right now. I'm going to drop the link in the room, and I'm actually going to answer the first part of the question by interacting with a brother who asked it and someone else. Let me come on the screen right here. This is going to be beautiful. I like this question here. Let's put this in the room. So this is for the brother Primordial Thought. He's going to come into the room, onto the panel, and I want one other person. The brother asked a beautiful question that I've never seen asked before. These questions that come here to the podcast, I've never seen asked before. So one other person can jump in. I know this is the internet world where everybody's secluded and shy. It's not like the days of Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad and Khalid Muhammad and the Black Panthers, where brothers and sisters were out on the street facing the FBI, getting bitten by dogs. I know that in this computer world, everybody is like, I know everybody's like that in this new system that the Europeans set up, where everybody's afraid to show themselves. But one other person jump on. Don't worry. Don't let AI make that. No. Malcolm X was on the streets every day. Black Panthers were on the streets. Noble Drew Ali was on the streets every day, facing dogs, facing fire hydrants on the streets every day. So when I hear that, but when you're at the club, you're not. You're at the club. Yeah, you're at the club, fine. But come on the screen, one more person. What's up, Primordial Thought? How you doing, good brother? How are you doing, good brother? I need one more person to jump in the room. Look, we got 52 people watching. Let me see how long it takes one more person to jump on the panel, right? 52 people that are doing all kind of stuff. They're at the park eating cotton candy, all in the public everywhere. They're at the Knicks game. They're watching Floyd fight. Let's see if they can come up for knowledge of self. Let's see.
Huh? Okay, let me go ahead and put the question up on the board. 57 people watching. Maybe I didn't put the link in the room. Hold on. Maybe Primordial Thought hacked himself in. There's the link. I just need one other person to jump in. This is going to be an interactive thing. Usually you don't get to talk to me. Of course, it's going to be the people on the team. Of course, it's going to be the people on the team, the family man himself. Okay, good. We got shy people say in the chat. Man, we'd be dead if Malcolm X was like, oh my God, imagine Martin Luther King wouldn't show himself. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go, everybody. Let me go ahead and put the Martin Luther King would be ashamed. Here we go. We're gonna go ahead and put this on the screen here. We got we got Nicholas. Nicholas jumps in the room. Nicholas, you look like Joel Ortiz from Slaughterhouse. What's going on?
Hotep, can you hear me?
Hotep, Joel Ortiz. What's up, good brother? How are you, Nicholas?
Hello. I'm good. I'm
Actually,
just enjoying.
Like J. Cole.
Nice to finally say hello. And Hotep.
Yes. Hotep. We're about to get in. Hey, Angela, you doing okay? You doing good? Okay, wonderful. This is good. We're going to do some interaction. Let me go ahead and put the question on the screen. Everybody, so this is good brother Nicholas, who is brand new, and he's donated to the Podclass more than some people that have been coming here for 2 years. He gets a mentor class. I think, is it every week, Nicholas? You buy a mentor class every week?
Yeah. I try to catch up. It's like it's a lot of classes and a lot of information and a lot of stuff I need to learn. I'm only 30, and I should have been learning these things way back.
Very nice. You told us too that you got that the other teachers were leaving you hanging. You were getting anxiety because they were just they weren't filling in the blanks.
Totally, because they only teach you all the horrible things without showing you any place where you can find the balance, and you only get tricked into buying their new age agenda thing.
And tell everybody where you're from, Nicholas. Tell everybody where the Podclass has reached in the world. Tell the people where are you located right now?
I'm located in Norway, Scandinavia, in a place called Stavanger. So yeah, we're here, and the West Coast. It's getting cold, but we're staying warm.
The real West Coast.
Yes.
Okay. How you doing, brother Atef? How you doing, good brother? How you doing, good brother? How you doing?
Great, Saba. How are you? I'm wonderful.
Okay, good. We got Shannon jumped on the panel. There she is. How you doing, Shannon?
Peace, Hotep, everyone.
Hotep. Shannon doing. This is going to be a good one. This is going to be great because we got the person that asked the question. We got Mr. Family Man himself. Tef Rem the family man. We got Shannon, who's trying to raise up her family, aka her son, and we got Nicholas here. So this is going to be good because the question is actually on family. Hey, Stephen E., I know you're at work. I got you. You come to the mentor class and show yourself every week. You're actually one of the first, if not the first, to do a one-on-one with me. Shout out to you, Stephen E. You're awesome, wonderful. Shout out to Rigo. I know Rigo, you're good. You're fine. You're good. I know the class starts right at that time that you are at work, so no problem. No problem at all. I'm glad you're handling the situation. Wonderful. Hika Kepra. Let's get into the first question, everybody. Are you ready? Here we go. What is the first question here? The first question is on this is a fast answer, right? Primordial, this is about to be not answered. It was actually a question on whether you're like, it may be too personal. It may be, and then boom, next week, here we are. I'm about to answer it right now. So here we go. We're going to put this on the screen here. Family man, a Tefrem, you're going to love this, and you're going to love it, and you're going to kind of shake too. So here we go. Let me pull it up on the screen. And what is family?
What is family? We're about to find out right now here at the Tehuti Podclass. Does everybody in the podcast know who their family is? Does everybody in the podcast know what family is? There's actually nobody in the podcast that has never said this word before. Family. We've all used it. We use it almost daily. We say we know what it is. And we're going to find out right now, do we actually know what it is? Is it a matrix? Is it real? Does it actually exist? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it something the ancients participated in? Is it something natural? Is it unnatural? What is this thing called family that everybody is talking about? All right, here we go, everybody. So first of all, we're going to put the donation on the screen. The donation comes from none other than the brother in the room, Primordial Thought. We're going to go ahead and give him his big noise. Thank you, Primordial Thought. It should pop up on the screen. Tell me when it's on the screen. My thing is slow-mo.
It's up there.
It's up there. Shout out to Primordial Thought. Let's go ahead and give Primordial Thought. I'm going to give him a big round of applause. Oh, Tef, you're trying out your sound? Yeah. Okay, let me see something. What is true family and social divorce? Oh my goodness. What is true family and social divorce? And I'm gonna go ahead and take off my noise system. I'm gonna see if sometimes the tester is good, sometimes it's not. I'm gonna take mine off. Tef, go ahead and try yours, please. Try your clap. Let me see. Oh, wow. Oh.
How is it? We good?
They're clapping in my ears. They're in my eardrum.
Okay. I
They're
didn't
clapping. What other sound? What are do you have the siren and all those?
Yes.
Good. Test out the siren. You get $40. Oh, nice and loud. Oh my. Okay, good. You're the sound man. You are the sound man. $40 given by this man on the screen. Primordial Thought. Every question he's asked, he's been happy with the answer. And today's question is, what is true family and social divorce? And I'm taking it that when you're asking what is true family and so-called divorce, what is true family and so-called divorce, you're asking about what it actually is before the Matrix, correct? Not Martin and
That's
Gina,
correct.
right?
That's correct. So
Okay. We're gonna actually deal with both. We're gonna actually deal with both, everybody, and this is gonna shock. This is gonna be very, very interesting. Violet, you up there? You ready? Okay, here we go, everybody. Let's go. Let's interact. 7:30. I'm gonna put the timer on. Let me go ahead and do this. Okay. Somebody has a crocodile for me. Oh, that. Oh boy, man! I need to stay alive, everybody. I need to stay alive. Okay, let me put this on here. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'll put the timer on. The timer is where's the timer? Where's the timer? The timer has disappeared. That's right. There it is. Boom. Okay, 7:31. Start time. Here we go, everybody. We're going to take this off the screen. We're going to go ahead and do the screen share and go ahead and get into the question that we're actually all going to participate in the room right now. Share screen, boom, entire screen, and here we go. Okay, my aunt, here we are. Do you all see the screen, Shannon? Can you see that screen?
It's loading. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I see it.
Beautiful. Okay, you said you see it, Shannon?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Welcome to another wonderful question sent to the Tehuti Podclass, the only place on the planet where you can send these diverse questions, whether they may seem abstract, deep,
Whatever the inquiry may be, they are personalized and answered and customized for you by SABA Tehuti. This next question may seem pretty easy because it's something that everyone has interest in, or everyone has participated in. Everyone has said this word, and it's this. Is the aspect of the matrix that this actual thing right now that I'm going to break down, this is the aspect of the matrix that the matrix actually focuses on first, is the aspect called family. This is what has to be distorted first. So this is the aspect of the matrix it focuses on first, which is why you always, in every single part of the class, hear me say the term biological imperative, biological imperative, biological imperative. So even though you think you may know what this is, I'm going to present the question that was asked by Primordial Thought again, and then a set of questions afterwards to see if the class can answer factually. Let's take a look at the question again, everyone. I want everybody to really see the question. The question is, what is true family? Does this imply there's a fake family? What is actual family? Everybody in the Podclass should know. Let me close down a couple of these windows here. Goose. This actually reminds me of the men classes. This is how interactive the men classes are. Let me go ahead and take this off. Why is it stuck on Keck? Why is it stuck here? Interesting. Loading, not responding. Hold on, everybody. Let the computer do its interesting thing. Let it swirl and swirl and swirl and swirl so we can get back to the screen. Ooh. There it is, everybody. Good. We're going to close Book of the Dead. We're going to close Shadow Ghost Practitioners. Okay. For this question, we're going to do it a little differently. I'm going to let Primordial Thought 9 come to the panel and anyone else. This will be very interactive to break the matrix, which is the beginning stage, and this beginning stage. So this is going to be the beginning stage of this answer. So before I begin, we're going to get 2 more people on the panel. We actually got more than 2. Thank you, everybody, for participating. What is the definition of family? Let me come into the room, everyone, and just ask really quick on the panel. Give me a quick little one sentence. What's the definition of family? We're going to start with Atef. Ram Kem Ma'at. Atef, what is family to you? What does that mean? What is family?
Family is your children and the people that are close, people that like him, your wife, and your that's what I'm gonna say. Children.
Okay, good. Basically, everybody in your family, your children and your wife. Basically, you're describing your household, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, Primordial Thought 9. What is family? What's the definition? What is family to you, good brother?
Okay, so before I've even heard of anything of what you said, any little knowledge drops you ever mentioned about any family, I'm gonna base it off of that. From that perspective, what I felt family was pretty much your bloodline, your household, that aspect.
That's the same thing that Tep just said. Perfect, excellent. We're gonna go to Shannon. Shannon, what is a family, Shannon?
I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, I've heard the same things that Primordial and Brother Atef had mentioned, but when it comes down to it, I guess it's the blood that connects you. But when it comes to family, I don't have a good personal reference to go off of because my family is so spread apart and disjoined where it's not cohesive.
Okay.
We don't share the same beliefs, so I'm really interested to hear this breakdown.
So if somebody were to ask you, so basically family to you, is your son your family?
My son is my family. Yes, he is my son. He is a piece of me. He's my family. This past class on let's see, with Brother Ani, we were reading the Maxims of Ptahhotep, and I got really emotional because it got to the part about family and what that connection is. So I'm so interested to see what I feel like this is my family, the people that I vibe with, the people that are on the same vibration with me.
Okay, good answer. Great, good. And Nicholas, family, just give us a 1 sentence, 2 sentence answer. What is family to you?
I was always taught that it was a bloodline, but I always felt like I called friends, close friends, and people that I vibe with, my family as well. So it's kind of, yeah. So I'm forward to the breakdown.
Okay, wonderful, everybody. Good answer, everybody. I love everybody's input. Let's get back to it. What is family, everybody? What is family? It's interesting because shouldn't this be an answer that we all know? Shouldn't this be an answer that we all know? Because there's everybody in the class, every single person. Is there anyone in this class, anyone watching, who has not used the word family before? If you've used the word, then you should know what it is that you're describing. And it's interesting that something as intimate as your bloodline, your son, your mother, or whatever it is, that is a definition of this word, that there would even be different answers. But if you ask everybody what a car is, it's one answer. Whether it's a Toyota or a Tesla car, you're describing a vehicle with 4 wheels and some doors and a hood and an engine. But family seems to become a little different. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Podclass. Here it is. Okay, good. So, well, according to biology, we are all in the family of the great ape, everybody. That's our family, according to science and biology, that you send your children to, and when they don't go to school, you call them college and high school dropouts, and you're going to be a failure, and you're not going to school. Well, in school that you send your children to, and you go get your PhDs in, we are in the family of the great apes, humans and other great apes, right here in the Australian Museum under humans and other great apes. It says right here very clearly, humans are primates, are classified along with all other apes in a primate subgroup known as the hominoid superfamily, Homidea. You and the apes are family, okay? So next time you go to the zoo and see the apes, if you send your children to school or college and tell them that you respect science, then you can go ahead and sing that song with the great apes. We are family. Sing out with them, because that's your family. That is your family according to the science that you respect. The ape group can be further subdivided into the great apes and lesser apes. Humans have bodies that are genetically, structurally very similar to those of the great apes, and so we are classified in the great ape subgroup, which also known as hominids, family Homidea. There's your family, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, everybody, and see. There you go. There's your family, the great apes. That is your family. But nobody gave this answer, right? Huh? Nobody gave this as a part of their answer when I asked what family is. Nobody gave the great apes. Okay. But this is the scientific definition of family. It's a part of a greater family. So is your concept of the word family changing now? Do you have to change your definition? Do you have to change the word because family is the ape at the zoo? That's your family. According to science, well, maybe this will be an easier one for everybody. Class, name some of the titles of family members. I'm going to go back in the room. Very, very easy. This should be only a couple seconds per person. Just name 2 titles. Each person name a title of a family member. What's a title of somebody, and that title makes them your family member? Go ahead, Primordial Thought. What's a family member title?
Mother, father, brother, sister.
Hold on. There's too many people on the panel for you to give all the answers. There's one. Go ahead and please name one title of a person. There's 4 other people in the room. What's a title? Name one.
Uncle.
No, I'm trying Primordial Thought. I'm still waiting for his one answer. What is the title?
Mother.
Mother's one. Bing, bing, bing. Okay, good. Tef, go ahead and name a title of a family member.
what's a title that makes this person a family member? Go ahead and name one.
Uncle.
Uncle, wonderful, wonderful. Shannon, what's the title of a family member? You already named
Father.
it, but you can go. Father, okay, beautiful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, good. Nicholas, what's the title of a family member? Nicholas.
Cousin.
Wonderful. Let's see what happened here when I asked this question. So everybody that named the title of a family member, were they all blood related to you? Mother, uncle, cousin, father. They're all a part of a genetic connection, right?
For the most part.
Yeah.
Right? Everybody that named uncle, cousin, they're all blood related. Okay, father, uncle, mother. Okay, good. So family, we got blood relation is what naturally comes to mind first when I ask you to name titles of family, because now I'm not asking you the definition of family, because that becomes abstract and broad and vague, and we can say our family is the people we hang out with, our family is this, our family is that. When I say let's specify, let's get a little more vivid. Let's name some actual titles, because we can say, a policeman is a man that helps me when somebody breaks into my house, but he's not actually a police officer. He's not a sergeant. Let's name some specifics. So now that we've named some specifics, we've actually gotten away from our friends now. We've actually gotten away from that definition when it comes to the actual titles. It doesn't seem like any of our friends have those titles. So let's go ahead, everybody. We see we're narrowing this down, and we see the mentality is actually changing slowly, and it's going to change until you're going to see that that everything is about to become arbitrary. Here we go. Watch this. Here we go. Go in the podcast. Go ahead. So family members. Okay, go ahead. So family is who you are genetically related to, because everybody named genetically related. Shannon said father. Tef said uncle. Nicholas said cousin. Primordial Thought said mother. All genetically related. We didn't talk about our friends. It seemed none of our friends or nobody in the podcast was named when it came to actual specific titles. So genetically related to your bloodline. Are you ready for the snake style question that will break the matrix to prove that you actually don't believe that? You actually don't believe that the definition of family, which is what we all use, are people that are related to our bloodline. We actually do not believe that, but we never thought we didn't believe that. Shannon came close when she said, well, the Podclass family, Podclass is like my family, and my real family is kind of everywhere all over the place. But most people will say, don't talk about my mother, that's my family. Don't talk about my cousin. Don't talk about my uncle. How come? That's my family. I'm not going to nobody talk about my dad. That's how come? Because that's my family. We actually don't behave like this with people we meet on the streets. We actually behave a different way when it comes to your bloodline. We have a thing called family reunion, and when we have a family reunion, it's not Primordial Thought inviting me, is it? Right, Primordial Thought? I'm not at your family reunion, am I, Primordial Thought?
Not at all, sir.
Is a tough coming to the family. So now all of a sudden, family is just converted to genetics, because when you have a family reunion, so basically, this has to be walked through so we can really break this matrix. We all have an event coming up on the 28th. Some people are meeting people that they've seen before. Shannon has seen Scribe, she's seen him before. Atef is seeing Shannon and Mankora, who we've seen before. So we're reuniting, aren't we? All of you have seen me, and some of you have been to my apartment. So we're reuniting, aren't we?
Yes.
Are we
Yes.
Okay. Is the event October 28th? Is that a family reunion? Is that what we've been calling it? We've been calling it a family. Can somebody pull up timestamp? I need timestamp and record of any time since this event has been named that anybody in the Podclass has ever called it. Prior to me asking this question, has ever called it a family reunion? Have we ever called it that? Can somebody pull up a Mentor class, a Podclass, anything with proof that anybody in this Podclass has ever called on the 28th? We're having Pathways of the Awakening, the family reunion. No, right? It's never been called a family reunion. So something happens now when it comes to getting our uncle and our brother and our cousin and our mom and dad together at an event and granddad together, and we all meet at a place. That one is the family reunion. But the Podclass is never called a family reunion, even though every Friday we're reuniting, aren't we? This is not called the family reunion in the Podclass. Is that correct? We've had hundreds of classes and all kind of different things. This is just called the Podclass. But when we get together with brother, uncle, mom, that one is called the family reunion. Whether we do it on Zoom, people have family reunions on Zoom because they got people in Jamaica, Trinidad, Barbados, and then they do it also in the park, and they do it also at the barbecue. Whenever the family gets reunited, it's usually called a family reunion, reuniting the family. Okay, so it's genetic bloodline is the first instinctual thing that comes to us, because when we get together with our friends from the club, we don't call it a family reunion. We don't call it that. We call that when it's a bloodline. So here we go. Okay, so do we actually believe that? Well, that the family is bloodline? If you meet someone at a club or a park, completely unbloodline related to you, and eventually you make them your husband or your wife, is that specific person part of your family? Let me go ahead and ask everybody in the room. You meet a stranger, they're not bloodline related to you. They're a stranger. You met them at the park 2 years ago. You're at the park, you're feeding the ducks. While you met them at the park and you were feeding the ducks, was that person your family member? Yes or no? Primordial? When you met your wife, wherever you met her at, was she your family the day you met her?
No.
The day you came out of your mother, was your mother your family?
Yes.
I'm confused. I'm confused. What's happening here? What's going on? I don't know what's going on. I'm confused. So wait a minute. Hold on. So the day that you were born, was your mother's brother your family? The day that you were born, was your mother's brother your family?
Yes.
But the day that you met your lady at the park, or wherever you met her, she was a stranger, right?
Yes.
But now, is that part of your family now?
Yes. The setup is real.
Very interesting. So family doesn't see. Hey, Atef, how you doing, Atef? Atef, how you doing, good brother?
Wonderful, SABA.
Wonderful. The day your daughter was born, was she part of your family?
Yes.
The day you met her, you met her the day she came out of the womb, was she your family?
Yes.
The day you met your lady for the first time, was she your family?
No.
Okay. Very interesting. This concept of family is very interesting. I can't seem to pinpoint what the definition is of here. What seems to be very confusing, interesting, but we all know what family is. Don't talk about my family. Don't talk about my family. Who, the lady you met at the park for the first day and she's a stranger? Is that your family? Or is it after you had sex with her and proposed to her 2 weeks later? She my family. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass, and let's understand, what is this concept of family? Is it a concept? Is it a genetic? Is it a scientific fact? There is a scientific thing called a dandelion. I don't care if you believe it. I don't care if you make friends with it. I don't care if you eat it. I don't care if you smoke it like weed. That is called a dandelion. The sun is the sun. I don't care if you friend it, if you do sun gazing, if you hate the sun, if you get skin cancer. The sun is scientifically the sun. But when it comes to this thing called family, it seems like it's kind of arbitrary. Things are changing. We're mixing up genetics with somebody we meet at the park. So, the Matrix snake style. You're starting to see the word family is becoming ambiguous with no actual definite meaning, and all the meanings that we're being taught or that we know actually are contradictory. Let's go with the two easy ones. Let's go with some two easy ones. Let's go watch this. Here we go. Okay, this should be easier, right? Well, primordial thought, real quick. What is a relative? What's a relative? What's the definition of a relative?
A relative is someone part of your family, like, oh, my cousin, that's my relative.
Okay, good. Shannon, what's your relative? What's a relative?
Someone, I think relative is somebody that you relate to that has nothing to do with
is that what you've been calling your throughout your life? You've been calling people you relate to your relatives? That is amazing.
Say again?
Throughout your life, Shannon, you've been calling everybody that you relate to, you've been introducing them to other people as, here's my relative?
No. You're breaking
Okay,
matrices, so yeah.
Right. So I'm asking, in your life up until this point, what is the definition? If somebody says name two of your relatives, are you going to name two people? Who are you going to? Who would you name?
Someone that has the same blood as I do.
Okay. Good. Does that go for you too, Atef? A relative is someone that has the same blood as you. A relative that we've been calling you relative all your life.
It's a little different for me, SABA, because I didn't use the word cousin. I used to use the word relative to describe close friends.
Use the word relatives to describe close friends.
Yes.
Okay, that's cool.
I didn't use the word.
Okay, cool. So relatives were your is that gang talk? I don't know. I mean, up here we have these things. Some called folk, like like my relative up here is a gang talk up here. Where
that's his folks. That's his folks.
My folks and my relatives, and
yeah,
it's like the Pookie and them. Okay, yeah. So I understand that. Yeah, that's a slang talk for the. I get it. Okay, good. Okay, so now, Nicholas, same thing. Relatives, or who's your relatives? Name two relatives, please.
Two relatives, my brother and my mother.
Okay, good. And now, what's a relationship? Primordial Thought. I'm just gonna ask you, and I'm gonna ask Atef. What's a relationship? If somebody asks you, "Are you in a relationship?" What would you say, Primordial Thought? Are you in a relationship right now?
If someone was to ask me that, that would be my mate.
Right. Your mates, right? Is in a relationship. How about you, Atef? Are you in a relationship right now?
Yes. That's a close relationship.
This is different from the relatives now, right? This is your kinfolk now, is it? This is different, right?
Yes.
So, did you know that relative and relation, like Shannon said, is the same word, same root? Relative and relate? Relatable, that person's relatable. Relative, the theory of relativity. Those are your family members, those little subatomic particles that Einstein talks about when he talks about the theory of relativity. Those are your uncles and them. So the theory of relativity, your relative, and here let's crisscross the matrix. Wait a minute. Hey, Atef, if you had a pretty sister, would you take her as a mate?
No.
No, you wouldn't have a relationship with your sister, no?
I would have not like a mate, but a relationship.
Yeah, you wouldn't have sex with her, no? You wouldn't have children with her? No? You wouldn't be in a relationship with her, would you?
No.
Is that because she's your relative?
Yeah.
Okay. So if she's your relative, which is the same word as relationship or relate, then you wouldn't have a relationship with her because she is a relative. Okay. This matrix makes a lot of sense. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We're going to walk through this step by step and see if we truly understand what family is or if we've been taught something else. So relative, relationship, and when we go down here, what do we see? You've been taught that relative has to do with something of your bloodline, but let's look at both words. Here they are. Relative, relate, relationship. What does it have to do with? These words have to do with going back again. Going back again. Look at the definition. Psychological jargon. It means to go back again, to oblate, go back again. That's what the word actually means. Relate. It actually has the word re, which means to go back again. And it's originally in 1950, psychological jargon. Relative, relate, and relationship, all the same word, deriving from psychological jargon. Both of their root words are relate, something you can only do mentally, as in, what do you say when you side with somebody in a situation or you empathize with that person's situation? You say, I can relate to that. If you can relate to that, and if something is important to you, you say that's relative to the situation. That point you made, that's very relative to the situation. I can relate to you. I met you as a stranger. We're relating right now. And now as we keep on relating, We're in a relationship. Oh, wait a minute. You have the same mom as me? Oh, wait, you're my relative, so now I can't be in a relationship with you. This is the confusion of the matrix of words, but they both tie into going back mentally to something, relating, something being relatable to you is something mentally relatable to you. What is a relationship? A person you start off with as a stranger, then you get to know them. You know them. That's mental. When you know them, then, which is a mental action, then you marry them, and now that person is family, non and never blood related to you, unless you're talking about sharing the same blood that the child she gave birth to. But prior to her giving birth, you and that actually physical woman or physical man is not blood related. It starts off with you being relatable to the person, empathizing and sympathizing with the person. The person's a stranger, then you get to know them mentally. And then when you know them mentally, then you decide that that person is a family member. So that family member has nothing to do with blood relationship. Family is an emotional, mental construct of arbitrary, ambiguous, constantly changing meanings strictly created in your mind. Thus, that is the only area of reality that the word family exists in. It only exists in your mind. Your mind is creating it, and that's why we have so many different answers. But if I ask everybody what the moon is, what the sun is, it's one answer. What is the earth? There is no natural instinct informing you that your so-called, or what your so-called family is. If you were all separated at birth, and I said this a couple podcasts ago, if you were all separated at birth or never met your uncle, your third cousin, or even your brother, if you were all put out on an island, separated at birth, without informing who's who, 30 years later, there will be no natural instinct within you telling you, this is my brother, this is my uncle. Hey, aren't you my uncle? I love them. I want to be close to them because you are my uncle. Yet if you are put on the same island with a complete stranger of the so-called opposite sex, as they call it, your natural instinct would be wanting you to mate and have children. No one would have to teach you how to have sex. No one would have to teach you to want and desire the person or how or why. It would be the same dopamine anticipation to eat and survive. An untaught natural internal instinct. The concept of your family is taught. And thus family is created mentally. You create what is a family to you in your mind. And that's why there's so many different answers. And that's why one answer is blood related. One answer is meeting a person as a stranger. Then you marry them, now they're family. One answer is kinfolk. One answer is the Podclass. It is something that is created inside your mind. If you still think after all that you actually know what the word family means in this matrix, let me ask everyone in this class these questions. Would you like to be a slave? And would you consider your hired help, which is your maid, your plumber, those who work in your household, etc., would they be your family as your mother or your husband or your wife? So again, two questions I have for everybody. I'm going to ask everybody in the panel. Would you like to be a slave? Would you consider your hired help? Not if they're your cool friend. I'm not talking about kinfolk and, yeah, my plumber has a purple flag too, and not that. I'm talking about just you pick up the phone, you call the plumber, you call the maid, and the maid comes over and works for you. When you pay the plumber, you pay the maid. Is that person your family, like your mother, your husband, or wife? Let me come to the panel and see. So the first question is primordial thought. Would you like to be a slave?
No.
No? Okay. If you're hired help, have you ever hired anybody to come plumb in your house or anybody to work or clean or do anything in your house? Have you ever hired somebody to repair something in your household before?
Yes.
That person, do you consider that person hired help your family like your mother and your brother?
No.
Okay. How about you, Atef? Would you consider your hired help, your plumber, the same as your mother and your brother? Are they family?
No.
How about you, Shannon? You call a person to come and plumb for you and fix your tub. Is that person like your son to you?
No.
Okay. How about you, Nicholas? You hire somebody to come work in your house. Is that person the same as, is that family like your brother?
No.
Okay. What if I told you the definition of family was both those things? This is how you know that nobody actually went and looked up the word family before they used it. We just started using it and we came up with the definitions in our mind, and we never even agreed upon the definitions, and that's why the answers are different answers. But if you actually look up what family is in the definition that existed before all of us were born, so we have no right to change the definition of a word in a language that we didn't invent. If you didn't invent the language, you have no right to change the language. You can come up with your own language and see how hard that takes, but you have no right to take the English word, an English word, and change its definition to your meaning when you weren't there when the word was being created, thus you weren't a part of the frequency. So the words we're using, we have no power to change them. That's somebody else's language. And it took years and years to create multiple different languages, and that language is a compound of a bunch of junk, messed up thought and the matrix. And now we're trying to change the language, but in actuality, Tehuti's just going to give you the definition of the word with no emotion, no addition to it. And here's the definition of family, everybody. Servants of a household, family servants, domestic collectively, servants of the household. That's also members of the household, like your mom and them. The estate, property, household, including relatives and the servants. Your relatives and your servants. Abstract now from family, servant, slave of an unknown origin. That is the relatives of the household and the servants. That's your maid, your butler. All of that is your family according to the definition of family. The relatives of the household and the servants and the slaves. Because these words were put together in the 1500s when there was slavery. So boom, now that I've broken the matrix on this topic for the first time in history here at the Tehuti Podclass, let's go to a time before the matrix, or 3,000 years before it was constructed, and see the actual ancient words, scenes, and pure mental concepts for quote-unquote family and its original members and microcosm to unified immortality. Because in the pure time before the matrix, you could only exist as a family member. Family only pertained to microcosms of unified immortality. A completely different concept of what we have today. I'm going to go over the first part. Let me jump back in the room a second. I'm going to go over the first part, and then I'm going to get you guys to jump back into the chat. But I just wanted to break that first part there, that people get very, very emotional when it comes to this topic. And imagine for years you've been getting emotional over a topic that nobody even knew the definition or meaning of. You don't even know why you called somebody that. You don't know what makes up a family. You don't know what it means. You have no knowledge of what this word means, and people get super crazily, don't treat me like that. Come on, man, I'm family. I'm family. You know, but and you have no idea. Ask them, what does that word even mean? What relevance is it to you? And it means absolutely nothing until you create the meaning. Again, if you're on an abandoned island and I separated you from Uncle Pookie and them, and I separated you from Aunt Jemima, and I separated you from Bill, Tom, and your brother and your cousin, and I put you all on an island 20 years later, there'll be nothing instinctive inside of you to treat them better, love them better, like them better. You wouldn't say you wouldn't want to marry them. You wouldn't say there'd be nothing instinctual. But as soon as you looked down and saw the plants and saw the herbs, there'd be something instinctual inside of you saying, I must eat that or I'm going to die. Nobody is teaching the first man how to eat. There is no papyrus teaching you how to eat. There is no papyrus teaching you, take water from a lake and go like this. You know that. Every animal knows this. The subconscious mind teaches you what is natural. Everything else is a taught construct that you created, and now you live by those emotional creations. And unfortunately,
the emotional creations have been added onto with the matrix. So now we're completely confused with already an arbitrary abstract term added on to matrices that were created with a definition of a word that was created at the exact same time that they were doing slavery. That means that the definition of family in the dictionary was invented while they were raping your mother. Then they invented the word family, and you go by that. As opposed to, you're about to see for the first time in everybody's life the terms for family members and family pre-matrix. And you're going to see, and this is why some people think that I am cold and how could you cut off your son? How could you cut off your mom? How could you cut off your aunt? How could you cut off? And you're going to see, I'm not a part of this. I'm not a part of this. I'm not from this, whatever this is to everybody, this is not what I'm a part of. And when you start to see the definition that the family in ancient times could only be those that echo the microcosm of immortality. And if you didn't echo the microcosm of immortality, you were not a family member. It didn't matter if you were a son, daughter, father, mother, uncle, cousin, third cousin, Pookie and him, and all of that. It did not matter. And that's what kept the construct of Kemet. And that's why they got confused when they were trying to divide the dynasties, because they thought the pharaohs were keeping dynasties based on bloodline. And then when Eusebius started realizing that there was a mistake, that it wasn't bloodline, that they were inviting people from Mesopotamia in, people from Syria were coming in, and they were becoming royal family. They're not part of the bloodline. And that family was a mental construct of a vibrational frequency that everybody had to have in order to run a 4,200 kilometer country with one pharaoh. Imagine one man over 4,200 miles. We think Biden could do that? Biden can't even run America. Kemet was 3 Americas because everybody was so in tune with the same frequency, you didn't have to have police. There was no lawyers in Kemet. There was no police. There was no private investigator. There was nobody running around checking on people. You didn't pay your taxes. None of that. So we're going to get into that family, and we're going to find out after this class what is the definition of the true family. And yes, it could be your brother. It could be your son. It could be your uncle. It could be all of this, and also it doesn't have to be that. We're going to find out right now. So I wanted to break down that first part, and now we're going to get into the actual papyrus, stone, archaeology, writings. We're going to get into the microcosm. We're going to get into the definition of words of family members. We're going to get into the reality that everybody in this podcast, every man in this podcast who is married has called their woman the B word, and you didn't even know it. Every man in this podcast who is a married man has called your woman the B word, and you don't even know it. And at the end of this class, you're going to see that you've been calling the woman that you love the B word, the word that truly insults women. You've called her that almost every single day in the Matrix, and you didn't know it because of the fake construct words of family. Okay, everybody, are you all ready? Now we're going to get into it. So hope you all like that first part. Right? That's the primordial. That's the setup. This is the setup. Now we're going to get into the answer. Are you ready, everybody? Let's get into it. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Love you, Shannon. Love you, Primordial Thought. Love you, Atef. Love you, Nicholas. You all jump back in the room, and now we're going to get into the true definition of family without the matrix.
This is great. Love you so much, Saba.
Peace.
I'm glad you can relate to me, Shannon.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's get into it, everybody. Press the 9 if you can hear me. We're about to get into the breakdown of this question of family definition before the matrix. Are you ready? Because we are family. Dun, 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 dun. Come on, everybody. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Here we go. Family and its original members and microcosm to unified immortality. Let's go ahead and get into it. Here is the first image right here. Here is the ancient family pre-matrix. Let me drink some water. What do you see? You see a man and his two mates. You see people in the afterlife together, showing that this family was continuing outside of the physical realm. Now, let's get into these words right here that I've broken on many times. This is the Ka. You see the two arms up right here. Both of their arms up here. You see Asar and his Neturt's arms up. You see the arms up right here with Annie. And in future parts of the Purim Haru, you see Tutu with her arms up. The two arms and two hands called the Ka, representing the bioenergetic template in the which forms and strengthens the body. It is the real you that echoes and becomes the bioenergetic projectable double. Note the two arms up on the head of the statue of Al-Hibri, denoting that which lifts your consciousness up, causing you to ascend and echo outwards into the afterlife. Okay, so this is the statue of Hibri, which I've broken on several times. Pharaoh Hibri Hor on display at the Egyptian Museum with the hands pointed up. And now that you come to the Tehuti Podclass, you know, this isn't only hands, but it's also, I don't know if I said this at the Podclass. I don't know if I said chest. I don't know if I said men in class. Okay, here we go, everybody. Now we're going to get into plate 35 of the Purim Haru. Saith Asar Ani, triumphant homage to thee, who art the Lord, Lord of right and truth, Ma'at, the one Lord of eternity, maker of everlasting. I have come to thee, my Lord Ra. I have made food offerings to the Lord of the cows. Now I have some arrows here pointed to some words. One of the words is food offerings, and over here we see the word kau, and we see cows as kau, because this is actually where the word cows comes from, and it's also the word for sustenance or the spirit, or what we call, and astral projection is called, the bioenergetic template, which is the Ka, which is associated with the force of that which gives nutrients to the body through energetically. So we see cows and we see cow food offerings, 7 together with the bull. We see the penis there with the 2 arms up, which is Ka again. So we see this word Ka is cow's food offering, and it's also the Ka and the bull, the great bull, who give cakes and ale to the shining ones, the Akus or the Kus, the conscious lights. Grant ye to my soul, my Ba, be with you. May he kepera upon you, or transform, being upon you. So that's transformation. So now we look now at the same word Ka, translated to as cow, which is, yes, the female sustaining energy of the cow. Neter tet heru. Let me take you to the building structure of the female's Purim Haru, the Purim Haru of Nefertari put on the walls, where we see the 7 Ka, the 7 Kau, translated as cow, because that is where we get the word cow from. So here we are in the tomb of Nefertari. And we see the tomb of Nefertari we see the black bull, and we see the 7 cows, the sustaining cows, considered sustaining animals. Why? Because they give off fertility through their dung, which is the object that the Kepera beetle pushes in a circle around and around, which represents everlasting life. And the dung actually is what keeps the earth green, because it keeps the plants alive, while at the same time they breastfeed their children through their udders. So they're considered sustainers. The great cow. Okay, so who is the most powerful person in Kemet? Yes, the Pharaoh. What if I told you we knew that what made the Pharaoh great was the female energy, the Ka, Aset and Nebtet, his 2 quote-unquote wives. You're going to notice I have the word wives in quotations, his quote-unquote wives, which are backing him. Let me show you the real word for Pharaoh. So the real word for Pharaoh is this word right here, which I've broken down before. Par-i-i, we can see right there, okay, in the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary, page 238. There's the word for Pharaoh, which is Par-i-i. It means a great temple or a great house. And you know what great house and great temple is, because I did the whole classes on the architecture and the structure of the temple, actually matching the 18 units of man. So the house, the temple, the pyramid are all units of man in a microcosm. So we've already broken that down. So the Pharaoh is called the great house. The Per-i-i, the part that means house is Per. I-i means great. Okay, so here's the I-i. What does it mean? Great, to be large. Okay, so it's per house, and the word I-i or a-a meaning great. You see it right there. mighty. So the two hands, which are the Ka, is what makes the pharaoh mighty. But what is the word ee from that is making Asar and all the pharaohs mighty that the pharaohs are emulating? What is that word ee? It's ee, it's the forearm, right? The two forearms are the hands. Boom, the arms are not just one arm, but it's ee, two arms, which are the two ladies with their arms supporting Asar, representing the Ka, within that sustains and keeps you alive. So right off the bat, the so-called wives are what makes the man the ee in the ancient family, because she supports his actual sustenance. She supports his actual life in immortality, because the man is living his life imitating Asar, which was the first to die and resurrect, and the women were the first to resurrect him. So their hands, which are the Ka, which represent the bioenergetic template, is the same terminology for your woman as they stand behind you, supporting you and resurrecting you for out-of-body experiences and eventually the afterlife. And if you take the women away, the so-called wives away, you no longer have a pharaoh, because in order to have a pharaoh, you have to have the ee, which is the Ka, which is the bioenergetic template that keeps you alive. So the so-called wife in the family was equated to the actual bioenergetic template, a complete different concept than today, because your wife is not considered your soul today. Where in ancient times, in order to be a wife or a mate of someone, you had to actually be living the life of the microcosm of what the soul does to keep the physical body alive. So let's just start right there. The differences with all these microcosms of immortality. Guess what one of the words was for family? Guess what one of the words were for family, everybody? You know what one of the words were for family 3,000 years before the Matrix? Let's find out. What is the word for actual family 3,000 years before the Matrix? Page 105 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. The two arms, family, ee, e-a-u-e, e-a-ut, ee, by the two hands. And it shows a woman there with the Fibonacci sequence. Can everybody see it? I have three arrows pointing directly to it. That the actual word for what you're calling a wife today, the word wife, the ee, the two hands that support, that represent the Ka, that keep the body alive. The same word for wife was the word for family. The ee, two hands of Aset and Neptet, was the word for family. So the actual word for family is actually a female netter. If you look closely, you will see this is the female netter. The female, let me come to the screen real quick. The female in the so-called family is the word for the entire family itself. What a completely different concept than everything I've been told tonight. What a completely different concept than what everybody's been telling me family is. Well, 3,000 years before the Matrix, the actual female was the microcosm of the entire family, because the way you said the female was the two arms, the same thing you said for your bioenergetic template that actually gave birth to your Ba, was the female, the two women behind you, and that's what made her your wife or your family, because she actually was the sustainer for the entire family and the life giver, living the microcosm of immortality, because that's what the story of Asar was all about. So if you didn't believe it, you couldn't be an atheist wife. You couldn't be an atheist wife 3,000 years before the Matrix. You had to automatically understand the Ka, the bioenergetic template, the pure energetic projectable double Asar, and immortality, what the two hands meant, why the hands were connected to the Eve, the chest. On the left side was the Eve, so the actual Ka symbol is two hands with the chest, and that's what your responsibility was, and you were called as the so-called wife, that you were actually the uplifter of the entire family through the spirit, as the cow, the sustainer, the original breastfeeder. What a different concept. What a different concept. And that's why the word Ka has the chest in it, because the chest contains the Eve. So you're about to see something that the actual word has Eve in it as well, which is the heart. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. If your teacher is teaching you like this, Stranger will send him $500. Timestamp and book number. If not, please respect and support what you're seeing here at the Tehuti Podclass, because you've never seen anything like this before. And to keep this, please send support. Cash App TTM Moon,
PayPal at RockSV, only if you like or appreciate any of this matrix breaking that is happening. If any of this is breaking the matrix for you, then please support the Podclass. You see that? That is family right there. The two arms, the two hands, page 105, the same word for the woman. So the actual word family in ancient times was a feminine word. The actual image of the woman was the word for family. How good does that make you feel as a female? How good does that make you feel as a wife, that the actual word for the entire family is actually you? With the Fibonacci sequence right there, with the swirl or the loop or the rope, which I've broken down many times before, boom, as soon as we begin, can you see the complete difference in consciousness between the so-called family concept that has been in your brain than what was there pre-Matrix? So what was the word for family member? Today, we call wife. What was the other word for wife? It was makit. Makit. Hey, everybody. What does that say right there? Does that say support of the heart? Did you not learn here at the Tehuti Podclass, the men in the class, first time in your life, that the Ka symbol was actually the two hands with the actual chest, because the chest actually on the left side, which is why you put your foot to the left, and why left is Eve and the word heart is Eve, and both left and heart are the same word because they're actually to the left. So in order for you to pass the Ma'at scale, you have to have a purified heart. Well, who's helping purifying your heart in the family? The wife, which is the Ka, holding up the back and supporting you as the resurrected Asar. So that's the same word for wife, means support of the Eve, because if your Eve is not supported, then it's not going to get past the scales of Ma'at to immortality. So that she's the protector of the household, because she's the protector of your heart, moving you towards immortality. And that is why the word for housewife, protector of the household, there is the same symbol again. See that symbol again? We're right back here. Here's family. See the same symbol again? The two hands are set in Nebtet, the two hands, the Ka, the bioenergetic template. Well, it's the same word for the support of the heart, because that's exactly what Asar and Aset were doing with their man, supporting his heart and resurrecting, symbolically giving him back a heartbeat, giving him back his rhythm. But we see the word Maka'it also means covering. And then we see a bird with the wings out. Why would Maka'it, which is the word for wife, mean a covering? Well, when we go to the words of Ankh-Shesh-Ankh, the political prisoner in 100 BC under the Ptolemies, who was the last of the Kemetic men to actually give the laws of Ma'at, it says, when a man smells pleasant of myrrh, his wife is like a cat before him. That's Bastet, which means also perfume. But when a man is hurt, his wife is there like a lioness to protect him. This is what family was in ancient times. And we see the vulture with the wings now the hands of the Ka are now wings supporting and protecting Asar, resurrecting him back to life. And that's why you see the image down here with Thutmose, and you see the bird wings over his penis, resurrecting him, giving him back life. And that's why you see the image of Aset over Asar's penis, flapping her wings, covering him. Which means that way before the Matrix, constant thought of protection brings us to the lamentations of Aset, or who they're calling Isis, lamentations of Isis. His sister was his guard, she who drives off the foes, who stops the deeds of the disturber by the power of sound vibration, the clever-tongued, whose speech fails not, effective in the word of command, because command is order and utterance, and order is ma'at, and it is also giving vibration. That's why order is the same as voice, and it's the same as structure. Mighty Aset, protector of her brother. Oh, her relative that she was in a relationship with, who sought him without worry, meaning she's never getting tired, who roamed the land lamenting, not resting at all until she found him, who made a shade, here we go, a covering, a shade with her plumage. Created breath with her wings. That's why the wings represent the breath of life. Who jubilated, joined her brother. Jubilated, which means to praise and to sing. That word is high. To praise and to sing, that word is high. High. Join her brother. Raise the weary ones, inertness, because that was his name, inertef, inert. That's where they get the word inertia from. Receive the seed, bore the air, raise the child in solitude. His abode unknown. He was in a state of amen. The word for jubilation is high, high, which was stolen, taken, and put into the matrix as what you say when you introduce somebody, because the word high means to interject or eject. It actually represented a penis, and it was the ancient word for husband. The injector, the ejector, to interject. So that's when you meet somebody, the first thing you interject and say is high. It means the jubilation, to rejoice in happiness. It's from what Aset was doing to Asar. It meant high because that was his position. His position was the husband, that the wife was jubilating and was happy, saying high. And that's where you get the word hello and holler from. Holler. Holler and hello and all of those things come from that. From the word actually for husband. So you couldn't even call yourself a husband in the family without even understanding that the word high meant interjection, and it meant to jubilate, which went back to the story of Lamentations of Aset jubilating, and her husband became the high because she was happy that he was brought back into existence. It was the way that you greet and meet somebody, the way that you interact with somebody for the first time with sound vibration, which became how you introduce, introduced and interject, the same word to enter something, which is what a penis does. And when you introduce somebody, you say hi, because that was the word for the husband, the man that made his woman make a sound when they had sex to break her virginity. Anyways, let's get back to it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. This is what the other teachers are ashamed to teach because they don't know it. It takes discipline to teach this. It doesn't take discipline to argue and say who's wrong and who's this and who's exposed. It takes discipline to do this. Do you notice that there's this is a typo. There's a comma, not a karma. Karma is for another question coming up. There's a comma in between the M and the other part of the word. Well, the M means one of. That's typo, 1 hour. One of, or that which is from. And the other word is ket or ket. The original wife is called ket. It's actually two words there. Is its own word. That's why there's a comma there. And ket, which is spelled K-I-T, K-E-T, Q-I-T, because in the Meta Netter, we didn't have those specific letters. In English, they just have letters that make the same sound of the ancients, and it could be a Q, it could be a C. Car could spell with a C. You could spell car with a K. It didn't really matter. It was the sound vibration of it. So it's ket, ket. So what is that? Why is it separated into two? It means to support the heart. Well, in order to be a wife in the family, you had to be an ket. But what is an ket? What is the ket? We go to page 779 for the ket. And what is the ket? The ket is the form, the image, the likeness, simulation, similitude, the likeness. And it shows the mummy resurrected. It is the deceased that's resurrected. It's called the ket. It's the likeness of something. In other words, what is the woman protecting? Boom. The echoed body of immortality, the pure energetic, projectable double. To be a wife in the created family before the matrix, you had to know the story of Asar and aid the husband daily to purify his heart for immortality. A much different concept from when you took your vows as a wife today. Your focus responsibility of a wife of the family today is a little different, isn't it? Much different when you're taking those vows. Completely different. Had nothing to do with your belief system, immortality. It had nothing to do with it. As a matter of fact, what did I show you up here? I showed you here. This is the afterlife. You see that?
they're together in the afterlife. This is Tutu and her, what today is called the husband, the family in the afterlife. When does the afterlife take place, everybody? When does it take place? It's obvious, right? When does the afterlife take place? It takes place after life, right? The Orwellian matrix, the diametric opposites, teaching you things that are opposing each other in your mind, is to teach you the opposite of what you were pre-matrix. So there they are in the afterlife. There are multitudes of images of families in the afterlife. Children with their parents, husbands with their mates, female mates with their husbands, children, mothers of the father in the afterlife together. And a man and a woman together. Much different than the vow you took, right? Women out there who are married, much different. Because you're married until death do us part. Until death do us part. Until death do us part. Until death do... Wait a minute. The whole meaning of the name of a wife in pre-matrix was to prepare for the afterlife and immortality, so you could continue with your spouse there. You could continue there in consciousness in the afterlife. It was the Per-Em Haru shows husband and spouse, female spouse together, so-called wife together in the afterlife. Your new vow is to not believe that. Your new vow is to be with your husband until death. Now you're separating in the same church that you're told there's an afterlife. But guess who you're going to be with there? Jesus. Jesus. So you're going to separate from your husband, but you're going to be there with Jesus. You're going to be there with Jesus in heaven, but on earth in the same church that you're there with the same Bible that you took the vow of marriage for, the same Bible you're saying, till death do us apart. We're going to be separated at death, but the same Bible that we go to church in, the same church we were married in, says that when we die, we're going to be with Jesus. But we're going to be separated from the family till death do us part. But pre-matrix, the wife's name entailed her responsibilities to continuously, daily prepare for the afterlife. She was the protector of the Ket. She was the protector of the pure energetic double, to protect her husband and keep his heart pure for the afterlife. That was her name. Today, it's till death do you part. But don't worry, you're going to have a man there. Ladies, your man's going to be there. Jesus. That's who will be there. Jesus, the man who never had a wife. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's break this matrix, everybody. Here we go. Let's go. Ready? Boom. Till death do us part. Till death do us part. Yes. So here it is. The woman name is the family, the two hands. She is called the Ket, the protector of the Ket, which is the image, the bioenergetic double, the pure energetic double, copied image, body, the project, the Orwellian diametric opposites, the magical effect of using your attraction to duality and neurologically switching that perception to anti-biological imperative, subconsciously creating animosity and isfet within the family. It's Orwellian. Go watch, what's it called? 1984. You'll understand Orwellian. Orwellian diametric matrix, right? So it's subconscious creating animosity within the so-called relatable tight-knit units. It's to cause isfet. It is when one word means its own opposite, which is paradoxically impossible for the mind to register, causing a divorce from reality, disrespect and strife within the so-called created family of immortality. That means that it is impossible for a word to mean its own opposite in reality. But in the matrix, it's very possible. That is called Orwellian diametric opposites. One word means its own opposite, and the brain cannot digest that. It doesn't make any sense for the same word with the same frequency to mean its own opposite. It's impossible for the mind to register that. That causes a divorce from reality. Here's the word opposed.
which is the opposite that we're talking about. What does oppose mean? What does opposite actually mean? To speak or act against, to accuse, to question, to interrogate, to oppose something, to rival, to contradict a point of view. You're opposing something. To set against, to set a place over against, to be the opposite is to oppose. That means you're arguing. Notice it has to do with speaking. It has to do with accuse, question, interrogate, to speak. All that has to do with opposition of voice. That's what the word oppose means. Interesting. What do they have you calling your spouse's sex in his or her gender? What do they have you calling it, everybody? What do you call your wife, your so-called wife or your husband? She's the what sex? It starts with the letter O. Does anybody know? What is your husband? If you're a female, then your husband is of the blank sex. If you're a male, then your male is of the something sex. What's that word? It starts with an O. Anybody know? Type it in the room if you know. Type it in the room. Oh, there we go. Your husband is of the opposite sex, the opposing, right? To fight against, to speak against, to contradict, to set against, to set enemy with. The one that you get together and put penis in vagina to come closer than any of your friends because you're coming closer past the peripheral. It's the closest two people can get together because you're actually passing the peripheral, penetrating each other's body. So you're a close unit than any other person that you can be involved with, so close that the sperm actually unites with an egg and produces a third that is chromosomally you and him. That's how close you are, and you can only do that if you're the opposite sex. They taught you that you can only come close if you're opposing, if you're opposite. The opposite sex, right? Why would the sex that you're coming close to be opposite from you, be opposing you? If you're in court and you say, I oppose that, I object, that means you're not agreeing and getting along. But you're supposed to be agreeing and getting along with the person that you're having a child with. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, the only place left where the matrix is broken. So the opposite sex, immediately using magical links and associations to combine the word of procreation with opposing. So you're procreating, getting together, but you're doing it because you can only do it with somebody who opposes you. Do you see the matrix now? Do you see the matrix? But my wife, husband is beautiful. She's my counterpart. I was always wondering why we're at odds all the time in fighting. Well, could that be because the word counterpart, we're taught in one dictionary, a thing that fits another perfectly. Something that completes the other. Counterpart. One remarkably similar to the other. One word can't mean its own opposite. Can it, family? Can it, everybody, family? Can one word mean its own opposite? Does the mind digest that? Because we have the word counterpart, meaning something that perfectly is together. They complement each other. That sounds like a good relationship. Sounds pretty good. Counterparts. A subconscious fight continuously taking place in the mind. Speaking of fighting, when a fighter has a great opposition, opposing the other fighter, and can turn the opponent's attack against them and block it, what is that called? It starts with a C, everybody. If anybody knows anything about boxing, martial arts, when somebody throws a punch and you can take that punch and throw it to the other side, so you take the punch, they tell you to come in from the middle. When somebody goes to punch, well, I don't know what you've been taught, but in martial arts and jiu-jitsu, we come in from the middle up so that we can go this way, so the person's body can spin like a keto, And so we come up this way and we go this way, and this way automatically turns our body this way, which spins the other person this way, which because the body's turning this way, this hand has momentum, and because it's already turning, now we can punch and hit the side. So that is what is that called though? When somebody throws a punch and you go like this and now you can hit the side like that. What is that actually called? Oh, it's called a counter punch. Hey. Huh? It's called countering? Does that mean that you're complimenting it? You're fully united with the punch? If somebody throws a punch and you counter it, you're blocking it. Does that mean that this is a thank you for complimenting me? This punch really completes me. Thank you for the compliments. Next time I'm gonna let you punch me. Oh, so countering is to oppose something? Because the person you're countering doesn't like it, do they? They don't like to be countered. They want to get the punch in, right? But hey, I thought counterpart, which is a part that counters. Well, the part that I countered somebody's punch with is my arm. That's my body part, and it's countering the punch. But it says, hey, it fits together. It completes. It's like a compliment. Well, that person that got hit in the side, he didn't think he's being complimented. So it's a counterpart. Yes, let me actually take you to expertboxing.com, #1 boxing training website since 2008, expertboxing.com. 7 easy boxing counters. Does that mean boxing compliments? Boxing getting along together? Counter. Hey, it means to go against, to come against, engage in combat. In boxing, to return blow while receiving a parry of a blow to an opponent. Opponent, opposite, two things that are opposing each other, like they're fighting. So counter means to go against, right? So counter means to go against. But wait a minute, this dictionary tells me to call my wife a counterpart because it means to fit perfectly together. How can I fit perfectly together and I'm completing my woman completes me? That's a counterpart, but yet a counter is something that goes against. Orwellian diametric matrix, where one word in the society means its own opposite. You use them both and thus subconsciously confusing your neurons, preparing it and getting it ready to digest the matrix. Gulp, gulp, eat up, gulp. And that's why it's called gullible, from seagulls that have a large, anyways. Boom, again, Orwellian diametric opposites. The magical effect of using our attraction to duality. That's why I brought duality to the class. Duality and neurologically switching that perception to anti-biological imperative, subconscious, creating animosity and isfet within the family. It is when one word means its own opposite, which is paradoxically impossible for the mind to register, causing a divorce from reality, disrespect, and strife within the household. Example, what does the word oppose mean? Now you know. That's why, wow, Tehuti, that's why me and my wife are always arguing, fighting. It's difficult to hold my family together. Yes. That is also because you are calling her the B word and a transsexual every single day. Oh, you didn't know that? You didn't know that? Your current conscious spiritual teacher didn't teach you that? Well, that is why you were here at the Tehuti Podclass. Let me break the matrix. I want to tell you something, okay? I want you to truly understand something that's very, very important. Very, very important. When stranger hits his toe, he says, ow. When I hit my toe, I say, ah, ow. When Eric G hits his toe, ah. When Rigo gets slapped in the face, ah, oh, man, ah. We've never met each other, nor have we taught each other those sounds. Those are sound frequencies that come from a vibration of consciousness that is universal. And the sound frequencies come from a part of our mind that create our mouth to make certain words. Words are just sound that come from a consciousness. And once that consciousness vibrates out of the mind through the tongue, Now that consciousness becomes olfactory. Now it becomes something that somebody can receive and take within them, whether you change the meaning of ah or not. You see, what ouch means to me is it's actually a couch, and you see the C is we're crip walking, and you can change it to all that. You can change it, but the frequency of what caused the person to make that utterance stays the same frequency. So you can try to say that ouch is a form of a couch without a C. Guess what? When that person hits their bone again on the sidewalk or hits their foot again, they're going to yell ouch, because it's a frequency. Every word that you're using is coming from a mental frequency. Whether you think you can change it or not, its original vibration, like how thunder makes a specific sound, I don't care how you try to translate that sound. That sound is coming from what's causing in the static to create that sound. The roar of a lion has been the roar of a lion for over 4 million years. You could say it means roar. He's saying good morning, roar. I am roarly happy. You can try to do all that. That roar is a sound vibration coming from a particular part of the brain that's giving a warning to you. That is how words are created. So when we use words, terminologies, the original frequency of what is created it stays with it. Whether you try to say, well, the word nigger means never ignorance, gaining godlyhood, everlasting registered in the laws of Ma'at, and thus for I'm a nigger. Nope. Here we go, everybody. Now let's see why you guys been calling your lady the B word and a transsexual all of your life. And it was done purposely. And they tell you that it was done purposely, and they never changed it. Let me break the matrix. What do you call your woman? Your wife, right? Here we go, everybody. Yes, this is they use the duality of opposite sex, male-female duality, combine them with hermaphrodite frequencies, combine it with bestiality, and yes, ladies, and yes, gentlemen, that is what you call your beloved lady that you will start a family with that particular sound frequency. You call her a wife man. Did you know that, everybody? Did you know that Wiffle meant to twist, to be ashamed, and it was actually wife man, and it was the bitch. Hey, let's look it up, everybody. Here it is. Apparently felt inadequate in its basic sense, leading more distinctively formation. With man. Source, woman, Dutch whiff, now meaning slang, girl, babe, having softness, somewhat of what? Earlier sense of bitch, which is a female dog. A female dog, whiff, having softened somewhat from the earlier sense of bitch, or wife man, whiffin, which is what you've been calling your lady. Only when you marry her, the matrix gets you to call her this frequency. This means that at the time when this word was created, they didn't tell you, but this was a word that they were calling women as a softened derogatory terminology. Not the woman that you love till death do you part, not the woman that you marry. It was a word of a derogatory, softened form of a bitch. That's what the word wife was. And they chose that word for you to call the woman, who of course is your counterpart, opposite sex opposing. And that's why everyone is arguing and fighting in their relationship as they're trying to relate to each other. And boom, it's fed frequency of disrespect, mental confusion, inner conflict of nonsensical words that oppose themselves. And this is the base frequency of what you think is your family. The reason why we cannot find one divorce document, and here we go to primordial thoughts. What was the so-called divorce in ancient times? We can't find a divorce document in Kemet. Nope. We can't find that. Do we have people that got along and maybe not got along? That seems to be natural, but any comments of it is all speculation when it comes to an actual relationship family, and then a separation of family, a divorce. Like you have a legal document today, like that is not my wife, Whiffin, bitch anymore. Nope.
we're separating. There is not a legal document of divorce in Kemet. In 6,000 years, yet in America, just in 2023, of which is not even finished yet, we're still in 2023. If we go to the Centers of Disease Control Prevention provisions, number of marriages and marriage, key divorce statistics in 2003 and 2021, a total of 689,308 divorces occurred across 45 U.S. states reported this statistics. That's almost a million. That's over 500,000. 689,308 divorces in 45 states in total of the year. Divorces in Kemet, documented divorces. We can't find a document. We can't find one separation document. We can't find it. We can speculate on relationship and say, well, that person was written to be with this person, then they were. This all speculation. You don't find domestic abuse, you don't find divorces, but yet we find 689 divorces. Is there a difference? Of course. And this was the frequency this is the frequency they have the masses start children with to create the matrix family. Oh, speaking of children, don't worry. They did not leave them out of the duality, conscious counter. And after this, I'm going to take a break. Conscious countering ISFET programming in your mind. Remember, this is based on reversing the beauty of duality, which is complementing each other. Two things compatible, cohabitable, which means two. Duality, one and one, two things coming together to create a new destructive ISFET based on the concept of family in your mind, because remember, that is the only place it exists. What is duality? Yes, duality is two. Thus, what do they program you to expect when building this matrix family to be the time age when your son, daughter begins to oppose and counter and act crazy and project the most rebellious behavior? What age is that again, everybody? What age did they tell us that we accepted and then we made it a reality? What age is that a child becomes completely rebellious and uncontrollable? What age is that, everybody? Is it 5? Is it 7? Is it 8 months old? What is the age they tell us to expect that behavior? Anybody know what age is that? Hey, it's 2. That's right, 2. They even started with the same consonant as the number 2, and they call it the TT. Break that down in another class. So it is the TT, the terrible twos, the two echoing T's. And that is the age when children start going through there's no such thing as the terrible 3s. Where's the terrible 7s? Where's the terrible 8s? Where's the terrible 8-month-old? Where's the terrible 1? It's only 2. Duality, Orwellian, dualistic matrix, reversal of the double effect. Taking that which was duality and now making it opposite, oppose, counterpart. Now it's a bad 2, and that's why now the children are told to misbehave in 2, told to misbehave in 2 from you and the society that puts it in the frequency. How do you know they're being told? Is this really a real phenomenon? Is the Terra 2s really a world? Is that really a phenomenon that exists? It seems like everybody seems to know it. What age is that? Wah, living with the terrible 2s. Look at that guy, man. It's the terrible 2s, a period in a child's social development, typically around the age 2, which is associated with a very defiant or unruly, opposite countering, unruly behavior, terrible 2s. And that's why Healthline tells you what to expect. What to expect with the TT, the terrible 2. Both parents and pediatricians often speak of terrible 2s. This was a normal development phase. This was a normal development phase experienced by young children that is often marked by tantrums. The terrible two tantrums define behavior and lots of frustration. It's a normal development. It's normal. The terrible twos. Boom, boom, yes, two. Can someone show me in any ancient papyrus? I'll cash app you. I'll get Rigo, me, Scribe. Each of us will cash app you $100 each. Can you show me, please, an ancient papyrus, stone writing, school document, pre-matrix, in the past 5,000 years of documented written history of children, that this was ever a reality in the family? Just one case, please. Can you guys look it up? I mean, we have 6,000 years of written history. We invented the original schools, the original daycare systems, the original child care systems. We invented child care. 6,000 years. Kemet has the most documented history of any culture on the planet. You go to the Sumerians, you go to Assyria, ancient China. Can we please leave this matrix and go pre-matrix and show us where the ancient ones were talking about Tutankhamun when he was in his terrible twos? Tutankhamun was in his terrible two stage. The terrible twos. Can we find one papyrus? I will cash app you. Scribe will cash app you. Stranger will cash app you. Rigo will cash app you, and I'll get one other person, and you will be cash apped $500 if you can find the ancient papyrus. And we have 6,000 years of them. You have a lot to go through, because if you want to find the terrible twos right now, you literally have to just type it in, and 8,000 articles pop up. So it should be easy to find over 6,000 years of the terrible twos, right? Unless there was no such thing. Unless that was created in the Matrix. That we've been on this earth from Homo sapiens 350,000 years with 6,000 years of documented writing and no record of the terrible twos. Not a record of it. Not one record of it. I'm going to put the link in the room. I'm going to take my break right now. Team, jump in. I have to take a break right now and then come back and end this section of the class. This is long, right? We've been on this for an hour and a half. What is this? An hour and an hour and 27 minutes. I'm going to take a break right now, throw some water on my face, replenish myself, give myself some ka. Team, jump in the room. Nicholas, you can jump in the room too, but team, jump in the room. The terrible twos. Tutankhamun and the terrible twos. Pharaoh Pepi was a pharaoh at 6 years old. He had to get past those terrible twos. He was a pharaoh at 6 years old. Did Pharaoh Pepi go through the terrible twos as well? How about the rebellious teens? The rebellious teens, is that Tutankhamun was ruling 4,000 miles of Kemet at 13. Was he a rebellious teen? All right, everybody, you gotta jump in the room. Oh my gosh. What's up, family man? You're on mute.
Peace, Scholar. Wow, this is incredible. That's absolutely incredible. Am I still on mute? No, I can't hear myself. Yeah,
I can hear you. We can hear you.
I'm already grateful. Man. I mean, Saba's given a breakdown well past than what I gave. so all of this right here is just, Saba, I appreciate the love, because I see what you do for your own members, people who support. So part of the team, I appreciate what you're doing right now. So just let that be known. Like that's not something that's overlooked by me. So Tua, gratitude and new to you, Saba. So I appreciate all of what you're doing for me right now. Tua for that, Saba.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You see it. This is I had to do this one for you. This was I said we're gonna do this all matrix breaking and archaeology. We don't have to get into my personal family or anybody personal. This is all this is my favorite topic. I'm surprised. This has never been asked to me before. I've been waiting for this to be. I've been waiting for this question since '93. I've waited for this question since 1993, because I've been in relationships, out of relationships, in family, separated from family, because I have no tolerance. Personally, I have no tolerance. Either you're in this movement and in this struggle and in this battle and in this knowledge and purification, or you're not. I'm not fighting for you. I'm not fighting to get my children back. I'm not fighting to get my ex back. There's no fight with me. I'm totally happy because my life existed prior to this. So either you're on the side of truth and you're with it and your culture is the focus, or you're not. And if you're not, goodbye. I have nothing and no attachments to anybody. I'm only attached to those who are on this path. And if you're not on this path, bye-bye. I have literally, anybody who knows me, nothing. I cut you off quick. There's no call. There's no nothing, because this is beyond me. I'm not here for any of that. But if you're here for that, then you're with me. The second you're not. And that is because I knew all of this for years. Imagine knowing all of this and trying to create a family with people whose minds are still in the matrix. How long would that last? It's hard to make a family with me, but it's easy to make a family with me. I'll be back. Peace, support.
Hotep, everyone. Peace. How does my mic sound?
Come on, you sounding great, Ani. Welcome, all brother. Right.
To our good brother, to you.
We patiently waiting. We patiently waiting. We patiently waiting, Ani.
Yes, sir.
Hotep, break.
Hotep. Peace to you. Yes, I know you'll be the first one. Primordial Thought 9. You'll definitely be the first one to have that link for sure. So to you, good brother.
To you, brother. I appreciate you.
All right, yes, sir. Everyone, make sure you're supporting the great SABA Tehuti and what he's bringing forth. This very powerful and important class on what it really means to be family, and as Sister Shannon said, the Matrix is crazy, absolutely, and it's embedded really deep. So these teachings are far more valuable than any type of financial monetary status, but that's what we utilize now to show reciprocity. So show your reciprocity for this, because I'm sure everyone who's present in this class is benefiting from this. I'm certain that everyone in this class is benefiting from this. So show your support and show your love for our great SABA, for living the way that he has been living, to be able to bring this forth to us, matrix free, to show the matrix and show what it was prior to that, which is inevitably raising the standard of what it means to have a family. So Hotep, everyone, continue to do what you're doing. And I'm guaranteed that everyone's going to change their verbiage after this class, from referring to their mates and what it really means, and which is the step needed to really start to remove yourself from the matrix, is using the vibrational tones that they placed on us to create our perception of the reality that we exist in. So this is so important. So Hotep, great brother Atef from Kima'at, are you there? He may not be there.
Hotep, I'm here, great brothers. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Peace and love.
Peace to you, good brother. Good to see you, Menku Ara. Peace to you, good brother.
Hotep. Peace to you, brothers. Hotep. Peace and love. How you doing, Nicholas? What you think of the breakdown, good brother?
Hotep. Peace and love, everybody. It blew my mind when we've been using these words all our life to friends and family, and so it's quite a shock. I need to start rewording everything. So I'm so grateful, appreciated that SABA is here to teach us and show us these things. Because if not, I wouldn't have known. You know? So it's really grateful for that. And peace to all of you in the panel. Much love.
Peace to you, great brother. Welcome to the panel. And our SABA is amazing. I can't even imagine. Like there's before the podcast, there's right before the podcast, and then there's now, right? Like because this information that is bringing forth you're not going to get this nowhere else. So,
hey brother Tef, your mic is kind of going in and out. Yeah.
Okay. Too many buttons. Hold on, let me check it out.
All right. While everyone's here, I want to make sure to tell everyone that this is the final week coming up to be able to purchase your tickets for the Pathways to Awakening event, the celebration of our great SABA Tehuti, the Tehuti Podclass, and the teachings of Ma'at. And this is a pivotal moment in time and recreating history. So make sure you all, if you're able to be there, and join us. As the great brother Tefrem Kim Ma'at says, we're gonna have some beautiful talent show performances. I'm looking forward to that. And of course, building and giving the beautiful offerings to our SABA. So this is the last week. And, if you can be there, be there. So I definitely wanted to put that out there now. So you all know. So yes, absolutely. Minku Ara, what do you think so far of this matrix breaking, reprogramming of everything when it comes to family, good brother Minku Ara?
Pretty powerful. It's pretty interesting. This week I was having these thoughts about being in alignment at the same time while going through transformation and growth in a very profound way. And SABA continues to give us more freedom and more peace and more reasons to want to grow. And so that's it's a very strenuous journey to always be getting more information that is actual facts. And so this is what separates SABA from everyone else that I know in this universe. He just took one of the most sensitive, one of the most basic things that we thought we knew to be true, and he just totally just dismantled that in a very positive way, though, so we can stand on a solid foundation. And it's a teaching like there's nowhere else that this kind of teaching, from my experience, that can be found. I've been searching, I've been interested, and like Brother Tef said, I just want to learn. And you say that to SABA, be careful what you ask for, because he is going to teach you. He is going to teach you in a way that is not warm and fuzzy. He is like, the truth is not an easy thing for everyone to digest. I bet you if we talked, there will be people you talk to about these kinds of things, they would probably disagree and fight you tooth and nail on what we just learned today. But it's the actual factual truth, and it's so powerful that you can't contest it. And so man, them stats on marriage and the language that we use, it's a Masonic language. It's beyond evil to manipulate people to be confused in the way that the Matrix does is so vicious. It's blatantly wrong. It's so hurtful. So to our SABA and those that want to be in the light and want to be in the truth, it's powerful.
Yes, absolutely. I agree. If you want to know the truth, you'll receive it from our great SABA, and it's definitely so this takes work, right? After this class, are we gonna go back to doing the same things with the same mindset? No, right? If we really want to learn and expand and break out of this matrix, now we have to do some work. Now we have to start to implement the verbiage, the words, the reprogramming of these tones that are just terrible, right? And when you've been doing something for so long, it just becomes embedded in your subconscious. So you say it without even thinking about it. So now there's actual work that has to be done. Once we step away from the class, knowing this information, to be able to live in Ma'at, right? To get rid of the matrix, which is why there's so much chaos within the family anyways, is because this is what the idea of family is built on, this matrix that they put in place. So of course there's going to be chaos within the family, because we lost the teachings of Ma'at that our great SABA Tehuti is bringing back towards us. So now we can implement these teachings and re-establish the foundation of what it means, and it's beautiful, and it eliminates the isfat, which is what Ma'at is about, eliminating the isfat. So these teachings are so powerful, and Hinu and Hotep to our great SABA Tehuti for doing what he's doing. To our Rati is absolutely fire. That was beautiful. SABA Tehuti, he might be my favorite one yet that I've seen, and I love that name. So Hotep, great brother Tefrem Kim Ma'at, mic check.
Mic check. How's my sound now?
You sound a little louder.
What about now? Is it louder?
Yes, there's just some like background noise
like
happening.
Like a humming sound.
The music, it's a lot of background noise with you. It's a wind sound, and then sometimes you hear the music echoing as well when you speak.
There's too many buttons on this machine, brother. How's it sound now? I'm trying to get it right.
Yeah, you can keep talking. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, this is you're not getting this information like this nowhere. Period. We got the SABA, and it's just, I can't even imagine. Like I said, it was life before SABA, and now it's now. It's what we call reality. It's Ma'at. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but Ma'at, and that's really what it is. And I'm so grateful for SABA to present this information to us, because we lost, man. It's like we moving backwards. Once upon a time, without our great teacher, and no other teacher is giving us this ancestral artifacts over religious opinion, and just completely shattering what we know as the truth, or what we think we know as the truth. Is absolutely ridiculous. The way this language, this English language that most of us speak, is just it's so confusing, so very, very confusing. This is why we park on a driveway and drive on a parkway. All that was done on purpose to confuse us. It's ridiculous, man, and it's sad. But at the same time, I'm grateful. I'm absolutely grateful. I'm looking forward to seeing all of you great brothers coming up real soon. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing our great teacher again, and to be in his energy, and to just get to share that space with him. It's a beautiful thing, man. It's the memories that I have when we met up the first time were absolutely phenomenal, and this is going to be bigger and better. And this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning of what's going on teachingsofahat.org. Come join us. The SABA, the best teacher on the internet, period. There's no other teacher like this, period. I don't even listen to none of that other stuff. I just can't. I don't have time for it. I'm reading. I'm studying. I'm doing the research because the page numbers are there. The papyruses are there. The etymology online dictionary is there. It's an app on my phone. I'm studying the Metal Netter. There's apps. There's books. There's so much stuff and so much information out there that we have. So many resources that we have at our disposal. Because SABA don't just talk. He's not just talking. He is showing us and he is doing. So it's just a beautiful thing. If you want to identify something, one of the ways that you can identify something is how does it behave or how does he behave? Like Primordial Thought pointed out earlier, he had to examine our great SABA for quite some time before he came up on a panel. So welcome. His brother came and never left, just like me. I don't know how I got here, but all I want is the truth. All I want to do is learn. I'm just tired of the lies. I'm tired of the Easter Bunny laying eggs. I'm tired of the Santa Claus sliding down the chimney. I'm tired of the Tooth Fairy. I'm just tired of the lies. Everything that we know is the truth. All these celebrations, I'm tired of celebrating the beginning of slavery, July 4th, 1770. I'm just tired of the lies. I'm just grateful. I am grateful for my teacher. And if you are grateful, then you will support. Show your support in any way that you can. People do what's important to them. So if this knowledge is important to you, if it benefits you in any kind of way, then show your support. It's just as simple as that. It's not a ISFET energy going on here. It's reciprocity. Because I'm telling you, and this is me, this is my opinion, but this is a fact. There's no amount of money that's worth this information that he's breaking down for us, because he is breaking thousands of years, hundreds of years, okay, whatever. But he's breaking hundreds of years, maybe thousands of confusion. Hundreds. It's ridiculous. And it's right there in our face. They can hide the truth. They can't make it go away. The truth is there. We just got to examine. We have to look for it. So I'm grateful, great brothers. I'm absolutely grateful for my team.
It's tough.
Go ahead, brother.
One thing that kind of, sits, it's kind of stands out. We watch certain movies or TV shows to where certain main character gets cast out or whatever, and then along their journey they run into this stranger, right? And this stranger pretty much turns out to be like a master teacher or whatever, and just completely changes the main character's life. And then all of a sudden that main character turns into this, great character that we tend to watch, right? Or if I can use another example, it's kind of like, okay, if we all believe in reincarnation and we've been reincarnated, especially at a particular time, and then you got someone like SABA that comes along, this is that point of time. Like, can you actually identify when you're in that particular point of time to where now you're supposed to make that shift? Like, this is that part. This is that running into that stranger. This is that, I've been searching, and all of a sudden I just run into something called the Tehuti Podclass, or you know what I mean? And it's now we ran into that, and we're in the presence of that right now. So for me, I've identified it. I've been identified it, but SABA, like with questions like these and breakdowns like these that he's given us, everything that I ask him, these are those things that I'm identifying, and I want to see that shift. I'm trying to change. I ask questions personally for myself. I don't really ask questions for nobody else, or something that is popular. When I'm in my studies and a question sparks up within me, these are the type of things that I'm asking SABA, because I'm actually trying to change that whole aspect of where my consciousness has been into, and I'm trying to come out of that ISFET. I'm trying to come out of the matrix. So these are all personal for me. Any question you ever see me ask SABA, they're all personal. And one thing that SABA, I had a conversation with SABA about some workout things, and we had a conversation, and I asked him a question. He broke it down to me, and I don't know what happened. The very next day, I'm in the gym. I'm in the gym, and usually, you know, when I do my sit-ups, I'm on the decline bench, you know, because I feel like that's a more intense workout when it comes to sit-ups. And usually I do about 20, 25 per set. But that day after I talked to him, I went all the way to 50 in one set. And we're talking about a jump from 20 to 25 to 50 in that it wasn't even 24 hours since I had texted him. And I text him back and I'm like, Saba, yo, did you send some heck up my way? Like, what's going on? Because my set increased all the way to 50 for some reason. And I mean, every set I was doing it in, it was all 50. So it wasn't just that first set, you know, you kind of got that energy, your body's not worn, you know, it's not tired yet. And I only did 50 one time. No, each set was like 50, 50, 50, 50. And I just had to like just reach out to him. And I don't know, man. I just know Saba's changing my life. Let's just put it that way. Peace, Saba. We see you, man.
Peace. What do you say? What do you say, Primo? What else? Peace what?
I said, we see you, man. Peace.
Thank you. Hold on a second. Okay, peace, everybody. We are back. I am back. Beautiful, beautiful. We're gonna get into some donations, and I'm gonna get into the part two, the rest of that, the son, because we covered the wife, husband, we covered family. We're gonna get into the definition of son, daughter. All you asked me. I've been waiting for this question since '93, so thank you. Let's go. Oh man. Okay, so we're gonna get into some donations. Where's Scribe? Scribe, are you there? I love your background, Atef. That's different.
Do I, Saba?
You pen through here. Yeah, that's
Oh, Atef, Saba, I'm here.
That's the bread. No, you're on the other screen. Oh, sorry. That's what I said. Okay, hey, Scribe, how you doing? You like Tehuti?
Absolutely. Had to bring my duality out. He is absolutely fire.
And we can't find him. We can't find him in any of the. We can't find him anywhere. We looked. I got my netters to look, research. Like, what is this snake? Where is this bone white checkerboard? Where is this? And we can't find it. So he's my unique little guy, and I said, hey, the questions today are on duality. I have certain things for questions that are asked. I see you guys. Is that Zebra?
Yes, sir.
Zebra looks awesome. Zebra looks awesome. Yeah, I have questions for everybody, and at the end of this answer, I'm going to put out a challenge. If anybody wants to challenge me to at the end, I'm going to break down. I'm not going to break down. I'm not going to explain it. I told the TEP about the definition of what father was. So we did wife, we did husband. We're going to go through son, daughter, and then when we get to father, I'm going to show the symbol of father and see if anybody's going to put Tehuti to the challenge to see if he can bring the symbol for the Kemetic symbol for father and handle it. So I have these different things waiting for you all to ask me questions. And this is one of them, duality. He's been waiting for this. So the Halloween one is going to be duality too. This one's duality. So I said, let me bring out duality. They haven't seen him. It's crazy, right? So that's him right there. And we're going to get into some donations. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes,
we can hear you.
Good. We're going to get into some donations, and then we're going to go right back into it. More information, primordial thought.
Primordial Thought, man. You sent me, what did you send me? 400, right? Was that 400? I'm not sure what. I gotta go back to the. I think Primordial Thought sent me 400. This is what you get for sending $400. Here we go. Okay, let's get into the donations, everybody. So first one here, we're gonna get into about 8 donations, and we're gonna go right back into the information. Then right after that, somebody sent in a question for Halloween. Oh my, a question's never been asked before. Let's see what this is right here. This is give Be Get Leisure some big noise. Big noise, Be Get Leisure, if it's on the screen. And Be Get Leisure, if you're there in the room, Maharu. First, give them some big noise. Saba, brother, Hotep, sending another question right now. Thank you. And so, Maharu, if you could do me a favor, I never did see the question. I just got this, okay? So it just says, Saba Hotep sending another question right now. So this was all I received. I don't know if this was a donation, and then you were going to send something, another donation with a question. I'm not sure what this is, but if this, explain to me what this is, and you can send it in the email, and I will I'll match them up. I just didn't get anything for this, but shout out to you for the big donation. You said okay, Hotep, okay, good, because Maharu speaks to me on a regular through Facebook. So sometimes he's just talking, and he'll just like send me questions, and it's a conversation. And I don't know what matching what. Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate you. $50. What a way to start off the podcast. Monster donation. $50 donation. Thank you, Maharu. Beautiful. Let's go to the next one in store. Next one in store is Primordial Thought. Hey, what's this? Primordial Thought with this this must have been what happened in his workout. This resistance training wisdom. Is this for the advice I gave you, Primordial, on the mesomorph times 2?
Yes, sir. Once we had that conversation, and then the very next day is when that whole workout energy just came out of nowhere.
Oh my goodness! And what was interesting, Primordial, so just to let everybody know, is Primordial Thought sent me a question on an energy drink. If he should take this for energy twice. And basically the answer that I gave him, he didn't need the energy drink anymore. He didn't need the energy. The energy drink didn't even give him 50 reps. Is that right?
Yeah, it did not give me the extra reps at all. 0.
They gave him some energy. They gave him energy, the safe version of the energy drink. You don't have to take it twice. Just take the energy drink once and then talk to me the next day. That's the next dose. Oh man, here we go. Ready? So thank you, Primordial Thought, for that. Appreciate you. Stranger says, like it or not, you're all a part of my wolf pack. How for you nightly. Strange is interesting. I wish he would come to the event. I have to see the man behind this. I gotta see Strange in person. Shout out to you, Stranger. Okay, wonderful. Next donation. We're gonna go through a few more, then right back into the knowledge. What is this? Southern Pacific rattlesnake venom. Oh no, that's that's something else. No, that's Primordial Thought again. Hey, give this man some noise. This is the second of the night. What is this one for? Let me put on the screen so we can see what this is. What this is for here. What is this? $25 from Primordial Thought to a SABA for all that you do for me. Give him some big noise, please. Big noise.
supporters are here. To a good brother, appreciate you. This is a Primordial Thought Night tonight. Appreciate you. This is an example of the people that want me to stay here and want this information. Now the people that are watching that are new understand why the support and donation is given here for this type of quality. What's happening here is not happening anywhere else on the planet. All right, Nito Campbell, give him some big noise for donating every single podcast since the podcast began. Give him some noise, please. Thank you. Appreciate that. And Shannon for for the Minute of Monday. That's something else. Okay. Thank you, Shannon, for that. That's for the last class. Appreciate you. Okay. And now for the little monster, rocking it out. I think this is going to be the highest of the night. Bella comes through with 6872. Give her some big noise for the Nefer Magician Tua for being so great. Give her some. Big noise. All right, big noise, Bella. Big noise, Bella. Shout out to you, the beautiful, supportive Bella. Every week supporting. She is supporting consistently as I am teaching consistently. There's Star Feather. How you doing, young good brother Star Feather? I haven't seen you in the class in a while, or any support, or haven't seen you asking questions. I haven't seen you in a little while. Glad to see you back. Star Feather, peace to you. Shout out to you. Stranger is throwing fire and bombs, or whatever, hand claps and bombs. Stranger loves it when people donate because he understands. He understands. Shout out to Shannon, who thanks Bella. Henu Nefer Bella with the hands and the star and the heart. Shout out to Shannon. Great supporter, beautiful Bella. And this is Higa Kepara. I'll read this. It says you may not see me in class tonight. Okay, but I see you in class tonight, so you're all good. Thank you for the email. And we got Netzer Unkotep L, who I've been answering questions back to back. And I got a personal question to answer for him too. Oh man, lots going on. Shout out to Netzer Unkotep L. He says, continue to destroy and rebuild. That's right. I'm bringing a new concept to the world that is break down and build up. We don't just break down information here. We break it down. Once it's all broken down, we have to build it back up. That's a new paradigm I'm bringing. One of the many new ones. Shout out to Netzer Unkotep L. Shout out to you. The great supporters of the podcast that keep me here. Keep things going. Next person is the wonderful. Oh, that's Owen Hythe. Let me put that back. I clicked on the wrong one. He's coming up next. Stephen E. Who's been supporting almost since the beginning of every podcast as well, since the podcast began. Give him some big noise. 3372. Support SABA. Let's keep this class going. Henu. And now we have the awesome, wonderful man that just every class as well, Owen Hythe. For SABA of spiritual and mental liberation. Give him some big noise, family. Or ow what? Okay, good. The donations are very consistent coming in, and of course we have the wonderful, the transforming Nefer Kepper, and now the T is separated, or was it always like that? Nefer Kepper T, Nefer Kepperet, but the T is a little separated. Awesome. That's actually how they would write it in the Mednetter. Shout out to 3372. She says, Tua Ishin. Oh, you all are picking up on the Tua Ishin. Tua Ishin will definitely be instituted after the 28th. Everyone will be given the Tua Ishin. Tua Ishin with a beautiful rose. Hello, SABA. Yes. With hand claps, hand opening. Oh, this must. I wonder if this came after my breakdown. She put the ka hands and the heart. That's what I just finished breaking down. Tua to you, awesome, wonderful Nefer Kepperet. Shout out to you, wonderful, great, consistent supporter at every Mednetter class. Shout out to you. And we have somebody brand new. I'm going to give a shout out. We're going to give a hand clap to this person because I always give a hand clap to any brand new supporter I've never seen who jumped into the support team. And this is Bobby Boombox. Give big noise to Bobby Boombox for 1111. Give him some. Why do I like that name? Bobby Boombox. Interesting. And his name is Bobby Boombox 1111. And he gave 1111. I wonder if Bobby Boombox has seen my last 3 classes, which are on the 11. Shout out to you, which is the duality. And this is a continuation of the duality concept. Bobby Boombox, shout out to you. Who's this now? Big Ed Leisure, of course. Big Ed Leisure, who gives like 2 supports every podcast, and he gives support when he watches he gets the Mednetter class and it affects him, and then he sends support again. That's Maharu, by the way, and he says, Brother Hotep Saba, Reciprocity, this is how European Masonics Brother Hotep Saba, Reciprocity, this is how European Masonic 1700s colleges and so-called Jesus taught related back in Kemet immortality. Let's go. Give them some big noise. Oh. What was that? Okay, next up is who's next up? Next up. Okay, next up is who's next up is who? Edward Latour. Oh, Edward Latour. Oh, that's what are you doing? You okay there? You okay, little guy? Edward Latour is Big Vapes, of course. Big Vapes. He's definitely donating for some Mednetter class every week. I like this new thing he's created. He used to just give $5 every week. Now he's found a way to give more and also receive his class every week. So give him some noise, please. He gives a donation for the Mednetter class every single week. Shout out to you. Is he in the room? Is a brother in the room? Shout out to you. That may be my last. Are you in the room? Big Vapes. Is Big Vapes in the room? Shout out to you. If you are in the room, you are very, 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 very consistent. Shout out to you, Big Vapes. Let me know if he pops up in the room, brothers. I'm not sure if he's in here. I can't see the chat room. Is Big Vapes in the room?
You may not be here. Well, shout out to you anyways. Thank you. Thank you, Big Vase. Appreciate you. For supporting every single podcast and getting the Men That Are Monday. So everybody, for those of you who miss Men That Are Mondays, they're all available. Okay, I'm going to do one more donation, and then the donations look like they're running out, so I'm going to stop right here, and hopefully this next one will this next answer, or the continuation answer, will generate some more. And of course, the man on the screen, the man, the dedicated, the consistent, Nicholas Shavenden has, let me put this in the room. I'm not screen sharing right now, am I?
No.
No? Okay, let me fix that. Let me fix that right here. Okay, now we're going to get back into the knowledge, information, correction, and healing. This knowledge is healing, verbal healing. That's screen share. Let me do this again, gentlemen. It did something wrong. Windows? Nicholas Shavenden? How about now? Is it on the screen now?
It's loading.
It's loading.
Does it show like black? What's it showing on the screen right now? Like blackness?
No, it's showing your folder. Okay, there it goes.
Is it showing Nicholas? Okay, there we go. Shout out to Nicholas Shavenden, who's on the screen right now. And what does he say? He says, Podclass for consistent knowledge with the G. He's learning knowledge with the G and care for Ma'at and everyone. Beautiful. Okay, everybody, we're going to get back into the information here. Let me close this up. I'm actually going to step away for one moment and put duality back. Scribe, you said this may be your favorite right here, duality.
Yes. Yes, he may be my favorite so far that I've seen.
Okay, wonderful. He is excellent, completely unique guy. Okay, everybody, I'm going to step away for just a quick moment. I'm going to put duality back, and when I come back, we're gonna get back into the information. We're gonna go into son, daughter, and then I'm gonna go ahead and end that, and we're gonna get the next question. Everybody who's watching, 55 people that are watching, people in the room, support like Nicholas does, support like a Tef does, support like Primordial Thought does, support like Annie the Scribe does, support like Menkhora does, support if you're watching this, because I don't know if it's a Tef that says it. One of the brothers says it. If you support this, you're supporting yourself. I think a Tef and Sherikot says that. Somebody says that if you support this, you're supporting your own self, because you're here and you will eat this until it's an empty carcass. You will. When you replenish back the food, then the grocery store will always be there. The restaurant will always be there. You can suck on this like a leech or a lamprey or a mosquito or like AIDS and feed off of it and give nothing for this until I'm gone. And then you'll move on to another thing that is extremely less than this as entertainment. And that is exactly what AIDS does and mosquitoes and leeches and parasites do. Or you can say, you know what, we're going to reload the grocery store so that this grocery store and restaurant can still stay here to feed us. We're going to reload it. We're not just going to keep going to the grocery store, stealing the food. We're going to go pay for the apples, pay for this, because if we don't,
the grocery store will shut down. So support this if this means anything to you whatsoever. It is Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Unfortunately, I have to keep asking for that. I'm not sure. I have to keep asking for that. So I will continue to do that because I know what could happen, and it's happened before. I have disappeared before, and I had no qualms about it. No people couldn't find me. Whole communities changed when I disappeared. They said, "Where'd you go? You didn't tell us. We didn't know what to do." And I have a way of. I'm a magician, so I have a way of vanishing because I'm not attached to people. I'm only attached to those who want the truth. So I can disappear. I know there's people that don't care if I disappear because they only watch this for entertainment purposes. And just like if Eddie Murphy disappears, they have Kevin Hart. If Kevin Hart disappears, they have Chris Rock. And that's how they take this. One black entertainer man disappears, they go for the next one because it's all just entertainment to them. To those who truly value what this is, that know that this is not replaceable by anything, you will support at Cash App TTM Moon and PayPal at Rocky SV. I'll be right back in a moment, gentlemen. In about a minute, I'm going to put him away and come right back.
What's up? Peace. How's my sound? Subscribe. Am I good?
It's about a 6 out of 10, but you sound okay.
Oh man, that's too many buttons, man. I'm trying to work these buttons. Hey, Nicholas, how did you come across our great SABA?
One more time?
I said, how did you come across our great SABA?
I came across the Killer podcast.
On Killer Priest? Okay. In the beginning, or you got on it afterwards?
One more time?
I said in the beginning when he first was on it a few years ago, or recently?
No, I saw SABA, and he wasn't there. And then I saw him very.
I think his sound is going in and out. Is that his sound or is that mine?
That's his mic.
Oh, we couldn't hear you good, brother. You was going in and out.
Okay, it's going out, man. Yeah, so I but
yeah, we can't hear you good, brother. Your microphone is cutting out.
You must got the same kind of mic I got. What kind of mic is that? We need to go mic shopping, Nicholas. What kind of mics they got over there in Norway, bro? I gotta pick me up a piece of equipment.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's great.
Okay, yeah, it was probably the table because I had the phone on the table. But I watched the Killer Priest Podcraft, and I saw SABA, and then I came back to the Podcraft and I didn't see him anymore, and I went back to the older episodes, and then I saw him talking about that he had his own Podclass or a channel. So then I went and discovered this, and the rest is history. So.
Great, that's great, that's wonderful. So how long have you been watching now? For a year or a few months? Because we've been on now. He's been doing this now for 2 years now.
I think it's been maybe 4 or 5 months, maybe something like that.
Okay.
And I really like it because the knowledge is very serious, and and all of this, but the way he delivers it is very comforting, and like with humor as well. Like he makes me laugh all the time when he's breaking it down, and I can hear him laugh about it. Like it's just beautiful. And after a class, all the information, even though it's scary or whatever, I sit with a good feeling, and with more instructions of what to do about it. So yeah, I'm so grateful to finally come to a place where I can, spread my wings more and learn.
It's beautiful, brother. That is beautiful. I think most of us came from the Killer Priest show, even though SABA has been on other platforms, it just seems as if those of us that have come through that medium or that platform have been more consistent. I don't know. I have no idea what that's about, but it's a beautiful thing. I think most of us have been around since the very beginning. I think I was there when Saba was on the show the very first time. And even now that I've been around, so I was watching the show when he started, and then I don't know, a few months after he started the Podclass is when he invited people up on the platform, and this is how I got here. And I think most of us share the same story or similar, but it is a lot of information. It's a lot to digest. So I'm saying that because I've been here the whole time. I've never missed an episode. It doesn't matter where I'm at or what, because people do what's important to them. And the truth is important to me. I just didn't know what the truth looked like because it's so convoluted and the matrix is so vast that once you get a taste of the truth, it is a lot to digest, good brother. And even being here the whole time, I still am digesting everything. Like, I'm going back and looking at old shows and watching shows over again and classes, and it's nonstop. So my life is filled with this frequency. And it's a beautiful thing because I wasn't looking for this. I just was looking for the truth. I didn't know what I was looking for. I just wanted the truth. And, and this is a beautiful thing. So welcome again, great brother from Norway. We definitely appreciate you.
To Hanu.
Okay, everybody, we're about to get started. Everybody, you ready? Press 9 if you can hear me, because we are about to get started back into the rest of the breakdown. Primordial thoughts, super question. I only see about 4 more donations, supports. So hopefully after this breakdown and then there's the Halloween one, we'll see how that goes. I've never been asked that question before, and we're gonna break it down. We'll see how many questions we get in. We'll see. I'm gonna end this. I want to end by at least 11:30 or so, 12. But everybody send your support. It's gonna be from 6 o'clock. Every podcast is gonna be from 6 o'clock till around 11:30. That is the goal. 6 o'clock to around 11:30 or 12. Send in your support, and I will continue this. Okay, everybody. So, beautiful people, you all jump back in the room, and we're going to get back into the rest of this breakdown here. Everybody can hear me and see me? And here we go. Shout out to Atef, shout out to Annie, shout out to Nicholas, shout out to Menkara, shout out to Primordial Thought, peace and love. Let's get into this, everybody. We're going to finish this one up and get into the next question of the Tehuti Podclass. Let's go. Great question, Primordial Thought. Let's go. Here we go, everybody. Everybody ready? Wonderful. Here we go. Let me get comfortable. Ready, everybody? Here we are. Boom, boom, and boom. Let's go. I didn't even know this answer was so long. So much detail. It's very personal. I got to break these matrices, especially when it comes to the concept of family. Everybody argues about it. Nobody even knows what it is. Here it is. Ready, everybody? You can see the screen right there. Let me double check back and see if you can see it. I can see it, so you can see it. Boom. Okay, yes. So they took the principle of 2, and they added that to the concept of subliminal negativity, creating this thing called TT, or terrible twos, where your child is supposed to oppose you, rebuttal you, and counter you when he gets to 2 years old, the duality number. So what do we have here? We have a combination of your other side is your counterpart. So we have counter, we have opposite sex, we have things that deal with opposition. Then that's the husband, that's the female. Then when it comes to the child, he's going to get into opposition when he reaches duality. All of these things are subconsciously programmed, and next thing you know, we believe them, and next thing you know, we think that that is normal, because it states here that we're supposed to expect it. But at what year on this planet did we begin to expect it? We begin to expect it. It says it's a normal development experience phase. by young children. That's often marked by tantrum. When on the planet did this start? We've been around for over 350,000 years and have over 6,000 years of documented history, and nobody on the planet has talked about at the age of 2. That would be a spiritual phenomenon that the scribes and the priests would talk about. It would definitely be a phenomenon if people all across the Nile, children at their specific age, began to manifest Isfet. That never happened. So what does the word actual son mean? What does daughter mean? Like going to these terrible twos, what actually does it mean? Does anybody know? Does anybody know what the word daughter means? Anybody here? Let me go ahead and ask real quick. I'm going to jump in the room. We call our beloved child, the female, we call her our daughter, right? Can somebody just type in the room, what does daughter even mean? What does that mean? The word itself. Like use it in a sentence. What does it mean? What does the actual word mean? Does it mean anything? Daughter. Like use it in a sentence. Like say, I want to daughter this car. I want to daughter. You know how you have the word, your doctor is a word. So doctor is, this is how you know certain words are words and certain words are not. So doctor is a word. So you can say a doctor is a physician that I go to see because the word doctera means teacher. And when you change something up, you can say this is doctored up, documents. So here, see, we're using the word doctor in a sentence because it's actually a word that exists. A word can be used in a sentence. Okay, now daughter, use that in a sentence. What does that word mean? Does it mean anything? Daughter, what does it mean? Does it mean somebody put female offspring? So is it does the word da mean female and the ter part means offspring? Daughter, female offspring, is that how it works? What does it actually mean? Does it mean something? Daughter. It actually means nothing to you. You've never, that word is completely unfamiliar to you. It is not something your mind has ever heard that can associate with. It doesn't mean anything to you. It's a word used to describe, it describes a female offspring, but the word itself doesn't hit the neurons to have any type of meaning. It doesn't mean anything. Like say the word chuck. Chuck is a name, but you can chuck a pair of shoes because it means to throw something. You see, mark is a name, but you can also mark a piece of paper. These are actual words. Daughter is a word that you're calling the female offspring, but what does the word itself actually mean? Daughter. It means nothing to your brain. You can't associate it with anything. You can't use it in a sentence. Same with son. What does actually son mean? This is the disconnect that's been taught through the Matrix, that we're using words for these special people that are emotionally connected to us, and we don't even know the frequency of what the word really means. What does it actually mean? I'm going to show you the actual word for daughter and the actual word for son prior to the Matrix, and then show you the multiple meanings that the word has, because prior to the Matrix, words had meanings that actually had a story that all dealt back with immortality. These words don't mean anything. Like when you say, my name's Shanae, what does Shanae mean? My name Daquan. What is a Daquan? What can I go buy a Daquan? What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. It is a crazy system, whereas you're gonna find out the words that we called our loved ones had deeper meaning that tied into idioms and into entendres and into microcosms that actually completely told the whole story of the microcosm immortal family. Here we go. Let's go. So daughter has no meaning that anybody knows of. It doesn't mean, you can't use it in a sentence. Now we're going to see what the actual word was and how it can be used. So here it is, daughter. So the Matrix has created words we apply to family, which has no links and associations to any aspect of the brain or neurological wiring triggers, meaning that if anybody was to ask the definition of the actual word, their mind would have none. Thus, they're calling their female offspring, see, I wrote it before you guys typed it, female offspring, a word which has no definition to their subconscious. It has nothing to do with the word child. The word itself is meaningless to you. Now let's go before the Matrix watch that completely change. What is the word for son and daughter before the matrix was invented? Here it is right here. It was Sa, which is son, divine son. So automatically, the term of divinity is in the word son. That means you can't be an atheist and use the word son in ancient times. You cannot be an atheist and say you have a Sa, because Sa deals with something divine, and atheists don't believe in anything divine. So you see how these ancient words automatically cut out atheism? You couldn't even use the word. So who is an heir? Son of the heart, the beloved. Sat, this is the female version. Little girl, or they have daughter. But what do the words actually mean? Why are these symbols in the word? Why is there an egg there? Why is there a goose there? Why is there a duck there? What does this actually mean when people look at it? Now this is very different. We see the symbol of a duck or a goose, which are of the same family. Why would the word for son or daughter be a duck or a goose? And how does that associate with the microcosm of immortality to associate with son or daughter? So here is the word son or child, and when you put the loaf of bread there, then it becomes a daughter. So we actually see a symbol of the sun, S-U-N, which is where the word S-O-N actually comes from. And then we see a duck, goose, or basically a waterfowl. This has a meaning to it. And let's find out. You will find the goose or a duck are the only birds that have waterproof skin that were common along the Nile. They can completely submerge themselves in the water and burst forth from the water into the sky. The English word for sun is actually sun, S-U-N, from S-U-N. Along the Nile Valley, we would see a continuous cycle that would appear like the sun, S-U-N, is birthed into the sky after immortality, and the birth of consciousness would appear. It would burst out of the waters every morning, thus the beginning of the day, thus rebirth. So we would see the sun, and you see this on the beach. If you have a beach near you, if you have any water near you, any ocean near you, every morning, if you live by water, which is what the people of the Nile Valley did, which is why they're called Nile Valley culture, because the Nile Valley is over 4,200 kilometers of water. So when they look out at the water, or if you live at the top where the ocean is, and you look out, it would look like the sun. It would look like complete darkness at first. Then it would look like big beams of light are bursting out of the water because of the illusion that's creating because of the curve of the earth. You actually don't see any land on the other side. Do you notice that? When you look at the ocean, you actually don't see land on the other side. So you don't see Japan on the other side there. Your eye only goes as far enough to see water. So it looks like the sun is not coming out of land. It looks like it's bursting out of water, which is the exact attribute that only ducks and geese could do, because if you take a pigeon or you take an eagle and put it in the water, when the wings get wet, it can't fly anymore. Where the duck or the goose is waterproof, so they can literally come from under the water, burst out, and fly into the air. Whereas a sparrow, a blue jay, a pigeon, a crow, a hawk, an eagle can't do that. But the waterfowl can. So it appears to burst out of water, just as the sun did every day, called Kepera. And this rebirth sun was called Herokuti Tem, which was a complete cycle of the sun. And it rebirthed from the waters as the waterfowl was seen laying its white eggs in the water marshes. So the difference between the duck, goose, and say the hawk, and say the blue jay or the cardinal, is you notice that they lay their eggs up in the air in the trees. But ducks don't do that. Ducks actually don't go in the trees to make a nest. All the other birds do. All the other parakeets, the parrots, all those birds, the sparrows, the dove, they all go in trees, right? But the duck is different. The waterfowl is different. It actually lays its eggs right there along the water. So it makes a little nest right there by the water marshes, which associates its rebirth with water again, as opposed to being up in the tree. It's a very unique animal, because in the story, Asar was drowned or found in the Nile and thrown into the waters.
and then he was reborn. So in the story, he was cut up into pieces, but there's a part of the story where he was thrown into the water. Thus, his rebirth would also represent coming out of the water like the sun does every day, every morning, T.O.M, and the duck does, as it seems bursting out of the water and flying up into the air and having its eggs by the water. So the reborn symbol was called Sahut, or Sahut, which is the real word for mummy. The actual word for mummy is actually Sahut, which is also, interestingly, the word for egg. And that comes from the water goose, whose white eggs were found around the Nile Valley by the water. And thus, the ancient people, the followers of Ma'at, took the seneb plant, the seneb, and actually took a white plant that took a green plant, the flax seneb, that would actually turn white. And Asar is two colors, green and white. It would start off green, then it would turn white as the white eggs. Thus, the same word for Asar and mummy Sahut is the same word for the water goose's eggs that were found around the waters, that was born from a duck or a goose that could go in and out of the waters. It was the mummification wrapping, which represents rebirth like the sun. Thus, we see son and daughter as the symbol, completely different than just saying daughter, a daughter. Daughter, what does it mean? I don't know. The daughter, daughter, offspring. Da is off and ter is spring. Daughter, offspring. No, it doesn't. It means nothing to you. But this symbol had a whole complete meaning that tied into the same meaning for the husband and the so-called wife, all tying back into the immortality of Asar, because it was the wife's job to reinstill these stories over and over again and help the family understand the immortality principle by supporting the male high, just as Asar and Aset did. That's why when you watch any of these old movies or African folktale movies, you see the woman, they're telling these old stories. She was a storyteller, always going back to the mom telling the stories. The mom making the food, because the food was a sustainer, and the word for food is ka, and the word for your bioenergetic template is ka. That's the food maker. That's the woman in the kitchen making the food. Okay, that was the medicine for the family. Thus, now you understand that you have Asar here in the white, because he's about to be reborn, just as the duck's egg. Notice it's not in a tree. It's not in a tree, it's on the ground. And look at the eggs right there by the water. It's right there by the water with white eggs. And the babies were drawn like this. And guess what this word was for the baby ducks? It was sheshep. Sheshep. And guess what sheshep means in Medunetter? To receive sunlight. To receive the sun. So we see now that Sa and Sat in these words and these symbols have a meaning when dealing with someone coming out of your body as a rebirth representation of you, the Sa and the Sat. Completely different from daughter. Boom. Thus, pre-Matrix, you could not even be called a son or a daughter without invoking the story of microcosm immortality. Much different family structure, isn't it? Do you see the ancient family structure is all built on everyone in the family having the exact same mindset? My daughter's a Jehovah's Witness, but my son, he kind of went to Mormon. The father, he studied Islam. Assalamu alaikum. Mom is she's kind of atheist right now. She's going back and forth. My other son, he's out in the streets. No. You couldn't even be called a son if you were doing that. Speaking of sons and the complete mental unification of the family, wow. The complete mental unification of the family, all being of the exact same spiritual path, the exact same agenda. Let's go to the Brooklyn Museum and see what a son did in the true quote-unquote family for his father, Nebsen, royal treasurer, and his mother, Nebet Ta. What did this son do? Let's see if our children are doing this or will do this for us. So here is Nebsen
and Nebet Ta in the Brooklyn Museum, the scribe of the royal treasury and his Naturt, the songstress of Aset Neb Ta, their jewelry painted yellow to imitate gold, which represents the sun, was varnished to make it shine like the sun. The varnish had darkened with time. The inscription tells us that the statue was made for the couple's tomb by their son, Weserhat. In fulfilling his filial duty after their deaths, he had them depicted in the fashion of his day rather than that current under Tehuti III when they actually lived. True family. Here they are. Here's how his son depicts his mut and his atef, his mother and his father. Do you see mental unification? Do you see one that's a Muslim and one that's a Hebrew? Do you see one that's a Seventh-day Adventist and my wife, well, she's a Jehovah's Witness. My wife's an Eastern Star, but I'm going to study a little bit of Presbyterian. I'm out in the clubs, but my wife is a Catholic. Is this what you see here? This is relationships because they are mentally relatable, because the family is only created in your mindset. And at any time, your mindset can change, and thus you're no longer a part of the mental unified frequency. But look how they look completely unified, arms crisscrossing at the exact same place. Look at this. This, do you see this in your household today? Is this how you are? Is this how you depict yourself for your children? Is this the unification? Mental do they look like they're arguing about religion? Do they look like they have any kind of discrepancy? I like apples. You apple. I'm not an apple person. Does that look like this? Absolutely not, because it is mental unification. Look at the complete mental unison and mirror effects. The arms crisscrossing directly in the creating a mental symmetry. The two arms exactly positioned on the thigh in the exact same place. The garments with the writing directly centered in the same place, positioned exactly, mirroring, aka mirroring each other. This is an example of relatability. In other words, unified mind, a marrying effect, stimulating mirror neurons. That was the definition of family before the matrix. Satisfying the mirror neurons. Okay? Hey, that looks the same. I am familiar, familiar. It's something that looks like I've seen it before, it means to go back, relate, relative, to go back, because I'm reflecting on what happened before, I'm seeing it again, so it seems relatable because I already had the thought before, so thus it's familiar, thus it's family, the true definition. The pre-matrix family built on structure of Ma'at was such a close unified mental unit that not even death separated them. Look what this son did. His name is Shepsi. Look what he did for his parents. Remember, till death do us part, and I disproved that. The ancients said, till death we continue. Look what Shepsi did for his parents. This is one of the oldest communication bowls to the deceased, dating back 2100 BC, 2100 years before. This is thousands of years before the matrix concept of family was introduced. This is what bowl? The Kau bowl, as in Ka pluralized, the Kau. This is the Kau bowl, and this is the letter of the dead of Shepsi. Shepsi writes to his dead parents for help in a dispute over property. That means, just like Maharu in the room did that I taught him, open the door, he continued his relationship with his mother. That's what we believed in and taught in ancient times before the matrix. Ancient time just means before the matrix, by the way. So in time before the matrix, and here it is right here. There's a dispute over property, and he is consulting his dead parents over property. He writes on the inside of the bowl to his father with a shorter message
message on the outside to his mother. Shepsi speaks to his father. Line, Kenamut. This is a reminder of your journey to the dungeon, the place where Sen's son Hetapu was, when you brought the foreleg of an ox. And it goes on, it's very long. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but here I just want to show you that the relationship of family is apparently continuing after physical death. Is that your relationship of family? Or is everybody sad at the funeral and marks the person off because you had different belief systems? So thus you don't know what's going to happen to that person after they pass, because they never practice anything before passing that was any type of discipline, that you were of a different mind state. But yet Maharu still is in communication with his mother, and Shepsi was still in communication with his mother. People today say it's a spookity, spookidum, it is pseudo. You did a pseudo, it is spooky, you're pseudo. As Shepsi slaps you in the face. So again, we see the complete mental unification and everyone in the family under one accord and mirroring each other, as we see in tune of the high, in the tomb of the high official in her car with his family. And now we look, and now here are the children involved. Tomb of the high official in Kurha. Does that look like a family that's arguing? Does that look like a family that has mental disputes? Does that look like a family that have different moral values? Does that look like a family that doesn't agree with what right and wrong is? Does that look like a family that believe in different type of gods? Does that look like a family that's doing different kind of spiritual system? Or does that look like a mental mirror? Look at how the man and his mate are sitting, echoing each other. Look at the children. Look at the people in front of him. Look how they're mirroring each other in position. They're in the same positions, arms up. Both of the people sitting down have their arms in the same position. Look at the two children. Let me move my mouse. You see the arm right here, bent, right here below the chest, arm down. Let's look at the child behind the mother. Do you see the arm bent right here below the chest, arm down? Do you see that these two people echo each other? They have no clothes on, but these two people have the exact same type of garment on, which is just a garment above the waist and down. Yet these two people are fully garments with the exact same design on the arm, fully clothed, half clothed, naked. Fully clothed, half clothed, naked. Mirroring each other's position, mirroring each other's position, mirroring each other's position. Is that what a family is today? That's why I have no tolerance for anything else. I have absolutely no tolerance for anything else. Nothing else will do, and everything else, I'm out of there. No tolerance for nothing else. I have too many people to teach, too many things to do, to worry about somebody giving their opinion of a family based on some TV show, Danny Tanner's and Family Matters, or some R. Kelly video they saw. No, it's either this duplication of mentality echoing or nothing. Okay, so look at Neba Moon following in the marshes in the tomb chapel of Neba Moon. This is circa 1350 BC, 3,350 years ago. The family is all of one accord, one system, one mentality. Different families involved with different, are there different families involved with different religious chaotic thoughts? They're all mentally unified. Here we go again. Here we go again. Do they look like they have different viewpoints? Do they look like they're arguing? Do they look like they're about to get a divorce? Do they look like they have different moral codes? Or do they look completely unified under the same spiritual system, which is the only thing that can hold a true family or an awat together, is a spiritual system. And that's why they got the concept that family was servant and slave of the household. because you were originally a servant and slave of the household, and everybody there was of the same accord. Yes, the servants look like this, and the priests look like this, and the pharaoh look like this, and the priestess look like this, and your farmer look like this, and your gardener look like this, and your maid look like this. So thus all of you were of the same family. That's where they got that concept from. And that's why when I asked in the beginning, does your maid, butler, are they all family like your mother? And everybody said no. Why? Because they're of different mental accord. But when you're like this, when everybody's of the same mental accord, then yes, the servant and the person working for you is of the same family, because they're all one family moving towards immortality. None of them are arguing with each other about spirituality. Here's Nebamun again. Look at this beautiful image. You see Nebamun and the women right here with their hands up again. Do they look like they're arguing? Do they look like they're having a... I like Steve Harvey. I like Eddie Murphy. You don't like Eddie Murphy? I like Diana Ross. I like Anita Baker. You know I'm an Anita Baker person. I like burgers. I like the fries. No, absolutely not. You think Nebamun had time for that? Absolutely. No time for no foolishness is going on right here. Everybody's mentally unified. And the second any of these women act like Shaquanda, they'd be tossed out. They're gone. The second he started acting like Tyrone Biggums, he's gone. He'd be thrown to the alligators, which would never happen because no, there was no coons or Uncle Toms or confused people in along the Nile Valley in this culture. And actually, if you look close, see the images of family are drawn in the form of symmetry, like I showed before. Look again, look how this person's sitting on the chair and this person here and over here. This is all alignment. The chairs look the same. They didn't even have different chairs. The chairs were in tune. Why? Because the chairs have actual animal feet. Do you see that? Animal feet right there. 1 second, hold on. Okay. Animal feet. You see that? Because the chairs had symbolic meaning. They're not just sitting on regular chairs. They're not sitting on IKEA. I got mine from IKEA. I got mine from Nordstrom's. They're not. I got mine from Sears. No, yeah, you ain't like that. No, the chairs have spiritual meanings. They're called buyer chairs. Buyer, just a whole nother class. See, this is Neb, Nakut, and the family. The son is Amenhotep, a priest of Harsephus, is clothed in the leopard skin, accompanied with his mother, Serentre, while he pours libation over his father and paternal grandmother, Ayuti. You see all the families doing the same thing? He's pouring a libation for his father and the grandmother. They're all a part of the same culture, mentally in tune with each other. Thus, they're not arguing and scrapping each other at the barbecue. You didn't make the hot dogs right. I'm actually going to show you an image now, and everybody tell me which shapes are in perfect symmetry. Here's an image right here. I'm going to show this for a while. Look at this image right here and tell me which one of these shapes are in perfect symmetry. There's different shapes here. Which ones are in perfect symmetry? Go ahead and take a good look at it and tell me. I'm going to give you a few moments, and I'm going to come to the room. There's a few shapes going on here. Give me two of the shapes, or you could give me three. Two of the shapes or three of the shapes that are in perfect symmetry. I'll give you a few moments. Look at the screen. We're dealing with symmetry here. That is things equal on equal side. I'm going to come back into the room now. You've looked at it long enough. Go ahead and type it in the room. Which shapes, describe the shapes, or you could just name the shapes. Which shapes are in perfect symmetry? Go ahead and type it in the room, please. Shannon says such a beautiful explanation. Thank you. You all need to see it again. Is everybody in the room? Am I here on the screen? Which shapes are in perfect symmetry? Okay, the circles. You see circles in perfect symmetry. Great. Okay. Anybody else? Pac-Man. Okay. Pac-Man.
All shapes, but I need the names of them, Shannon. Which shapes here? And let me show you the picture again. Look at the shapes. Name the shapes that are in perfect symmetry. If it's all the shapes, just name them. I just need the names of them. Here it is again. Which shapes are in perfect symmetry? So say these two shapes, or these two. Name them. Name how many. These two shapes are in perfect symmetry. These three shapes, and name the shapes. Take a look at it again. Which two shapes or three shapes, or it could be all of them, name the ones that are in perfect symmetry. That means they're the same on either side. I'll come back to the room again. Which shapes? So the triangles are in perfect symmetry. Okay. Jason said the triangles are in perfect symmetry. The triangles are in perfect symmetry. And the circles. Okay, the circles are in perfect symmetry. Ghostface said the Pac-Mans. I guess technically they would be, like, they do look like Pac-Man, yeah. Okay, the circles are in perfect symmetry, and the triangles. So Angela chose both of them. The circles and the triangles. Okay, pretty good. The mind likes symmetry. It looks like one shape if you fold it, but what's the shape? I need the name, Shannon. What's the shape? What's the shape that's in symmetry? If it's one shape, what is that shape? Because there's different shapes there. What are the actual names of the shapes? You could, whatever they look like. One person said one looks like the Pac-Man, so we'll call that the Pac-Man shape. So what are the shapes that are in perfect symmetry? I'll give you another second, Shannon, to take a look one more time. What are the shapes? A couple shapes here going on. Which one are, that means they're equal on either side. What shapes are in perfect symmetry? And yes, there is the concept of folding it. But what is the shapes though? What are the shapes? Somebody said circles, somebody said Pac-Mans. I want everybody to know that, well, I'm not even gonna say anything because Pac-Mans, that's interesting though. I'll leave it as this interesting that this does look like that video game. Or it looks like a I'm not even going to influence anybody. But yes, okay, we'll call that one the Pac-Man shapes, and somebody says call these the circle shapes, so they're all the same, right? And then the triangles are all the same on either side. They're equal. That's what I'm looking for. Which ones look equal to you? Okay, good. Wonderful. My guess, triangle and circle. So triangle and circle look the same to you. The pie, okay, the pie, because actually in the Pac-Man shape, you can actually see there's a triangle, so they would look like pies, so they look the same. Couple of shapes going on here. Okay, good. Boss Nation, shout out to you. Okay, Shannon said, my guess, triangle and circle, they look the same. They're equal. They're symmetry. Okay, good. You guys did pretty good. Everybody ready? Where's the team at answering? Where's Scribe answering? Where's Menko Ra answering? Where's the Tef? Where's the brothers at? Where's everybody? The brothers still here? Did you all fall asleep? Where's Primordial Thought? Where's Menko Ra? Where's everybody here? I think the brothers fell asleep. 11. Okay, pretty good, everybody. So Shannon said triangles and circle, those are in symmetry. Okay, good. Somebody said the star. Somebody said star. So is it one star? It has to be stars plural, because symmetry is when there's two different things that look the same. So is the one star symmetry? No problem. Okay, good. Menkor. Okay, what do you say, Primordial Thought? Menkor. Did you all see which shapes there are in symmetry to you? Symmetry means that they're the same, whether up or down, side by side. Which one of those are in symmetry to you? Primordial Thought and Menkor Ra, or a Tef. Which ones are in symmetry? Just want to get two more answers. One from Nicholas Nodak says none of them are in symmetry, so they're kind of off in angles at different sides. Okay, none of them are in symmetry. But I thought Nicholas Nodak typed something earlier. Let me scroll up. Maybe it was somebody else. Could be somebody else. Nicholas said the triangles. So Nicholas, are the triangles the ones in symmetry, or are none of them in symmetry? Let's stick to one answer. Okay, good. So the triangles are in symmetry. The mirrors, okay, good, good, good. Just guessing, no problem. Okay, you ready, everybody? Here's where the matrix is broken. And here's where you understand when I talked about that concept of putting you on the island. How you wouldn't know who your family members are, but you would be attracted to somebody to mate with them or food to eat. You'd be attracted naturally to something. These are called mirror neurons. Jason Kirkland says the triangles and the circles, it's deep because the triangles overlap one another and sit on top of the circles that gives the Pac-Man effect. Yeah, okay, good. You're seeing it. Good, good. So the triangles actually are all on top of each other, and they're cutting into the circles, which make the effect of the Pac-Man shape. Let's go look again. Very good. Very good. Everybody's seeing something interesting. Very, very good. I like this, though. I like this. I like this is very good because I need everybody to commit to answers so that when I actually say how this ties into family, you will have a mind blow. So there it is. Yeah. So it looks like the white triangle is on top of the other one, right? Which is cutting out the circle, which actually gives them the Pac-Man effect. So maybe these aren't Pac-Man shapes, but maybe the triangle over top is blocking a part of the circle. So therefore it is creating the illusion that they're Pac-Mans, but it's really a circle with a triangle blocking it. Okay. I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that very, very much. Okay. So there we go. So triangles. So Shannon says circles and triangles. We got triangles, mirrors. Okay, good. Okay, here we go. Everybody ready? Let's break the matrix. What if I told you there is not even one triangle there? What if I told you there's not even one triangle in the image to have any symmetry? There's not one triangle that's having symmetry with any other triangle. What if I told you that? What if I told you that there's not even one triangle there? How many triangles did you see, everybody? Everybody typed in triangles, circles, triangle on top of a triangle. What if I told you there wasn't even one there? Let's break the matrix. Your brain is in search for its natural desire for symmetry, which is duality. In cooperation, co-op, which means duality. With mirror neurons, fill in the borderline separating the images and makes the apparent top image look brighter, even though the white spaces throughout the image are in fact identical shade of white. Did you get that? There is an identical shade of white, but your mind is actually creating that the image below is a darker shade of white, which pushes up the illusion that the lighter shade of white is actually on top, blocking out the other images, which create the illusion of a symmetry triangle on top of a symmetry triangle, when in actuality, there is not even one triangle in the image and there's no separation of the images, but your mind actually created the shade because it's naturally looking for symmetry. Do you see? It was naturally looking for symmetry. So your mind created the symmetry, the duality, the equivalence, the familiarity, the family. It created it in the mind. That's why I said family is created for a relationship, to relate, like the theory of relativity. Your relative. Theory of relativity existed prior to humans having a family. Relating
atoms and things mirroring each other existed before there was any kind of family. After evolution in millions of years, the mind decided it is not like accidents. So therefore, when you wear jewelry, do you see? All of this has to match. And that's why you say it looks pretty. Because if there's one here, it'd be weird if one was right here and then one was on my nose. But this is symmetry. That means it is the same distance from here to here. Your mind likes that because it's structure. Your mind naturally likes order. Your mind naturally likes things that is familiar, because anything unfamiliar is unstable. You're not standing on anything. Thus, you're afraid. The peripheral of your skin has to touch the surface, or else you feel like you're going to fall. Thus, you touch the surface and now you're stable. You don't feel the same when you're bungee jumping. You don't feel the same when you fall down a mountain. You don't feel the same when you jump out of a plane. You're not touching anything. You feel unstable. The mind doesn't like that. It likes to create stability, but things can only be stable when it's evenly balanced, you know. If you have a ladder that's not evenly balanced, you fall. If you have a stool where one leg doesn't look identical to the other leg, you fall. If one of your legs is a little bit shorter than the other one, you fall. So therefore, symmetry keeps balance, and that's what becomes attractive to you. You like that the nose is in the middle of the face. It'd be very strange if you went to a club to ask for a girl's number. She has the bomb body, awesome, perfect breasts, perfect waist, and she turns around and her nose is on her cheek. You'd be like, I was talking to the other girl. What's wrong, brother? Her nose on her cheek. What's wrong with that? It's not symmetry. You want the nose in the middle of the face. You want two eyes here. You want the same amount of mouth that's over. You don't want a mouth like this. You don't want a flounder fish. You want symmetry. Huh? You want a woman who has an arm over here and an arm over here. You want a man with the leg here and the leg here. If he has a shoulder here, you don't want that other shoulder to be there. You don't want the woman with three breasts, like the movie with the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, the Mars movie. You don't want the woman with three breasts. You want symmetry. So therefore, your mind will create symmetry even when it's not there. Just like your mind created a family even when it's not there. It wants the symmetry dualism. It wants the structure. So your mind says, that stranger in the park that I met, that's a stranger. I made love to him or her. You're family now. Just like my mother, who was family when I was born. Stranger at the park, sex, family. Mother, no sex. I can't have a relationship to you because you're my relative, but you're my family too, because it makes sense. So let's look back at the image again. We're going to look back at the image again. And now when you look back at the image again, Master K said his brain just exploded. Now when you look back at the image again, you're no longer going to see any triangles, people, because I just broke the matrix. Now that that's broken, you're going to see that your mind created the family, the structure of duality. Your mind invented the symmetry. It wanted it to be there. Get a good look again. Where are the triangles, please? Somebody show me one triangle. I need to see one. I don't see any. Does anybody see triangles now? I don't see one. You know what I see? I see a line here and a line here with empty space. A line here and a line here. That's all that's there. There's only 1, 2, 3 lines here that form one angle. There's not another line to form an angle, so therefore it's not a triangle. It's just a letter V, a letter V, and a letter V. Your mind is creating the triangle in the center. Nothing is in the center, ladies and gentlemen. Not a thing. There is not one thing in the center of this picture. Nothing. There's no white triangle. There's no myrrh. There's no aku myrrh. There's no triangle rising above. There's nothing is in the center. Your mind created that. And as you look at it, you can still see it creating it. Even though you know now there is only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 black markings in the picture. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. None of these are triangles. Not a thing, not one, not even nothing. Not even nothing. No thing is there. But 1, 2, 3 black and 1, 2, 3. And isn't your mind creating a triangle in the center that looks like it's above the other one? But it's creating it out of nothingness. Nothing is there. You created it. You're making it up. It's real, though, isn't it? Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Welcome. If you all are getting anything, I'm going to check the Gmail soon. If you all are getting anything out of this, support. This is 2 hours of me answering this. Cash App TT Amun, PayPal at Rocky SV. As a matter of fact, if you've never seen any teaching like this before, if you've never been in a class where you're a part of the lesson, I'm showing you the illusion. I'm showing you your mind creating the symmetry, your mind creating the family, the chaos in the words. I'm showing you from the other side of the magician's table. I'm moving the veil over. You're seeing it from the rest of the magicians. You're seeing it from that angle now. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. If you've ever tipped a waiter before, or you can just type in the room. I tipped a waiter before, and he was way better than this answer. Him walking out with the steak and giving it to me that I paid for, that the chef made, was way better than this, Tehuti. That's why we're not going to send any Cash App to you, Tehuti, because the waiter is better. Supports what it is that you've never seen before. I'm here to break the matrix while I'm here. And then when I'm gone, you'll say, where did Morpheus go? None of these other teachers care anything about you. How long did it take to? What does this have to do with the? Who's giving me this information? Where does this come from? What book is this from? Here it is. Let's go, everybody. What if I told you there are no triangles there? It's just a blank space. Thus, the pure state of biological imperative. This is the microcosm that the brain wants to see throughout the universe. In other words, ma'at, order, perfect symmetry, the unified family, unified mentally, mirrored image, mirrored image, mirrored image, mirrored image. Hotep, I'm done. Matrix broken. Wait! There's an arrow pointing down here. Oh, what about father? I got into everything except for the father. Oh, that was this, everybody. You want to see the father, Metanetter? That's this guy right here. How you like him? There's the word for father in the Metanetter. How you like that? What did Komodi say? How you like me now? How you like him now? That's father. You couldn't even bring this in your house. This is the devil in your house in Christianity, in Islam. This is the word for father. It is the horned viper. Hieroglyphics 1-9 Gardner's sign list. The phonetic value is F. It creates the word atef. It makes something male at the end of a word. If you're going to say a word and you want it to be his, you add this. One of the most deadliest creatures on the planet Earth, the sand-horned viper. This is from the Whitechapel of King Senuseret, 1961 to 1970 BC, in Iputsut, that people are calling Karnak. This is the word for father. If you want to know why and how this ties into duality, here's the father right here. And now, I'm going to add a little spice and something
that has never been offered anywhere on YouTube from any teacher before, and that is the venomous horned viper. If anyone wants to know how this represented duality in the family, how did this horned viper represent duality in the family, and wants to put Tehuti to the challenge to present and hold this as I'm teaching live, send the request with a worthy support to Cash App TT or PayPal Rocky at Rocky SV. Let's see if Tehuti really lives this. I will break down this word father and the duality of it, the last missing part of this family class, and bring this to class. Hotep, I'm done, everybody. That was fun and enlightening. Hotep, I'm done. Let's see if Tehuti really lives this. Am I calm enough to be around the horned viper like the ancient Nile Valley people? Can I be around it to the point where it's examined that you can actually see why it's duality? Is it possible? Want to see Tehuti do it? Welcome! Like the Chinese voice at the shop. Welcome! I'm going to put the link in the room. We're going to go over a couple more donations. I'm going to check and see what kind of donations came from that. I'm going to check and see. Primordial thought, he got to be blown away. Let me check the room. You guys type in the room what you thought. Team, jump back in. We're going to go over a couple more donations. I'm going to take a break and then answer the next question, which is going to be the last question because we started almost 6 hours ago. How did you all think of the answer? Let me go to Primordial Thought. He's the one that asked the question in the first place. To Primordial Thought 9, to a great SABA, Tehuti, Amenhotep, Rob, deeply appreciated. Harassed Dit says the Viper is literally known to be the best parent. Let's go. Let's go. Send in your Cash App, send in your PayPals. If you want to see me teach a small section of the last part of the family and bring in raw-handed the horned viper. Hey, what's up, Primordial Thought?
Hey, Saba, I am I deeply appreciate that breakdown. I'm definitely excited to be a part of this mirror image. This to be your relative. To Asaba, I appreciate that. That definitely was way beyond more than what I gave for that answer. I mean, for the answer. So. To Asaba, I'm definitely going to continue to break that down and show that to my family. Like that gives me something to sit down and show that. And so, Tua for that, goddess. Tua for that, Asaba. I appreciate that. That's going to be good for my goddess as well. So, yeah, for sure.
Wonderful. I do this personally. I created this podcast for this reason because you have, so my answer to you is 2 hours and 16 minutes, the longest answer of any Tehuti Podclass question ever since we've ever started. 2 hours and 16 minutes is that answer. I paused it while we were on the break. That's trapped in YouTube forever. You can rewind it, show the slides to your goddess, show the images. It's designed 2 hours and 16 minutes. Designed for you personally, and that is why I'm doing this podcast, because every answer is stamped on YouTube forever. I write a book I write 2 to 3 books every single week. If you were to take that podcast and all the words that I said with the picture, it is any book in Barnes and Noble. I write 2 books to 3 books every single week. That's what I'm doing for you all. I'm writing 2 to 3 books for you all every single week, fresh. Not rewriting the same book like Harry Potter can keep making millions of the same book. No, not that. Not that. It's a new 3 books every single week. How you doing, brother? Atef Menkur Ra. How you doing, brother?
Good, doing good.
To a great SABA, that was amazing.
How you doing, brother? Oh my goodness, that was woo! 2 hours, the longest. I'm gonna screenshot that.
I feel honored, Saba. I feel honored. I do.
I may put that screenshot of the time in the thumbnail. Oh my goodness. I had to get all of that out. I had to break the matrix. That is literally the most important topic when it comes to me. And it's the topic that hardly anybody gets along with me with. Because I'm that level that I broke down, that's the level that I'm at, and nothing below, nothing compromised, nothing less. So it's difficult to be around me if you're in the matrix. It's difficult. Okay, family, Awat, servants of the household, the butlers, the maids, the scribes, everybody. That is my answer. How you doing, brother Scribe?
Doing fantastic. Great Saba, 2 off for that. Yeah, that was very, very powerful and very important too. And I'm so thankful and grateful that you do care about us enough to give that to us. So thank you. Inu.
You're well, Nini Uk. We call me the foster father. Atef's the best father, and I'm the foster father. Okay, what are you saying, Atef?
I was going to say, I know that topic is very important to you. I've known it ever since, I don't know, it's been a long time, but I could feel that energy. Like I understood that. Early on, I began to understand how important family was to you. And what it meant. I understood it. I just don't know what's going on. I'm just here to learn. But that was a great answer. That was absolutely phenomenal. And I'm glad that you broke that down for us and left it on YouTube. I'm glad that it's in digital stone for us and for the rest of the world to be able to digest. I just look forward to them appreciating it like we do, and you receiving the reciprocity that's due for the type of answers and the quality that you give, because everything that you bring forth for us is very, very beneficial. So I just want to say Tu'a, and I'm eternally grateful for you for that. Yeah, Tu'a, great Saba.
Nini Uk, good brother. Who would have thought that a question about family would be longer than the 137 constant? Okay, we're gonna get into some donations, and I'm gonna take a break. Let me go and see. So that was 2 hours. So I'm gonna check the Gmails right now. I'm gonna check the donations and see if anything. The last time I checked, there was only 4 donations. I was about to shut the class down. But let me go and check the support and the donations and see who's appreciating this. I know I would have 800 views live viewership if I was discussing drama, but let me see what kind of support Immortality gets. Immortality versus drama. Let's go check. Who wins? Immortality versus drama. Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna get into who is this again? Ashneen. Oh, Master K. Master K. Shout out to Master K. I gotta get used to that name. I'm getting used to it though. The Ash Neil Kumar. Shout out to you, good brother. Let me go ahead and put you up for your donation. What's that? 1-4. Okay, here we go. Ash Master K. I can tell because it always says namaste. Okay. Okay, let me see.
Hey, Saba, I feel while you're doing that, I'm just thinking right now, it's like I feel consciously robbed Like, we should be getting this stuff at when we're kids. Like, I feel like that could have saved so much bad decisions in life.
What? That saves millions of relationships. Millions of relationships. Literally millions of relationships would be saved if you were raised with that answer from the time you were 5. Who would you be arguing with? What lady would you break up with if every woman you met thought like that and you thought like that? What would be there to argue about? It would be in the argument you would immediately know who's this fed because it wouldn't align with this. Yeah. So if you're not if what's coming out of your mouth doesn't align with any of this, then there's some mental issues within you. But nobody knows what they stand on, so that's why everybody thinks they're right in an argument because there's no standards. Nobody has any discipline. So here it is. He says, Hotep Namaste, thank you for being the great SABA door that educates, instructs, and leads me to advance towards Ma'at every day. How beautiful. Thank you, Master K, if you're still in the room. Shout out to you, Master K. Shout out to you. If you're in the room, I don't see him in the room. Master K, he always says namaste. He comes to where the knowledge is, not where the drama stays. Shout out to you, good brother. Appreciate you. We're going to go to the next donation, which is who? Hey. Oh, and custom made tees. You gave 666 after the class closed. Shout out to you. So I couldn't announce it because it came after the class, but this one came during the class. So shout out to you for your 2 donations. Custom made tees. Is that on the screen? No. All right. Boom, boom, and biggity boom. Thank you, good brother. Custom made tees with the 666. Gratitude of token of appreciation. I am Kodaniai. Shout out to you. I am Kodaniai. Peace to you, good brother. Okay, let's go through the rest here. Sarah Jean with 5-5 again, which is not just 5-5, but actually 155, 1550. And what does it say here? For Black Love. Black Heart. Nice. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Which says, what does it say here? It says, it says a Black Heart. Shout out to you, Sarah Jean, who's known as Arrested, because she removed the culture. I like Robert Williams, who pops up out of nowhere. For part 2 of my old question. Thanks, Primordial Thought. Hey, Robert Williams, are you in the room? Shout out to Robert Williams. Give him some hand claps. Part 2 of my old question. I get it. I get this. I understand this now. Do you brothers see this in the room? It says for part 2 of my old question. Thanks, Primordial Thought. Do you all see this?
Yes.
Do you remember Robert Williams asked a question one time about Jesus needed in the family? He asked a question about family. And I think he's saying this is like part 2 of his breaking down more of family. And he's thanking Primordial 9. I remember Robert Williams asked a question about family some months ago. Shout out to Robert Williams if you're in the room, but I do remember something was asked about family. So he's giving a tip extra donation because Primordial Thought asked a question about family that must have answered some of the Robert's questions for part 2. He's calling this answer part 2. Thank you, good brother. Appreciate that. Everybody's linked in.
Shout out to Jason Kirkland. And Jason Kirkland, he says, Nefer teachings, great Saba. Oh, what? I'm gonna type this as an extra tip. I can see that because you put something in there. I see it. But thank you, good brother. We'll call it extra Kirk. Extra Kirk. Okay. Shout out to you, thank you, and thank you to. Oh, are we almost done the donations? Or am my screen not scrolled up? This looks like the same donations that was there before. Shout out to Amin Ma'at Ra for Kepra Mira. Kepra Mira. Shout out to Amin Ma'at Ra. His last donation. No, that wasn't him. That was Amin Sutz. Okay, shout out to you, my good brother. Amin Ma'at Ra. Appreciate you. Give him some big noise, please.
Brother Tef, your sounds are like plugged into the loudest speaker at the award show, right next to the seat, good brother. So you might want to turn that down just a little bit. 2 hours.
I'll turn it down.
And you feel like you're sitting at that seat, right, Scribe? you're
Yeah.
you got that ticket for that seat. Yeah, I know what you're saying. It is loud. Thank you, Atef. Okay. A couple more donations did come in. Okay, Atef Rem M. We're just talking about him, and he gives 777. I remember he used to always just give 777. He'd always say support in Metanetter. 777, and it says Tua Ishin. The Metanetter is too small for me to read, but I like the creativity. Tua Ishin is really picking up because that's going to be a real element after October. Tua Ishin is going to be real. Everybody giving Tua Ishin is going to be able to have it's going to be a member of the organization after the name calling is going to be able to have one-on-ones with me. All right, we're going to save this. Okay, boom. And we got Remkem Mahat give some noise because he just does what he always does, which is he always gets back 2023 and 777. Give him some big noise, please. And Jay Kirkland. Did I already read Jay Kirkland? Wait. We give another one. Okay. Wait, no. Let me see, because Cash App plays games. Cash App, let me see something. Jay Kirkland, did you give 2 or is Cash App playing? I think he may have gave 2. I think this says something different too. Shout out to Jay Kirkland, to SABA, to EE Netter, like and love out. Oh yeah, this is a different. Shout out to you, good brother. Appreciate that. Give him some noise. Anybody gives an extra tip, get some noise. That's definitely an extra tip for the out breakdown. Is that you at Tef or is that Scribe? Who's doing the noise?
That's me, Saba.
Okay. Scribe, the next one I want you to do the next one, Scribe. I want to compare the sounds. It sounds like there's a lot of treble. That's why it sounds so loud. It's actually very high pitched.
Oh, and here's Scribe with an extra tip for the out. The out. And we have a new word now in the Podclass. Out. The word for female is also the word for family. The protectress. 23. Extra Scribe. Out. Boom. Okay. Thank you. Give Scribe, give yourself some noise for this. I want to see how it sounds. Give a hand clap. Oh, yours sounds really low.
Oh, here we go.
Oh no. What? Okay.
I got you.
Okay, good. Okay.
That's me, Saba. Scribe, your sound was choppy, brother.
Okay, good. I hear that one.
Is that too loud or that's low?
That's great. That's great. That's fine. It can even be a little bit louder. It's good. That's good. Shout out to the wonderful Little Wings for support for the family. Black Heart, a serpent, and a star of some sort. I'm going to do one more, then we're going to get to the next question of the Tuesday Podclass. Where are the big monster donators? I only have a couple more donations left. Interesting. Okay. Sincere Austin. Okay, what I'm going to do, everybody, is I'm going to... I never even stepped away yet, did I? I never took my break. Oh, you also sent another. Hold on one second. Let me tell the... you know what it is? Maybe I'm not seeing my PayPals. Thank you, Nicholas. Let me send a message out right now. If you're listening, check the PayPals, please. And I'm going to send a message right here. Check the PayPals. They come to me manually. That's why I don't get them as fast as Cash Apps. Thank you for telling me. Check the PayPals. I'm going to take a couple minute break, then I'm going to come back and answer. Greetings. Check the PayPal, please. TUA. Okay. All right, everybody. I'm going to take a little break. I actually never took the break. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Dashe. I'll be back, everybody. Your brother's building. I'll be back to answer the next question, which is on Halloween. Not the origins of Halloween, but a question that's never been asked in history, and is: did Halloween come from KEMETIC?
How do I
concepts? Okay.
Oh, Cash App. T.O.M.
I'm gonna step. What's that? Who's that?
That was
Dashe.
Dashe.
Oh, hey, Dashe. I think you may be on mute. I thought I heard talking, but okay. Anyways, I'm gonna take my break, and I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Dashe, say something. I want to hear if you're Mike.
I'm tuning in. Yes, sir. I'm tuning in, listening. Just want to show my face, man. I'll see y'all next Friday. I'm excited. All y'all.
Okay, I'll be back. Good people. I'll be right back. Peace.
Man, I mean, wish I was given this at birth. Wish I was taught these things.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah,
wow, bro.
Yeah, it is. And that's one of the things that inspires me, is to be able to provide and echo this and pass this on for the generations coming up. You know, and that's something, when I sit and I think about that, it really inspires me, because like you said, if we were able to have had this, growing up with it, it would be absolutely, there's just no words to really express, to be able to exist and live within this, just how better off we will be as a people. So it's very powerful, and so we just have to take it and implement it today, and just like what SABA does is he he just exists in it. So therefore, his walk teaches and guides, and that's what we're also going to be doing as well, for the youth to look up to and have that. And when they're older, they'll be able to say, I'm grateful that I was able to be raised up in this, because I can look and see the matrix, and I can just look outside and it's complete chaos. And so yeah, absolutely.
Like you said, brothers, imagine where we'll be in 10 years. Like you said, because I was feeling the same sentiment. I was like, man, I was jealous that when I was 6, I wasn't playing with animals and learning this kind of teaching, or even knew about it. Being especially from San Antonio, Texas, right? Where ain't no 5% nation. It wasn't that. If it wasn't for the hip hop, I probably wouldn't have known about it. But I was, I'm using the word jealous, but that's not how I really feel. But just like, man, but imagine us in the next 10 years taking all this, and then I'm gonna speak for me. If I have 10 or 15 more years, how are people gonna, it's just gonna be, I'm just happy right now. I feel like a kid again, learning this stuff. And I think I said that last time, because I'm real inconsistent about coming on. But again, I just want to show my face, because I'm gonna be seeing y'all face to face for the first time too. Next Friday or Saturday, excuse me. So no, I'm just excited too, y'all. I'm just like y'all, man. I'm chopping it up, showing my fam, man. They think I'm the God because I'm the one presenting to them. And so, I'm like, nah, it ain't me, man. It's not me, But anyway, that's all I want to say. Show my face.
To our good brother for coming up, and looking forward to seeing you at the Pathways to Awakening. Absolutely.
I'm sorry, brother. Are y'all gonna stream next Friday too?
SABA Tehuti, the Podclass, yes, will stream. But Sunday, the Teachings of Ma'at Sunday, most likely we won't stream Sunday, but the Podclass will be streaming though.
Okay, cool. That's right.
Yes, absolutely. Well, yes, everyone send in your support for the great SABA Tehuti. Get your tickets for the Pathways to Awakening. The last day to get it is Friday. Friday is the last day to purchase tickets. You cannot purchase tickets at the door or anything like that. No one can just walk in and come in. So you definitely have to make sure you have your tickets prior. This is a secured event. So don't wait till the last second. Go ahead and make that happen. Let me test these sounds. Let me know how these sounds. Could you hear that?
No sound.
Okay. All right. Yeah, great brother Minku Ara. You can go ahead and this is the final week, so we need to if you're gonna come, make something happen. Go ahead, great brother Minku, the the one who's organizing and putting together this beautiful celebrational event. Yes, Tua.
It's been quite the journey of putting the pieces to the puzzle together. Venues that we thought the event would be at didn't work out, but I think we got the good, perfect venue. And tomorrow I'll get a confirmation for the cherry on top. It's just gonna be incredible. It just gets better and better. So Saba's gonna have some announcements for us. I always loved as a kid. I grew up in Chicago, Illinois, and my favorite thing, living in such a big city, the third biggest city in America, I always loved having something to look forward to, like field trips. So my field trips was probably not like most people's field trips, because Chicago has one of the tallest buildings in the world. We have the science of the Museum of Science and Industry. We have Shed Aquarium. Chicago just, it's like so much to do there. And so I just remember as a kid having something to look forward to that was an adventure or something new was always really powerful in my life. And so say that to say that this event is going to be extra special, and I love having something to look forward to. Looking forward to all of your powerful energy. Looking forward to what snakes, Sabas and Turks are going to be there. Looking forward to meeting you all for the first time, giving daps and hugs, listening to good music, eating good food. We're going to have vendors selling their art. The talent show is going to be crazy. And I think we're going to have a super amazing DJ too. So I'm gonna find out tomorrow, but I mean, it's gonna be special. You can't get up for this Super Bowl, then I don't know what you can't get up for. So I'm just looking forward to it. I think this may be. I've done quite a few events. I've met a lot of celebrities. I've been to a lot of concerts. I've traveled all over the world, but October 28th is gonna be so special. It's gonna be incredible. So I don't know what to say. You don't like gold, and you don't like waterfalls. You don't like tropical islands. I don't know. You like what you like. I like what I like. So I'm gonna have the time of my life. This year has been incredible for me. I got my new Ren. I was there when Atef and Ani Patah got their Ren. This year has been, this year is, I could write a book. I could write a movie. This year has been one of the best years of my life. And so to be able to celebrate the Pathways of Awakening, how the name came to me for this event, I'm like, oh, what if they don't like the name? So I'm like, oh, I had this whole year being a part of developing and putting this event together has been a journey. It's like, oh, what if I don't do a good job? But worry about this, worry about this. It's come together so magically. And so I don't know what y'all doing, but I know what I'm gonna be doing. I'm gonna turn y'all up. I'm gonna turn y'all up on October 28th. Show y'all how to party my art style. Ooh, Kemet style. So y'all can go to the club. Y'all can do what y'all do. I know where I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be having the time of my life. It's been a great year, and I have SABA Tehuti to thank, the brothers on the panel, for giving me the opportunity to serve. So it's going to be an honor. It is going to be an honor to serve and to just be the hostess with the mostest, to try and make all of your dreams come true. So wait till y'all, for the people that attend the event, wait till you see what we have in store for you. So Tua to Sabas Naturt, that helped me with putting some cherries on the top. And thank Tua to Shannon for her help. Big shout out to Ani Patah. He's an alien. He's like an octopus. He got 8 arms. He's always working on something. So he's been very instrumental and help putting this event together. And it's gonna be. I don't mean to sound ghetto, but it's gonna be lit. It's going to be. It's going to be a movie. Like I watched a lot of rap videos in my day. It's gonna be It's gonna be a movie. So that's all I can say. I'm looking forward to it. I love LA. I'm gonna be right at home. So y'all do what y'all do. We're gonna videotape it, so it's gonna be recorded. So we'll see after it's edited. It may just be, we'll see who gets to see the video after it's recorded. But I'm very much looking forward to it. Lots of people I have not met in person, but yeah, it's gonna be great to be community and to have the family reunion, like Saba said, to be in tune with people who are all on the same frequency. I can only imagine what that felt like. Well, I'm gonna get a little taste. I'm gonna get a little taste on October 28th. So looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Pat myself on the back a little bit. Let's get it. You got your outfit, Primordial. What you wear? What you got in store for us?
Hey, I was talking to my goddess about that yesterday. I was like, hey, we gotta go get us a fit. We gotta get ready for the event. So hey, we gonna make it happen. That's for sure.
Yeah. Very, very much looking forward to it. It's starting to get cold. I live up north kind of, so we definitely, it's fall and it's starting to get chilly. So I'm hoping it'll be a beautiful weather in LA. I'm just looking forward to all the festivities. It's going to be great. I think Ani's performing. I know he's speaking. And so
that's at least he can do. We need them tones. That's at least he can do.
Yo, I know the behind the scene, who Ani Patah is clicked up with too. He talked about that, but it's okay. Maybe we get a little bit of that. I want to know what's going on.
What's that? That's the rattles. Okay, let me see if I'm back here.
Might need Ani and Salah drop a little something. Drop a little something at the event.
That would be nice.
I must have it on mute.
No, you're off mute, Saba.
Okay, good. I'm back. Okay, let's see if they can hear me. What's up, brothers? Can you guys hear me? I think I was on mute or something. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. I couldn't hear you all at all. You all were muted. I don't know if anybody.
We were talking about you dropping a verse at the event next Saturday, Saba. You and Ani.
Man, no matter what, I'm gonna have to perform something. I'm gonna come as a bag late. I'm the janitor. I'm gonna be you're gonna see a janitor there. That's me. I'll be just sleeping in the corner, watching the festivities.
Saba, your background is your virtual background is a little different.
Okay, one second, hold on. Oh. How is it now?
Better.
Let me see. Okay, everybody. Me and Scribe before me. Yeah. We'll see how the vibe goes. We'll see how everything goes there. It's all frequency when I get there. Am I on the screen yet? Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you
now.
Okay, boom. We're gonna get into the last question here, because I'm definitely closing up at 12:30. We're into the last question. There's only 3 donations in the pot right now. There's 4. Oh, I see the PayPal's. Thank you for the PayPal updates. Okay, there's a couple of donations in here. That's probably a big one in here. I see Rigo. Okay, good. Okay, I got a big motivational one. I see some in here. I see them here, a couple here.
And hopefully there'll be more after I drop this one, because this is a question never asked in history before. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Oh. The horned viper, boy. The horned viper. Scribe's next snake, a horned viper. From zebra to, to the viper.
He said, "Hold on down there, good brother."
slow down a little bit.
The Bible said if you're a true follower of Christ, you'll be handling poisonous serpents. Scribe's like, I don't read the Bible.
Yeah, great thing I don't follow the Bible.
We know that statement is false because it didn't exist.
What'd you say, Scribe?
I said, great thing I don't follow the Bible.
Yeah, so handle the serpent. I know a church that does that. They go and collect vipers, and the pastors get killed.
I saw one that happened to. Yeah, he was in the middle of the floor and got bit.
And he has like 100 of them around him. They're dancing, catching the Holy Ghost, and they won't go to a hospital because it says it just live by faith, and they get killed, man. There's rattlesnakes and vipers that have the potent venom to kill 100 horses. I think they're up by you, Primordial. I think they're in your backyard. Oh my God. Okay, everybody, we're gonna put the next donation in, the next question in, and I'm gonna go ahead and break it down. Here it is, man. This is a question. I've never heard this question before in my life. I've never seen an answer before in my life. And this is very unique, coming from the good brother Stranga, who always comes with these unique questions. I'm surprised I got to it so fast. I think he just sent it in. But Stranga motivates me a lot because his donations are very genuine, and he sends a lot of them. So shout out to you, Stranga. Let me go ahead and put this. Is this on the screen? Nothing's on the screen, right?
No, your screen's not sharing.
Okay. Shout out to Stranga, and it should show. It's still not showing, huh? It's in Chrome, right? Let me try this one more time. It's in Chrome. Chrome, right? Oh, here it is. Okay, give the brother some good noise, big noise here. Stranga, look at this question, everybody. What is this? Is there a connection between Halloween and ancient Kemet in the stars with the mass and the dead? What in the world? Yeah. Oh my. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Okay. Well, that was a typo. I meant to say, is the crock all you have? Okay. It's all type of stuff happened. There's like 5 of me. I don't know. This is a crazy world we live in. All right, Stranga says, is there a connection between Halloween and ancient Kemet in the stars with the mask and the dead? Scribe, you ever seen a question like this before?
No, I've never seen someone ask about Halloween and Kemet.
No, it's usually the origins of Halloween, but never
you never think anybody would associate with Kemet. It seems like complete opposite energy. One is ghouls and demons and death, and one is purity and the purification of the Eve. So let's see, everybody. What is Tehuti going to do with this? All right, gentlemen, jump back in the room. I'm going to get into this question in the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go, everybody. Shout out to Primordial Thought. Much love to Annie, Primordial Thought, Atef, and Menku Ara. Marie Ma'at, soon to be new owner of a Cobra. I don't know how that happened, but you got in there. Okay, here we go, everybody. You ready? Let's go ahead and break it down. We're going to break it down and build it back up. Let me see if this screen... where is it? Wait a minute. It's shrunk down. That's not right. Microsoft Word is doing something very weird. Let me close this out. Okay, let me fix this. Everybody's got to fix the screen in a moment. Fix it normally. There it is. Okay, good. Why is it overshadowing? Oh, I see it. Okay. I see what's going on. Okay, but that's shrunk. Okay, let me fix one thing. Okay, here we go. Let me try it one more time. Let me see if I can get this on the screen. Halloween, does it have anything to do with Kemet? What a question. Here we go. Stranger, are you there, good brother? Are you there, good brother? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Press the 9 if you can hear me again. Press the 9 if you can hear me. I'm going to get right into it because once you press the 9, I'm not going to look back at the screen. So press the 9 if you can hear me, please. Okay, let me see. Check the 9s. Let me see if the 9s are there. 9s can hear me. Okay, here we go, everybody. Ready? Boom. You see the screen? Welcome to yet another... Whoops. Let me get the timer on. One moment. One momentum. Timer. Here we go. 2 hours and 16 minutes. I screenshotted that. So here we go. Welcome to yet another question sent into the Tehuti Podclass. Yes. The only class platform in history where the entire 6 hours is based on you. Yes, your personal question sent in with reciprocity and a customized, detailed answer from outside of the matrix. Information extracted from behind the second veil and brought back to you to shake your foundation while simultaneously awakening the immortality that our ancestors focused on from within. Speaking of immortality, we are coming up upon a quote-unquote holiday based on children dressed up as immortal demons, ghosts, vampires, witches, ghouls, goblins, that someone sent a question on, that most people, if not everyone here, has participated in. What holiday is that, everyone? So-called holiday? Yes. Halloween. Ghouls, ghosts, goblins, princesses, witches, horned creatures. Halloween. But this question is particularly unique. As a matter of fact, in all the decades of my teachings, I've never seen any quote-unquote conscious Kemetic teacher address this. Let me ask how many people here know about or have looked into the origin or have heard a conscious teacher break down the origins of Halloween. Of course, right? We've seen this. We've seen people break this down. The origins of Halloween, right? Press a 1 if you've heard or seen a YouTube video or a book or a teacher discuss the origins of Halloween. Just press a 1 because that is the first thing that everybody goes to when asked about Halloween or breaking it down. They go to the origins of Halloween and break it down to their family to show that it's evil, that it's this and it's that, and then we shouldn't be sending our children out to it. Hey, Hikakepara, peace and love. Okay, the origins of Halloween. Hey, Boots, shout out to you too. Angela Gates, great supporter, shout out to you too. Okay, the origins of Halloween. Right? Wonderful, because this question is not that. The question, as I stated, is that which I've never been asked before. The challenging question, as for the first time in history, is there a connection between Halloween and ancient Kemet in the stars with masks and the dead? And thus, this specific question will be answered for the first time in history. All throughout the years, never has Halloween, the holiday of dressing as demons, ghouls, gathering candles, which has ever been associated with Ma'at. Kemet, with its beautiful images and theme of purity, health, everlasting life, and cleaning consciousness, and being in tune with nature, which appears to be the exact opposite of Halloween. But of course, only here at the Tehuti Podclass can and will this question of association in origins and links to the ancient culture ever be made and expounded upon, and the link and origin to the ancient culture of Ma'at ever be made and expounded upon. Let us start. Let's just get started. Let's get started. Let us begin like this. When you hear the word Halloween, you hear a familiar word in it, and then some strange word pronunciation that you've never heard before. Hallow, we've heard this in terms like hallowed be thy name. But why the "een" at the end? Is this actually the code to trace you back to where it all started? Let me ask the class, have you ever heard of the word "een" before? So we've heard of the word hallowed, like holy, hallowed be thy name, hallow, hollow. But has anybody here heard of the word "een"? Let me go to the class and just take a look at everybody. Have you all heard of "een"? We've heard of hallow, but what's the "een" at the end? What is the "een"? I never heard of that word before. Have you? "Een"? Never heard of it, but it actually traces you back to the origin of where this actually came from. So it would actually be "een" Rigo. The W is a part of the hollow. So it's hollow. The W is a part of that word, and the last is actually "een." So Rigo's never heard of it. Cricket Broad's never heard of it. Only in the word "teen," but not the word "een" by itself. But "een" is an actual word that I'm going to use to show you the origin of where it came from. And here we go. I don't think anybody's ever broken down what is this "een" thing. Okay, so let me go ahead and break. Let me go ahead and break a matrix for you. Let me get some water. Break a matrix for you right here in front of you, live, with a live demonstration with a term and word you use almost every day. And I have no idea what it means to tell the class, what does it mean right here? What are these words and their meaning? Good evening. What is this? What's good evening? And we have to say it like that, good evening. We never say happy evening. We never say great evening. We never say mild evening. It's always good evening. What are these words and what are their meaning? Good evening. So, again, have you ever heard the word "een" before? No, you haven't. And the reason is because you don't know many people who are from that particular area that have that accent, where at times the letter V is left out. In particular, this particular accent is an Irish accent because the actual word is even. Now close your eyes and imagine an Irish accent saying "hello evening," without the V, because sometimes when Irish speak, they actually leave out the V. So it would be
Hallow-even actually is the word. It's not Halloween. So the first time in your life you've ever heard of that. The word is not Halloween, it's Hallow-even. And because it descends from Ireland, they don't say the V, so they say Halloween, Halloween, Halloween. You will hear it yourself in the mind as Halloween. Boom. Yes, this is because it started with the Druids and Celtics in Ireland. We will get to that part shortly. Druid, Celtic, mystic, knowers, seers of Ireland is what they consider themselves, going back as far as the 4th century, back to Julius Caesar's time, back to Rome. It actually started here in Ireland with the Druids and the Celtic Druids. Let's break the matrix first, because that is the beginning of unraveling what the origin is and what type of scenery or time of day it relates to. Here's another question. Do you use the word evening? You use the word evening almost every day, right? What if I told you the word evening originally is a word that describes spirituality, the dual side of the other dual realm, which appears dark to our vision while having an out-of-body experience? No way, Tehuti. So what if I told you this word you're using, evening, was originally a word that describes spirituality, the dual side of the other dual realm, which appears dark to our vision while having an out-of-body experience? Does anybody think that's what the word evening is? That's where it comes from? What if I told you that? We're going to find in a moment, because we use that word every day, and we don't know that the word Halloween is actually Hallow-evening or Hallow-even. And that evening deals with spirituality, the dual side of the other realm, which is dual to this one. It appears dark to our vision while having an out-of-body experience. You will say, no way, Tehuti. And here is the combinant dual aspect of the matrix of Halloween. I want you to think about this, because we're about to break a matrix. They will tell you that Halloween is a time of harvest, right? That's what you hear. Halloween is a time of harvest. Isn't that right? Everybody heard that? Right? But at the same time, what time does Halloween start? What time does Halloween start, everybody? Let me go ahead and come into the room for a second. Around what time does Halloween start? Janice says this is going to be so good. What time does Halloween start, everybody? Around what time do the children go out trick-or-treating? When does Halloween start? Is it during lunchtime? When does Halloween start? Around midnight? What time of the day? Higa Kepra said fall. Okay, but what time? Sunset. There we go. Around sunset. Right? Sunset. What time of the day? Sunset. It's dark when you go out for Halloween, right? Doesn't Halloween start at nighttime? But they tell you Halloween was originally a holiday about harvesting. You actually see baskets of grains and stuff, and potatoes and pumpkins, and they say it's harvesting, right? Anybody here have any friends that are farmers? Go pull up a farming video. Go ask your farmer friends if they harvest at nighttime. Ask your farmer friends, do they wait till about 10 o'clock at night? Yeah, dark out. Let's go harvest. Let's go harvest the grain. It's about 11 o'clock at night. Time to harvest. You never questioned it, though. Does that make sense to you? Halloween is a harvesting holiday. They say it deals with harvesting. But Halloween is associated with nighttime. Sometimes being out till 12 o'clock. Does that make sense to you? Orwellian diametric matrix. Here we go again, everybody. Are you ready? Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. I'm giving you things to think about as the setup for the big hit. So here it is. So they will tell you that Halloween is a time of harvest,
But at the same time, what time does Halloween start? When do the festivities begin? They begin in the evening time. Are there any farmers that harvest their crop at nighttime? No. So what is this combinant dual matrix, and what does evening really mean? Let me break the matrix for you, because before today, you never knew what the word evening meant. You use it every day, all the time almost, but you don't know what the word evening means, and why really Halloween starts in the evening. What does evening mean, everybody? Does anybody know? What does evening mean? Anybody know? If somebody says, I'll meet you there in the evening, what does that mean, everybody? We use these words every day, just like we use wife and all these other terms, but they never tell you what the word actually means. What does it mean? Not what does it signify. People say, well, evening is like the nighttime or when it starts getting dark. Okay, but what does the word mean? Does the word mean nighttime start getting dark? Is that what evening means? Nighttime start to get dark. It means 7 words. What does the word evening actually mean? You're about to be shocked and understand why Halloween is in the evening time, yet they say it's harvesting, which is actually done in the daytime. You can't see wheat being harvested at night. That'd be a horrible time for harvest. Dark, 11 o'clock at night, trying to look at little grains of wheat and potatoes. Rigo says, I don't know. Wonderful, Rigo. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Let's get into it, everybody. Are you ready? Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. What does it mean, everybody? Evening. You ready, everybody? Meaning. Evening. Day before a saint's day or festival. Sense of moment right before an event. Even. Evening. Keep the original form. It's from even and event. Evening, when you look it up in the dictionary, was signifying day before a saint's day. What is a saint? Usually somebody who was martyred or killed. That's what the word evening means. You're using it for a time of the day, like it's 6 o'clock in the evening. The original term was a spiritual term speaking about deceased saints and an event that would take place, which is why the root word of event is even, which created the word evening. Ready? Welcome to the Podclass. An association with saints that are deceased, thus in the other double realm. And 2 things that are even, in other words, doubled, because the other realm doubled, in other words, duality realm, because it looks equal, like an equal shadow of this world. Thus, it is even to this world. It is the double realm, dual. That means it looks like this. It is even, except for it's ethereal. And today, they have it lined up with the 2 6s. Here it is, everybody. Here is the evening, because it's even. It's 6/6. 6 a.m., usual sunrise at a particular season, and 6 p.m. sunset. And this is where the time of day is even, right here. Thus, evening time. But it is speaking about the dark side. Why? Because 6 a.m. is also even with 6 p.m. So why is 6 a.m. not called evening as well? Huh? What happened? It's discussing the even part of the day, right? That means 2 sides. One is the beginning of the morning, and it's even with the sunset. But why is evening only talking about the dark part of it and not the bright part? Because it deals with the deceased and the deceased realm. So this is where day starts and ends. The duality, even, in other words, evening, that associates with communicating with ancestors, or as they say to you, the saints. And this is where the original Ma'at concept of microcosm comes into full effect when you see the sunset and sunrise both deal with the sun resurrection, which is the ancient Kemet concept of rising into the dual life, into the dual realm that's even around the real time zone. It's even to the real time zone. It's the echo. It's called the Samawi. The Samawi. The second dual, darkness, where the deceased are communicated with. Because there's two darknesses. Let's go straight to Tehuti Overdrive. I'm teaching you that this Samawi, Sma, is the dark partition intermediate realm, and these shadow type beings that I taught about before reside into the partition consciousness. To this side, this is where they are. Two words that the ancient Medu have, one to the mortal mundane mind. Are they both describing dark to the mortal mundane mind? Now you can see that Smawi is describing a much deeper aspect of the joining partitioning, because Smawi means to join. It's the realm of darkness, the other kind of darkness, not the darkness like evening time, like the sun is setting, but the dark realm because it appears shadowy to us. The realm of darkness in the Purim Haru in 3,250 years ago. And I showed this in an earlier class, the great house within the nighttime. So we know nighttime in Medunetter is Keku. That's nighttime, like a time when the sun appears to set. But then there's another word for darkness, and it's Samawi, which also means to join. I have come to thee. I am glorious, I am pure. My two hands are behind thee. My portion with the ancestors to give me my mouth that I may speak. So in this other dark realm, which is a dual realm, the Smawi, because it's joined to this realm, and it's also the dual realm, and it's dark for another reason, not the reason because there's no sun, but it's dark because we usually have out of bodies at nighttime, and usually when you go into this other realm, because most of it is not understandable to the eye, it looks like the double of this world, but it's not quite understandable, so things look a little foggy and blurry, thus creating the illusion of darkness. There's no light over there anyways other than subatomic light, but this is the dual realm where you communicate with the dead, communicated with or speak through, like as in channeling, and thus the concept of channeling taking form of the dead through communication. Thus, guess what else Smawi means? And it means, like I broke down before, intelligent information like to report news, to talk. And this is where they get the concept of possession from, or the deceased being spoken through, or you taking the form of the deceased or dressing up like them to echo them. So boom, the dark evening, even the dual realm in which intelligence of the deceased who has resurrected, like the sun Ra resurrects and sets over the horizon. It was all a sun setting and sun rising ritual based on contacting the deceased, which is why they started at nighttime, which would make no sense for actual harvesting, but would make sense for a microcosm spiritual harvesting, which we're going to get to in a moment. So there is the evening dualistic aspect of Halloween, and why it starts at nighttime, contradicting the original meaning of them saying that it deals with harvesting. You can't do that at nighttime. So where does the harvesting aspect come from? And how does that derive from the ancients? Because obviously the so-called Halloween, they cannot possibly talk about actual harvesting at nighttime, which makes no sense. So that means that it's symbolic, dualistic microcosm, meaning stolen from those from the past. No one in Ireland was harvesting at night. No one ever questioned that. And that is why the Tehuti Podclass is here for the answer. We're going to go through the Merriam-Webster's Encyclopedia of World Religions, page 408. And here's the old book, Merriam-Webster's Encyclopedia of World Religions, page 408. How did you know it was on page 408, Tehuti? Well, I don't know. Halloween, also called All Hallows Eve, holy hallowed evening. You see it? Hallowed evening, observed October 31st, Eve of All Saints Day, because that's what the word evening and evening actually originally meant. The ancient Britain and Ireland, remember I explained that's where it came from, Celtic festival of Samhain. Samhain means summer's end. Eve was observed at the end of the summer. Later date was observed and fixed upon October 31st. This date was the eve of the Celtic New Year. All fires were extinguished and new ceremonial fires were kindled, from which all hearths fires were relit. The date was connected with the return of herds from the pasture, and the laws of the land tenures were renewed, and the souls of the dead. It gets in the souls of the dead. Page 408. October 31st was known as the end of summer in Ireland, Samhain, or the Celtic New Year. Okay. And again, nobody begins their new year. Nobody. I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to that in a minute. Okay, here we go. So, unlocking the mysteries, Druid symbols and their meaning. So here is the Druid symbols that they used. Druids kept their connection to nature, spirituality. This is what's called the Celtic cross. This is the cross of those who created Halloween. The early cross of Clonmacnoise in Ireland. These are the creators of Halloween, and here is their Druid Celtic cross right here. What time of year did they make Halloween? Let's go to the festive rites section and the Halloween pagan ritual to party night by Nicholas Rogers, Oxford Press, page 47. How'd you know that? How'd you know this would be on page 47, Tehuti? That's what we'll find out. So here it is. This is the Halloween pagan ritual party night, Nicholas Rogers, page 47. Harvest supper featuring grain or fruit based items, especially those associated with potato. Champ, mashed potatoes, milk, butter, leeks. Okay, so this is harvesting the fields, harvesting grain and fruit. Yes, harvesting season, fruit and grains. Well, in order to mill grain, you must have a grain grinder. Let me show you the Medu-Neter glyph for the grain grinder. Here's the Medu-Neter glyph for the grain grinder. Egyptian hieroglyphic AA27. The shape of the cross presumably predicts some type of tool such as a mill. It's the grinding stone to grind out the grain. What is that, everyone? Let me magnify it. And there it is right there. The Kemetic grain grinder. Boom. That's the Celtic cross of those who invented Halloween. The festive season where they're supposed to be collecting grains. And it just so happens that their cross is the grain grinder of the Medu-Neter word that was the original grain grinder that created their exact Celtic cross. There's the name Heru right there. That's the grain grinder. And here's their Celtic cross right here. Okay, and Halloween is the season of collecting grain and fruit. Boom. The meta word for grain harvester, the Celtics put it as a cross, which associates with Jesus, of course, who was plagiarized from Heru. Oh, guess how you spell Heru's most popular attribute name? Because remember, they stole Jesus from Heru. That's what the cross was all about. And the Celtics used this cross. So here is Heru's most powerful name, and that is the Avenger, because that was his position with avenging his father. That's what everybody knows Heru for. He was the one who avenged his father. And here is how you spell his name. There's your Celtic cross right there, which is also the grain grinder, right? The symbol for the season of Halloween, the gathering and grinding the grain. The Celtic cross, the original symbol, which was the symbol of Heru, the netter that would guide them to his father Osiris, the netter of farming and harvesting grain. That's what Asar was. Asar was the father of Heru, whose symbol was the grain grinder, and Asar was the god of farming and harvesting grain, aka the harvesting of souls. In a dark realm, a double realm that was dark, harvesting souls, not actually harvesting real grain. So thus Heru, who was symbolized by the grain grinder, was shown harvesting souls. That's why he's holding the hand of the deceased, taking him to Osar. And how was Osar depicted? green body representing the earth pushing up grains. You see that? So there's Heru, the harvester of the soul, whose symbol is the grain grinder, taking them to his father Asar, whose body's drawn green, showing him pushing up grains. Asar was the god of the grains. Spiritual harvesting, not actually going out at nighttime as a farmer at 11 o'clock and harvesting any type of real grain. So boom, that's where the symbolism came from, and that's why it was nighttime, because the Netzer Kurt was known as the dark realm. Boom. So now you can see why Halloween would have an apparent opposite, nonsensical, attached together. But now it makes perfect sense within the ancient concept of the afterlife and its association with grain harvesting, yet nighttime, evening principle, and the resurrection of the sun, which is Yurka, over the evening horizon line. So do most people speak to your children about an afterlife on Halloween? Absolutely not. When you speak to your children about Halloween, you're not sitting there talking to them about an afterlife. But according to the Druids, the original creators of Halloween, yes, the Druids, the Irish Celtics, from which Halloween derived, were strictly about immortality and the afterlife. This record goes all the way back, like I said earlier, to the 4th century BC under Julius Caesar Bellio, Gallecchio, volume 614. Who told you that was there, Tehuti? Now we're going to go there, right here, to Julius Caesar de Bellio, Gallecchio, by T. Rice Holmes, ED, section 14. And when we blow it up, it speaks about the Druids, right here at the top, the Druids. And it says, in the dependent writing, they relax their diligence in learning thoroughly and their employment of memory. They wish to uncollate this as one of their leading tenets, that the souls do not become extinct, but pass after death from one body to another. They think that men, by this tenet, are in great degree of excited to value the fear of death being disregarded. Likewise, discuss the importance part to the youth many things respecting the stars and their motion. Why? Just like the stranger asked in the beginning about the stars and their motion, because I have broken down in many classes the Mset Ku and how the Aku, the pyramids, were pointed to the Ursa Minor star, and based on the stars and their motion would depict the retelling of the rebirth of Asar. Thus the Druids come with the stars and their motions associated with rebirth and saying that people don't really die, they live on forever. And I broke down the circumpolar stars in the north that are always seen, representing that Asar never really dies because he's always seen, and thus the pharaoh's channels are pointed up there from the pyramid that Aku in it represents, that you live on forever. You pass from soul to soul, from body to body. Okay, and thus the Druids are teaching the exact same thing, because the Druids are around in the time and the area of the Caesars. And where's all the spirituality of the Caesars coming from? If you remember my class on Cleopatra, you'll see that the Caesars' pure spirituality was coming from Kemetic teachings. We already did that class. So here's the Druids right around that, teaching about the afterlife. And stars representing immortality. So let's continue to unravel the matrix. Halloween is one of the most popular so-called holy days. That's from holiday. So when you look up holiday, you'll see it's holy day. I want everybody to do this in class. Name some of the other holidays in class. Watch what happens, everybody. I'm going to come to the screen right now. Name some of the other holidays. So other than Halloween, name some of the other popular American holidays. What are some? So Halloween, name a couple. It should be easy. Should be easy. You know about 10 of them. Should be easy. Name some holidays. Type some holidays in the room. Other than Halloween. And I want to show you something very interesting that happens in the Matrix that you never notice. So type in some other holidays, brothers and sisters, other than Halloween. Here we go.
Here we go. Shannon put Valentine's Day, Christmas. Rigo put Christmas. Nicholas put Christmas. Angela put Easter. Rigo, Thanksgiving, Easter. Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter. Okay. Interesting. Do you notice something? Something very strange just happened. Very, very strange. Like the black cat in the Matrix that went by. Oh. What was that? The Matrix is coming. Something very strange has happened right in front of you, and it's been happening in front of you since you were 5 years old, and you never asked about it. We have Halloween, and then we have all the other holidays. What is strange about this? Right, the other holy days. Easter sounds like a start day. Of course it does. Somebody put Easter sounds like a start day. Absolutely, I did a class on that. What is different about Regal put dang? What is it? What's happening here? Halloween, holy, even, and then we name some other holidays. And what just happened? Something interesting happened. There we go. We named some other holidays, and what just happened? Let me shrink it back down. So what happened, everybody? Here's what happened. Did you notice that none of them have the word holy attached? These are the holidays, right? None of them have the word holy attached. Even the birth of Christ one, Christmas, which is the holiest one, doesn't have the word holy in it. Yet the only one that does have hallow or holy is the one associated with devils and hell creatures. Have you ever wondered that? No, you never thought about it. All the other holidays, none of them have the word holy in it. Not even the ones pertaining to Jesus, but the ones dealing with the devils and the ghouls and the witches and the goblins. That's the only one that gets the word holy in it. Let that sit with you for a moment so you can truly understand the reverse matrix, Orwellian matrix that is actually taking place. Diametric matrix. All right? You have been under and never questioned. Why would the only one that has the word holy in it be the only one that depicts non-holiness? That is because the hollow, holy, in Halloween was taken directly from the Neterkurt taught by the followers of Ma'at. Not the holy you think. Hallowed, they say to make holy. When you look it up, it is holy. Holy. Where is this word coming from? Kelio, which is something that is whole, uninjured, of a good omen. Uninjured of a good omen. What is this right here? What's actually happening right here, ladies and gentlemen? Why don't the other holy days have the word holy in it, but the one day that some people's parents tell them, we can do Thanksgiving, we can do Christmas, we can do the other ones, but we're Christians and you're not going out for Halloween because that's a devil's holiday. So why is it the only one that has the word holy in it? Uh-oh. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. The only one that deserves to have the term of God in it, the holiness in it, is the one that's about these so-called demons, because they're not dealing with the holy that you think the word is. They're dealing with the origin from where the concept came from the Pythagorean mathematics that the concept came from, who got it from, the symbols that he saw when he went to the Nile Valley, which developed into your holy, hallowed terminologies. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. This is how we break the matrix step by step by step by step by step. Nice and patient. So there's your hallowed. They'll say it means sanctified, but they'll also say it means good omen. Ask your Christian pastor if he believes in good omens. Ask him, what the heck is a good omen? What is an omen? You ever seen the movie Omen? Do they have omens in church? Here it is, everybody. What did they put behind the head of the holy saints? Remember, this word even is a word that means the day of the holy saints, the deceased. But what do they always put behind the head of the holy saints? Don't they put a circle? Here's one of the holy saints.
There's always a circle behind their head. Here's Mary. What is this thing called, everybody? Go ahead and tell me what this is called. It's always behind the saints' heads and Mary's heads and sometimes Jesus. What is this thing called? Looks like a hula hoop, you know, a holy hoop, a hoop, holy hoop. What is it called though, guys? What is it called? Oh, I'm not even sharing. Screen share, hold on. Screen share, I'm not sharing. I thought I was sharing. Here we go. Here it is, everybody. So, what do they put behind the head of the holy saints? There it is. This thing, the holy saints get this thing behind their head that looks like a holy hoop, a hollow holy hoop. Why is it called a hula hoop? What is this thing? What is this thing here? What'd you guys say it was called? Let me go in the room and look. Oh, it's called a halo. Interesting. Halo. The sun like Heru, sun disk, a halo. There's something very different. I want to break a matrix here because somebody put a sun disk. Interesting, very interesting. Somebody put the sun like Heru. I want you all to think because we're going to break a matrix right now for you. You're right, it does represent a light circle called a luic, like the white blood cells, a luic, and a circle, a cipher, a light circle, a luic cipher. It does represent a luic cipher. It does represent that. Is it the sun? Is it a sun disk? What's the difference between that symbol and the sun and a sun disk? You know the difference? It has no middle. It's empty in the middle. The sun is a ball. The sun doesn't look like a hula hoop. The sun is a ball filled. Every proportion of it is filled. This thing here looks empty, like a hole, like a hula hoop, hollow, holy, halo. Those are all the same word, people. You know, because a hole looks like this. What is that? It's a complete circle. It's a hole, you know, complete. A hole, which is also a hole, which has no center, so thus it is hollow. Or it's holy, because it's the circle with nothing in the middle, the zero, the 360-degree cipher. That was the whole, that was the hollow, that was the holy, and that becomes the halo around the head, because all of those are the same trick word for the same exact word. Holy, halo, hollow, whole. All of them are the same word because they originally were a shape. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Holy smokes. Jason Kirkland says, wow, that's right. Boom, everybody. We're breaking the matrix. There it is. But to your eye, you thought that was the sun. Do you see how your brain works? You thought for a moment the sun was hollow. The sun doesn't look anything like this. This is a hollow hula hoop, holy, halo, hallowed, whole, circle, oval, something around their head that has no center point. Thus it's the zero, thus it's a hole. You notice it's empty, or should I say hollow? There's space inside, you know, like a hole. How did the archaeologists find all the so-called mummies that are prepared for the Netzerkert? Oh, it starts with an E, everybody. It's called excavation. Well, guess what hollow also means? It's from kelio. This is hole. Same as the kelio, hollow, hole. And it's to cover. To cover. Hollow, hallowed, same thing. Excavated habitation. Something excavated, which is what they do to find to find the information on the Netzerkert. All the information is from them digging up and excavating, and they find the mummies, the Purim Haru, and that is the hole. They're digging in something, creating a hollow space, which they excavate. Somewhere, the deceased that are underground. Note the root word kel, or kelio, from the same thing from hallowed. Note halos are always surrounded by a light fire. What underworld area has the Matrix taught you that sounds like the word hole, that is a place of fire that the deceased go to? What's that place called? Sounds like hole. Sounds like halo. It's a place where the deceased go. And they say it's made up of fire. And guess who lives down there? Who lives there? Lucifer. Oh, the Luic cipher. The other name for the halo. Because the name of the devil, Luic cipher, the circle halo, who lives in hell. The hole underneath the ground. The underworld. The Luic cipher is a circle with light that becomes the Christian hell. The underworld. The Netzerkert? Is the Netzerkert described as a place with fire? No, that's where the devil is. The devil is in who's called Luic cipher, Lucifer, the halo, who's in hell. He lives in that place, and that's a place with the lake of fire. That's not the Netzerkert, because the Netzerkert is not associated with a lake of fire. That's the Christian hell, where the ghouls come back. The underworld, a very dark, gloomy place, where the deceased dwell. Right? Where do they go? They go to hell. Same word, same thing. Uh-oh, hell. The netherworld, the abode of the dead, infernal reasons. That means there's fire. From Kalijo. From Kalijo, hell. Hey, the cave, the cavern, the same definition for the helio, or the hole, the same thing, helia. Helia. The same word, hell, hole, halo. Hey, look, it even from the same root word, kel. Remember the kel before? Same root word. Boom, everybody. Here we go. Boom, the same word. Something under the ground, excavations, the underworld, the Netzerkert created the hell of fire. What do you mean, Tehuti, the hell of fire? Oh, well, Revelations 20:14 says, and death, hell, were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death, you know, the duality death, the dual, the two. The second one, not the first one, that's in the physical. This is the second death because we're in the realm of the bioenergetic projectable double, or the ka, or the bioenergetic template, the ka, which means double, the ba, that means double, the pur, the per, or pa, or pa, which is the double realm. So that's if something happens to you there, that will be a second death, because they know that it's a dual realm. But it's called the lake of fire. Did this concept come from Kemet? From Ma'at? The book of Revelations was written in 110 AD. Not even in the beasties. The book of Revelations wasn't even written 2,000 years ago. It's a brand new book. Well, Tehuti teaches that the double realm that we go to is the echoed realm of this physical, which is why it's called the double. It is so vast that it is comparable to a large lake, except for instead of water, it would be more comparable to equate it with a quantum photonic light. In other words, like fiery place, a lit place, a fiery place with a subatomic photon, which is the quantum of light. This concept was stolen to create the lake of fire from which ghouls and goblins exist in. This place is called hell, according to Christians, and are personified in the hell Oween, the Halloween or the Halloween ritual. But what did our ancestors say 3,000 years before the Matrix? Let's go to the current, to the Per M Haru plate. But what did our ancestors say 3,000 years ago? Let's go to the Per M Haru before the Matrix. Let's go to the Per M Haru, page 187. So people may say Tehuti is reaching. Tehuti is saying that it's comparable to a lake of fire because it's made of this photonic light and it's so vast, so it's kind of like a lake, right? The ancestors never described it like that. Hell's the lake of fire, not this Netzerker place. That's Tehuti reaching because he's saying that it's a vast realm. So because it's vast, it's kind of big like a lake. That's Tehuti creating things again. Let's go to the Param Haru, page 187, and let's read. It says, I am Fate and Osiris. I have made transformation into the other serpents. Not know they mankind. Not can they perceive the Netters double beauty, because they're in the double realm. I have made for Osiris greater than all the gods. I have granted to him in the underworld, his son Heru, upon the throne. He's on the throne within the, hey, what does that say? The lake of double fire? Uh-oh. In the Netzer world, in the Netzerker, where Heru is there and Asar is there, the ancestors stated that this is called the lake of fire. Hey, Christians, how you doing, man? Not just any lake of fire, it's the lake of double fire because it's not from this realm. It's in the double realm. So thus, the beauty there is the double beauty, the echo beauty. The lake of fire there is the double fire. Always talking about the dualistic realm, which is called the real time zone. But here it is, 3,125 years ago to 3,150 years ago. The Netzerker is called the lake of fire, the lake of double fire, where Heru is upon the throne and the seat is made, where he's on the conscious boat. Lake of fire, ladies and gentlemen, in the underworld. And guess what the underworld is called here? It's called Set. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The underworld is the lake of fire, where Heru sits on his seat and rules in that light realm. And the underworld is called Set. You know, this is the dual realm. So the Phoenician Hebrew language, when they dual things, they add the letter N to it. More pluralized words, they add a yod and a meme to it, like Elo and Elohim. Elohim is plural, but dualizing, add the letter N to it. So this underworld, which is the lake of fire, is the place that Luwick cipher, the circle of fire, that happens to be the name of this being that lives down there. And what's his other name? Could it be the dual set? I don't know. I don't know if it's a dual set. The underworld there is called Set. And when you dualize something, you just add an N to it. Is that Satan? Ever heard of anything called Satan? A being that dwells in the lake of fire in the underworld, also called the halo of fire, or Lucifer, you know, because it's the evening time, the symbolic evening time, because it's not the resurrection time, it's the sun, you know, setting, you know, because when it gets dark, you know, that's when the sun sets. Is that the name of the underworld in the Param Haru? It's called Set. It's dark, gloomy, but it's the double realm, the lake of fire, the doubled of this physical world. Is that where these beings come from? Welcome to Tuesday Podclass, man. Let's go. Let's wrap this. I don't even know how much more I put together. I'm not sure. We're going though. We're going. The lake of fire called Sets, you know, because the sun sets, and when you put something on fire, you know, you want to set it on fire. Of course, you want to set it on fire. All right. Of course you do. All right. So death and hell were cast unto him, the dual death in the lake of fire. Revelations 20:14. Boom. The Netzerker, the afterlife. What else did the Druids and Halloween represent? Well,
Here's from with the teachings of the belief system of the inventors of Halloween. It was thought that all space and time would be suspended in one night, allowing the spirits of the deceased to rise, because now it's the other side of evening. After the sun sets, now the sun has to rise like a star rising. So now they created this thing where the deceased rise, right? The spirits would search for living bodies to possess. I am going to break a major matrix for you right now. This was thought of to be their only hope for the afterlife. Here are the Druids again and the creators of Halloween talking about the afterlife, looking to possess something. Uh-oh, everybody. What does possess mean? Somebody tell me. Anybody tell me, what does possess mean? Well, I guess you don't know. You may not know because I'm going to give you the real definition that I never told you. They mixed up something which was a concept of the netter. Guess what the cur in netter means? Uh-oh, page 560, cur. Under, it means a voice, or it's a sound realm. Under, having or possessing something. The word cur means to possess. The word cur and the word netter is the word possess. Possessing something. Do you see it right there, everybody? Tehuti wrote the dictionary. He did it. He made the dictionary with Budge in the 1800s. Cur means to possess. But this was a different possessing. Oh, man. This was a different possessing in the original concept of possess. Your mind is about to blow right now. What time is it right now? 12:27. This is going to be the first time this taught in history. I'm definitely, after this, because this is going to truly, you're going to tell your friends and family, this is going to blow their mind. Get ready, everybody, and please support after I tell you this. The true definition of the word possess. Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at RockySV. You have never heard Halloween broken like this in your life. If you have and can show, I will give all the donations tonight of the Tutti Podclass. I will forward them to you. If not, please appreciate what you've never seen in your life. When you've never seen those new pair of Jordans and they came out and you went to grab them, you never seen those new Carl Kanayas or whatever it is that comes out, the new Samsung iPhone, and you support it because this is brand new, never been out before. What you're about to hear now is about to change your complete concept and clearly show you that they took the Kemetic concept of possess and reformulated it into this Halloween ghouls and goblin possession, that the souls would come up and actually possess the living. Let the living dress to imitate the ghouls and goblins like a purge. But I'm going to tell you for the first time in history the definition of the word possession, because nobody listening knows what the word possession means. Peace out, peace, Titans, love. Peace, peace, peace. Peace, Big Blunt, peace, peace, peace. What does possess mean, everybody? Get ready to please support Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at RockySV. Because when you hear the word possession and where it actually came from, you will clearly understand that they misconceived the possession in the Per-Em Haru and the Ker from the Netter, which means the realm of the possession realm, and mixed it up with some ghosts and ghouls taking over your body. Get ready, everybody. Here we go. Let's break this matrix. That's what I am here for until I'm gone. I'm here for nothing else. And that is what I'm here for. So let me do what I am here for. Possessing, everybody. The Netter, which is the realm, the underground realm, is the word for possessing. Okay. Boom, possession. They created Halloween, the hollow day, holy day of evil possession, when it was originally the Netter, where you would transform and possess the seat, throne, like Lord Heru
Remember page 187 of the Per-Em Haru? Remember, everybody, what I just read? Set, the underworld, but his son Heru, the heir, upon his throne, right? Within the lake of fire, the double fire, the Eat Nesert, the double realm of fire. And he has made but his seat. So Heru is the Lord, Heru, the heir upon the seat of his throne. Within this realm of fire that is doubled echo to this realm, like the light of Curlian photography is double to this. This is the realm called the Kur, realm of possession. Skeptics and doubters of my teachings and the teachings of the ancients are saying right now, wait a minute, Tehuti, what does sitting on a throne as a lord have to do with possession? Well, that is because you don't know what the word possession means, do you? Let me tell the class and ask the class again, what does possession mean? When it comes to spirits, you're all going to say one thing. When a spirit takes over the body, the Freemasons knew originally what possession was when they created the English language, or were creating it in different spots. Well, Tehuti teaches possession originally was a good thing. And it was your transformation and sitting on the seat in the Netzerkurt. That's the definition of possession. Sitting on the seat in the realm of the Kur, the realm of possession. But through rituals like Halloween, possession theme got transformed into taking on personification of demons, right? So on page 187 of the Per-Em Haru, and the definition of Kur again, now that you know the ancient reference to possession and to the deceased sitting on the throne as the Lord, let me show you for the first time on this date, October 20th, in the Tehuti Podclass. Right now it's 12:33 a.m. For the first time in your life, the true original definition of the word possession, how the Freemasons took it from this concept and then it got changed in Halloween. It will all make sense once I've broken the matrix. Are you ready, class? Are you ready? What does the word possession really mean? Hold, occupy. Here we go. Let's keep going down, because as you go down, you get to the oldest meaning, to take hold of. Possession, okay, cool. To have hold, control. To be a master of own, probably compound of potus, having power, powerful, able, pati, sedir, to sit in a seat of power, possession, having power or powerful, able, poti, powerful lord, to sit. Possession from poti, sit, means the powerful lord who sits. The Netzerkurt, the realm of possession, page 187 of the Per-Em Haru, describes this realm as the double lake of fire. That's the realm where Heru, the Lord, sits on his throne, in his seat of Aset, the seat of power, in this realm of possession. Because Poti sit created the word possession, and that originally meant the Lord of power who sits on the throne. The powerful Lord who sits. Where the Lord sit on a throne, that was the definition of possession originally. As you go backwards in the dictionary, the definition gets older and older till it gets to the origin. When you go to the top of the definition, that gives you the most recent definition. As you go backwards, you'll notice the dates get older and older, back to the original Freemasons who were studying, and the Druids and the people of Julius Caesar and the Ptolemies who were studying the Netzerkurt, studying this information, and they knew what Poti set meant. environment. So it became a holiday of possession, but really, the Ker, the possession realm, because possession was where the Lord sits on the throne. Heru. Gathering and harvesting the deceased for the god of grain, Osar, so they can be resurrected because he died in the evening time when the sun, him, was killed by Set. Of course, because it gets dark when the sun meets Set. When the sun meets Set, when Osar, the sun, meets Set, that's when it gets dark. Because you're going into that dark realm, because Set killed the sun. Because Set kills Asar. Doubled, that would be Setan. Setan kills Asar, and the realm of fire is where Asar is now, which is a gloomy realm, yet made up of photonic light, where Heru sits on the throne, the Pati Set, which is the realm of Pati Set, the realm of possession, because it's the realm where the Lord sits on the throne. Now it's possession of demons and ghouls and goblins. I don't know if you all are, if this is normal, if you all get if this every YouTube channel, please send me the link so I can subscribe. If not, please support what it is you've never seen or heard before, because I'm breaking matrices and it's not coming from any book. There's no book explaining this. There's no book with this in it. But you can look all of this up because it's all there. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, and I hope you all appreciate it. And no, I'm never debating again. Here we go. Pati said to sit down, the powerful Lord, the Pati who sits down on the throne. Pati said, possession, Ker, the realm of possession where Heru sits on the throne. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass overdrive session. This Ker, which is where the word Netzer Ker came from, is associated with the light fire, is a flame that makes you a Lord that sits on the throne of power, is also the light body. The light body within, as seen in the pyramid text. The pyramid text, the oldest text on the planet, which have any form of afterlife spirituality. Spirits, ka, ku, ku, spirits with unas, give the abundance of food that the gods, that of the gods. The flame, look at the word Ker, the flame of unas is in their bones. The flame, that's the flame, the light within. That's inside of their bones. That's the Ker, because the realm of Ker is the light realm. You can find this in the Gods of Ancient Egypt, page 55. I like to give references. And now you've learned that hollow, holy, whole, hallowed, Halloween are all the same word coming from the concept. In the Netzer Ker, now I will take you to page 774 to 776 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary to look at all the definitions of Ker and C, and it will all make sense where this concept came from. Here we are on page 774. Remember the cave, hell? Well, here's Ker right there, page 774. What does it mean? Hollow. Hallowed is in holy, hell, Halloween. The cavern, the cave. We have that definition right there in the word hell and hole. See? Ker, hole in the ground, hole, hell. Circle, Ker, because that was the original zero, but a hole makes a zero shape. So it's whole, which is a completeness, which creates H-O-L-E, and also W-H-O-L-E, as in wholesome, as in coming back to health, coming back to life. Whole circles, and they flow out the Nile like a serpent. See? Caverns, first cataract from which the Nile is believed to rise. This is the Ker, or the caverns. Netzer Kert, 776, Kert. What is it? Uh-oh. The mold from which the model of Osiris was made. Do you see that? Back to the same concept. And it is Kurit, a divine spirit. Why? The light flame inside of you is the divine spirit also, called a Kur. And that's why Kerr is also a kind of a serpent. Why? Because that's the shape that the Kundalini makes as it tries to escape as the light energy comes out. Then there's nodal points, and then it's pulled back into the nodal points. It makes an X, then it comes out, makes another X, and next thing you know, it looks like swirling serpents going up in your body, which is called the Kerr, the light. And then we have Kerr, which also means sound. Sound, and there's Kerr again, possession. It's the under or the enter, the underworld, the interworld, the subatomic realm of sound vibration. That is what the Kerr is. Kerr, or Kerr, however you like to spell it, as in the underworld, sub, which means under, subatomic realm, that's where the photons are. They're within the atom, but within is also inside, which is enter, which is the same word as under. So it's the under realm because it's just within the peripheral of this physical realm. The atomic is the realm of sound vibration. Oh, guess what else the other meaning of hallow and Halloween is in the dictionary? Do you know what the word hallow means? Hallow means holy, right? But they never gave you this, because here is me explaining to you that Kerr, see where it says there, voice, sound, it also means thunder. It deals with sound because it's a sound vibrational realm. Well, did they ever tell you what hallowed, and Halloween also means that they never tell you about? Uh-oh, look at this. Here we are. Hallows Eve, the night before All Hallows Day. Okay, cool. Hey, look, it means to shout. Uh-oh, shout. Cry out. What? Cry out. Hallowed means to cry out. So hallowed means to make a sound. Hollow of a sound. Echoing. Reverberate. Low pitch sound of a hollow space. What? Hallowed? Hollow and hallowed, I put them side by side. They both deal with sound. Some holy, some whole place that has a low-pitched sound. What? Because the Netzerkert was voice and was thunder, a thunder rumbling sound. That's why when you're having an out-of-body experience, this class here, man, you're having an out-of-body experience, you go through what's called energetic conflict. So the energetic conflict is you bursting into the next realm. And so when you're having an out-of-body experience and you have sleep paralysis, you start hearing this. It's this strange sound. Sometimes it sounds like a helicopter. Sometimes it sounds like a whirlwind. It's this unexplainable sound because you're entering into that realm of the Kerr, the realm where everything is sound vibration. Now we just looked up hallowed and hollow, and one deals with the sound of a voice. They never told you that before. Holy and hollow deals with the sound of a voice, and one deals with a muffled type sound. Hallowed and holy both deal with a sound vibration, the same definition of Kerr. The whole, the under realm, the realm that's underneath the peripheral of this physical realm, the realm of the possessed, the realm of Pati said, the realm where you sit on your throne as the Lord. True possession, because possession means ownership. You are the master. You have ownership. You know, like he broke in my house and stole my possessions. So when you're the Lord, you have many possessions, not possessions like a demon came inside of you. That became the new definition. It was the Patis said, you're the Lord, you're the master like Heru, sitting in that realm with many possessions because you are the owner. You are the God. You are the netter. You are the one that possesses and controls things. You see? In that realm of sound vibration. What book are you getting this from, Tehuti? It's a huge book. It's a big book. It's about 5 feet long. It's a big book. About 5 feet long and 8,000 feet wide. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let us continue.
Boom, everybody. So look, we got hollow. I put hollowed, right? Holy and hallowed beside each other. They said Halloween's supposed to mean holy, right? But then it means to cry out. And let me explain to you one more thing. To cry out, to make a sound, right? The interjection. Remember the name that I broke down in the last class for husband, which meant the joyful cry out? The interjection, like I interject. And why do you hold up your hand like this? I interject. I interject. What's the hand up like this for? I have a question. What's the hand doing this for? Because it's the same hand that you move when you make the very first sound somebody hears from you to interact with them. And what's the very first sound you make when you meet a stranger? When you see somebody, what's the first thing you say? Could it be hi? Or is it hello? Which one? They're both the same. Now you know why, and they don't sound the same, but now you get it. Is it hi, my name is, or is it hello, or is it holla at me, holler, holy, hallowed, hi, hello, interject, the sound that you make when you first interact with someone. What book is that in, Tehuti? Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, everybody. Here we go. We're going to keep going. Here it is. So, hallowed, holy, deal with sound vibration. In the Per-Em Haru, the deceased had to face what's called the judgment scene before they can move any further to the afterlife. It's a scene in spell 125. Here it is right here. There's the scene. There's a saw right there. And it is the judgment scene. Guess what the purpose of Halloween was and what the beings had to face? Let me take you to the Halloween from the pagan ritual to party night. Nicholas Rogers, Oxford Press, page 23. How'd you know that was there? Here it is, page 23. Right? Here it is. Commemorated, faithfully departed, Pentecost Monday as early as 650, almost 250 years later, 998, about the Chuni Idolo ordered solemn mass for the souls, Christian dead, and the monastery is affiliated houses. The date Odilo chose in Friday, but over the course to the next 2 centuries commemorated was moved to the Day of All Saints on the grounds that the saints could be in part intercessors for departed souls facing divine judgment. Uh-oh. Did they tell you that, children, when you go on Halloween? That's a part that you're supposed to be imitating too? You're supposed to get to a section of Halloween imitating where you're facing divine judgment. Where's that? Where's that when you're trick-or-treating? Where's the divine judgment? That's the true ancient Halloween because it's an echo of where they got it from. The Netter Kurt, scene 125, spell 125, where the deceased faced the divine judgment. And over here in Festive Rites, page 23, from pagan ritual to party night, by Nicholas Rogers, we see that was the original purpose of the Halloween, was the deceased facing divine judgment. But wait a minute, if they were already deceased and now they're facing divine judgment, that's a double principle. They already were killed. They already were killed. It already happened, but now they're coming back up again and doing it over again. And you're reenacting it every Halloween, facing divine judgment. Boom. And after the judgment and complete success in your journey in the Netter Kurt, you're given immortality, the immortal Aku, or the Ku, or the Ka. This is the conscious double duality, immortal consciousness, which now can feed off of the double bions, which is the source of life in the physical realm, seen as the light energy, as stated here in the Per-Em Haru. So when we go to page 90 of the Per-Em Haru, what do we see? I have come advancing to the Netter, great Unki M, Hetapet. I live on the offerings and eat their doubles. You see that right there? There's the Kau, their doubles. So in that realm, you're eating
the Ka energy, no longer physical food, but you're eating the energy, the bioenergetic template that creates the physical world. That's what you're feeding on and living upon. Okay, so it's the conscious double, because now you're a ku feeding on Ka energy. You can't bite into an apple anymore. You're feeding off of Ka energy, which is the dualistic realm of this realm. That's why when you take an apple and put it under Correllian photography, you see another apple that looks exactly like it, but it's made out of light. That light energy is the energy that you can feed upon on the other side, because you can't bite the physical apple anymore, but you have all the nutrients and makeup, because remember, it says in the Param Haru, the Ka which forms the body. So everything that's forming the physical is coming from the light body, and thus that's what you can feed off of in the realm of the deceased. The dual activity. Here is the images of the two leaves, the leaf and its ku light double, as seen with the metal electrode replacement experiment at the University of California. So when they did the metal electrode replacement experiment at the University of California, here's where they saw the leaf and the other leaf, which looks exactly like it, but it's made up of the Ka energy. And they could cut a piece of the leaf off in the physical, and the other leaf will stay the same, because the other leaf is actually what's forming the physical. So even though they cut off the physical, they didn't cut off the force that it came from. So there is the double realm right there, studied by the University of California. So if anybody's going to say we're spooky, jump into the University. It's available. There's no locks and there's no security. You can go to the University of California right now, today or tomorrow. Jump in there with your cell phone and your podcast camera and jump in there and start telling the scientists that there's spooks and pseudo. Okay, and thus the origin of leaving food offerings on the altar for the deceased, who is not now a Ka or a Ku in the double realm of the Smawi. And thus that's why I have this image here of this altar. And what do you see here? You see food, you see cakes, you see wine. Have you ever wondered why? Why would you put down wine and food on an altar for beings that don't have a mouth to eat it? Because they see it on the other side and they're feeding upon the Ka or the Ku energy on that side. They see everything here, but they can't touch it. Their hand goes through the physical, but their hand can hit the light and touch the light, because in that realm, they're equals. So because they're equals, they can feed upon that energy, and thus you put the double of that energy on this side, and that created the origin of putting food offerings on an altar, which makes no sense to the mundane person. That is spooky. Even the spirits don't have a mouth. They can't bite it. Because they don't need a mouth to bite the Ka double energy that exists in the real time zone, the bioenergetic projectable doubles of these things, and the bioenergetic templates of these things. You don't need a mouth in that realm. You just need to be able to feed off of it. And that creates your altar work, which is found in number 63. If you go to number 63, I think it's Easy Steps Learning Dictionary, number 63, the word to give something is a hand with a pyramid shape on it, because the pyramid shape is the word aku, to offer or to give spirit energy or to give spiritual energy, because that's aku. And what did people feed upon in Africa and India originally before they could set up villages? What did we feed upon? Wheat and bread, wheat and bread, wheat and bread, because we were hunter-gatherers, nomadic. We didn't have a Kemet yet. We didn't have a society yet. We didn't have houses yet. We're on the move, on the move. Get away from the lion. Get away from the hippopotamus. We're on the move. We're on the move. But how do you move? Through carbohydrates. Carbohydrates, which is what? Wheat and bread and rice. Wheat and bread and rice. That's why we love it so much. Wheat, bread, rice, and cakes. Wheat, bread, rice, and cakes. Wheat, bread. We love wheat, bread, rice, and cakes because that's the original source of nutrients that stores right below the stomach, while you have fat right below your stomach area, below your belly button, because it's meant to be stored there so that you can travel and travel and travel. You still have it on you from over 10,000 years. So thus, the same word for aku, which is the pyramid, is the same word for bread, which comes from what? Wheat, which is the base celebration of Halloween, right? This is the wheat. This is the actual wheat. This is the giving of the wheat, giving of the bread, because it was symbolic bread. The physical bread was for the physical people on the planet Earth. The other bread was in the shape that literally says spirit. There it is right there. The shape of bread is the shape of the pyramid, which gives you what? Everlasting life. So that's why the word to give is ta, and it's a hand giving everlasting life. And right below you can see the pyramid and the Medunetter, and above you can see another so-called Akur pyramid, but this one means bread, which became the sustainer of your life. That's why when people talk about, I make money, I make that bread. I make the bread and butter. I'm making the bread. Give me that bread. Give me that. Why is money called bread? I've never seen anybody eat money. Why in the world, of all the foods, why is money called bread? Why is money called wheat? Because that's the sustainer that keeps things moving, like carbohydrates, so it's associated with wheat. So there's your bread, and it was called the tacha. It was a cake, because cakes are made of what? Carbohydrates and wheat. It's bread for the journey. Do you see that on page 894? Bread for the journey. You see that? But it's a spiritual journey symbolizing the same journey of the original evolutionary people that were nomadic, that needed bread and wheat and carbohydrates to keep moving on their journey because they were nomadic. So thus, symbolically, the bread, the tacha, is bread for a journey. But as you can see, it's the light body coming out of the two mountains. You see that? And that's the tacha cake, is the light body, because now you're on another journey. You're on an immortal journey, going through the Per-Em Haru. That's because you are now able to feed off the eternal conscious light, the tacha cake. Guess what you become? You become eternity personified, not the ghoul and goblin personified, eternity personified. Guess what the word is for eternity in Medunetter? It's tacha. Tacha, the same word for bread, the same word for bread on the journey, which is the glyph of the bread. Am I screen sharing? I think so. Am I screen? Yes. The glyph of the bread, which is the light coming from the two mountains. That's the Ta Saket Ma'at, that is the Valley of the Kings. The light coming between the two mountains is the one right over here, but that means bread, because now you're on an immortal journey, immortal, consistent carbohydrates, symbolically. So now bread is tacha, which is a light source coming out of mountains, but it's bread for a journey, and it's light coming out of the mountains. And the word tacha means eternity, everlasting. And what's the symbol for this tacha? The laid down sahu, the mummy, and then he stands up, and then he's surrounded by the serpent biting its tail in the never-ending story storm. So here it is, the everlasting journey. In other words, your never-ending story. It's continuing. It's never-ending. You're getting the tacha bread because now you're eternity. You're living forever. You're getting that kind of cake. It's all eternity, unending eternity. The tacha, because now you're, what does it say at the bottom? You are eternity personified. Now you are eternity personified, living forever and ever. Boom. The same word as cake, because this is cake for the soul, symbolic of constant conscious nourishment. Cake for the soul. Do you see it right there? The word for soul in Medunetter is aku, which is the pyramid, and the word for bread cake is the same shape of the pyramid, which means eternity, to continue on an eternal journey. It is cake or ka food for your soul, because cake is carbohydrates. So that is cake for the soul. Okay, cake for the soul. That is right there. But let's get back to Halloween. So the tradition of trick-or-treating, anybody know where that comes from? Trick-or-treating was depicted from early Catholic custom to the 9th century, all the way down Ireland, all the way down into Europe. That is trick-or-treating. Right now we're going to go to, you know what we're going to do now? That's trick-or-treating, right? Are you ready? Well, guess what original trick-or-treating was? Let's go downtown. Abby cooks the great food has a history. So this is the Cook's History website. Well, guess what trick-or-treating was originally? Guess what they were collecting? Uh-oh, soul cakes. Huh? Soul cakes, the original Halloween treat. Summer is over. Harvest celebrations are coming to a close. Winter not far behind. Love tracking traditions with food that are important of celebrations. Halloween has religious connections. The root of Halloween is hallow. Hallow means holy, and the suffix "een," the abbreviation of evening, like I had taught earlier, refers to the eve of All Hallows, the night before the Christian holy day that honors saintly people for the past, All Saints Day, followed by All Souls Day. It was called souling. Souling was the original trick-or-treat activity held around the same time. This week's dish, soul cake, the original treat traditionally made for All Souls Day. Soul cake. Hotep, I'm done. Matrix broken. Hope you all enjoyed it. Let me check the chat. Boom. That's my answer right there. There it is. Let me check the chat. Higa Kipraz getting fire. I'll put the link in the room so we can get a team in here. And okay, you can go now. What did you all think of that answer? Soul cakes, huh? T'cha? The cake of the soul? What do you think, eh?
Spanish tradition of Dia de los Muertos, they have pan de los muertos, bread for the dead or the cake for the dead.
Yep, bread for the soul cake, bread for the soul. That was what they were doing. There it is right there. Hope you all enjoyed it. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Boss Fee put fire. I don't know if this put the team to sleep. It's 1:02 in the morning. I'm about to read the donations and close out. Did you all enjoy that? Did you all get that anywhere else? Do you all know that the PayPal is at Rocky SV and the Cash App is T.O.M? Support. That was 1 hour and 28 minutes. The last answer was 2 hours and 16. When I first started the podcast, the answers were 15 minutes. 10 minutes long, 15 minutes. Wow. None of that information is in any one book. None of it. Hope you all appreciate it. I'll put the link in the room again. I don't know if it went through for the team. Oh, it didn't go through. For the team to jump in. Shannon says her head is spinning. Happy Halloween. Happy sound vibration. Nicholas says mine too. Angela says class is dismissed. Class is dismissed. Let me check the donations and see. This phenomenon of the Tehuti Podclass is going to go down in history. Become a part of it, because there's many forces trying to make this invisible. This does not get as many views as the drama rooms and the craziness and the non-health. This is not, because this is what the Matrix hates. That's why anybody that says anything negative or comes against me, it's never about what I just taught. It's never about that. It's about something personal going on within them that they have to resolve within them. It's never about this date was wrong. This is wrong information. And you know what? If there's one thing that was wrong information, point it out. Let's correct it. Would it even change the answer? Let's say it's not Sam Hain, it's Samhunan. Let's say it's not October 31st. Let's say it's October 29th. So would the answer change? No. And that's what people dislike. But you should learn to love this because it's a gift that I'm sharing. You're not getting it anywhere. You can't go to college and get this answer. This is not from university. This is not something I was taught. I don't have any master teacher. There's nobody teaching me. Well, there is something teaching me, but there's no body. There's no body teaching me. There's no book. None of that. This is just a gift that's here for a short period of time, and as long as it's here, appreciate it and support it. Because when it's gone, I don't know where everybody's gonna go. I guess it's back to whatever YouTube, whatever you're watching before this, whatever you're getting before this. Okay. So again, I'm gonna go to the donations. It's Cash App TTMoon, PayPal at RockySB. Please support the Tehuti Podclass because this is soon they're gonna notice this and they're gonna remove this. They'll know it when if this becomes big, like Billy Carson, any of those channels, they're gonna get it. It's gonna be gone. It's gonna be gone. I like it small. I don't care about big views. I'm not into views. I'm into harvesting of souls. Not into big views. I'm into those who truly want to know, and it can only be a few of you. That's all that's needed. What's up, my brother? I stole another one from Mutsa. I stole another one.
Hey, Saba, I didn't even know. I didn't even know Kemet just it reaches all aspects, all areas of the world. Like everybody took something from Kemet, and I never even knew Halloween held that much information.
Soul cakes.
Saba. Yeah. I can't wait for the one-on-ones. I have a lot of questions.
Oh man. Okay, let me refresh the page and see if there's any new donations that came in. If anybody cares about anything I spoke on, we'll see. Okay, here we go, everybody. I see a couple of new ones. Let me go ahead and read them off. Until the rest of the team comes here. Yes, thank you for your appreciation, Primordial Thought. I can see your appreciation in the silence. When you just shake your head, I can see that you know that this is not something normal going
on. Your knowledge is definitely unmatched, Saba. So yes. Not all comments are worthy on the podcast.
Not all what?
I said not all comments and questions are worthy to be on the podcast. That is definitely for one-on-one purposes.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is saving. Hold on. Hey. Did it save? Wait, did it? Is on anything on the screen? No.
No, you're not sharing anything. So.
Okay. Shout out to the good brother. Oh man, I'm still up past one. I started at 6 and I'm still up past one. Wow. Shout out to Sincere Austin, known as Bijan Pharaoh. Support and Hinu Saba. Hotep Ma'at. Appreciate you, good brother. Support to you. Appreciate you. I hope everything's going well. I hope my advice and everything is growing you with the different scenarios and situations you're going in. Shout out to you. Annie, do you have any noise you could give him? Your noise make the system work?
Yes.
$50. Give him some horns. Give him some. There we go. Thank you, Bijan Pharaoh. How'd you like Halloween, Annie?
Time to go get the baskets.
Oh my
Get the
goodness.
masks. Yeah, get some bread. We start giving out bread. Put bread at the door.
Take your soul cakes.
Yes,
Imagine that, soul cakes.
Yes, that was extremely thorough. I've never seen a teaching on Halloween. Connecting it to Kemet the way that you just did it at all. And it was very powerful in teaching the matrix of the Hallow and the Een, and showing the hell and the Netzer Kurt being called Set, bringing that forward. That was great. So to our great Saba, that was fantastic. Yes, you are definitely one of a kind, can never be replaced. And I really hope that the people who take at least one thing from this support you and choose to remove that isfet from within them that's keeping them from supporting you but still watching you.
Yeah.
So to our great Saba.
Thank you very, very much, my good brother. Appreciate that. This one, was it this one or was it one of them woke me up? I don't know. It was about 6 o'clock in the morning, and I think it was 4 o'clock the other day. It was early in the morning before it was time for me to wake up, and they wouldn't let me sleep. Oh man, it was very interesting. These two questions here, I think it was Primordial Thoughts one, but I woke up at 6 and just got flooded with information, and I don't have the control over when this comes, because there's no book I can set aside and put dog ears on it. What do? When you get information from a book and you put a little bookmark and you can get back to it. I don't have any book. None of this comes from any book. I don't even have any of these books that I refer to. When I say go to page this of Nicholas such and such volume, I don't have that book. I don't know any of this stuff. I don't know all this stuff going on. I just know that that the information comes, and it comes in a way that I have to put it together in a specific way. So if it's 3 o'clock in the morning, if it's 12 in the afternoon, if I don't put it together right then, I can end up losing it. So I appreciate those that appreciate what I'm doing, because I have no buddy saying do it like this or put this here. Hey, I'll research this for you. It's in this book over here. There's nothing like that for me. It's strictly a flow of accessing where the information is. And I thank everybody for appreciating this, because it's way more difficult than it looks on the screen to what I have to go through, because it's not research. It's not research. So thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. There's no book. There's no encyclopedia that I have. So thank you, everybody. And I appreciate the support. I put you all in my praises in the morning, because you all appreciate what I'm doing. It allows me to do it. If not, I'd have to do something else. So shout out to you and everybody. Speaking of supporters, let's get this done. Israel Hoyley. I remember they used to say, you're stealing this. They don't say this anymore. I guess they realize it's impossible. They used to say years ago, Tehuti, you're stealing information from Malachi. And so I started saying, what book is this? I want to read it too. Malachi has a book on 137. Find constant ratio. What book is that? I need it. I need these books that everybody's reading to say that I'm stealing from these books. I never knew Malachi taught on nothing that I teach about. Nothing. Nothing. Not even one thing other than the Anunnaki. All right, shout out to Israel Hoyley. $10
Appreciate you, good brother. That's it. Thank you for your tips and your support. And I appreciate you because of how you earn your money to even support the Podclass. Thank you. Appreciate you. Black Yellow Card with $10. Oh, thanks for the knowledge. That's right. TFTK. Is that shown on the screen?
No.
Let me fix that then. Okay. Tell me when it shows on the screen. You're still this from Malachi. Thanks for the knowledge, Alright. It's showing, you said?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next up is hey, Carolina Messia again. What does this say here? Let me put it on the screen. This is her second one of the night, right? Carolina, oh, with nice pretty, something pretty here. Hold on, something pretty here. I'm stuck. Okay. Oh, there's the hands, the heart. There it is. I can see it now. Shout out to Nefer Keperet. Sent $22 to for that incredible. Let's see which one this is. That incredible, thorough breakdown on family. This was extremely helpful for me, and we'll be replaying this class. The concept of family has been on my mind a lot lately, so this was perfect time.
It's not showing on the screen, Saba.
Really? Okay, hold on. I wonder who's bumping. Interesting. It's bumping off the screen. It's not me doing it. 28 extra. Nefer Keperet. Right? That is very odd that my screen share is stopping. Let me put on again. Here we go. Is this her? Okay, give her some noise. Tua, that incredible breakdown on family. This was extremely helpful for me. I will be replaying this class again. The concept of family has been on my mind a lot lately, so this was perfect timing. Tua and adoration to you, great SABA Tehuti, for the teachings and for the brother whom asked the question, which is Stranger. Give her some big noise, please. Thank you so much for this class. Yeah, this family class hit people hard. This family class got people. Hey, Scribe, can you hear me, brother?
Yes.
Are you and Nefer Keperet coming up here?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay. Oh, okay, great. Okay, wonderful. Who's next is Johan Billadou watching from behind the veil. Shout out to Johan Billadou, my twin when I was 24. He gave $15. Shout out to Johan Billadou. Appreciate you. Always supporting. 29. Appreciate you, Johan Billadou. Okay, next up. Oh, we're almost done. Oh, the big ones. Here we go. Thank you, Rigo. Thank you, brother Rigo. What does it say here? Rigo says for support. Thank you. Thank you, brother Rigo. Give him some monster noise. Red October and everything on the plate. Everything on the plate.
Shout out to you, Rigo. Appreciate you. You are awesome, wonderful, excellent. You. And now next up is Angela, straight out the gates with $10. Appreciate you, Angela. I think this is the second. Give her some noise. I think this is the second one of the night. I think the other one was 20. That's the second one, I believe. Give her some hand clap. Yeah, I think that was 2 for her. Angela Gates. Let me scroll down. I know I seen her name earlier. I thought I did. I don't know. Maybe not. I thought I saw her name before. Okay, shout out to you, Angela. Who's this? Johan Billadou. So after Johan Billadou, I was supposed to do this one. Oh, Nicholas Savendin. This was the next one. Nicholas Savendin. $15. Give him some clap because I think this is second or third tonight. Give him some clap, please. Uh-oh. We have the first donation for the father breakdown. Uh-oh. He wants to give towards. What an honorable brother. He knows that this donation couldn't get that challenge and everything, $15. So he says, I don't have a lot, but I want to give for the family breakdown. So that's an extra tip for that. So he definitely gets a hand clap for that. And towards the father breakdown. I'll be collecting them. The father breakdown with the gray horn viper. Let me first of all just put this in the file. So this is oh wow, 2 extra tip and for a TEF family breakdown. Okay, so thank you so much, Nicholas Savenden. So that's the very first donation towards the TEF breakdown, which is going to be a little short, but the main thing is, will I bring with these sleeveless arms? Will I bring the TEF serpent horn viper to the Podclass and break it down with it in my hands, sleeveless? And he's like, I'm afraid to send the money. I'm afraid. Will that be the last Tehuti Podclass? Oh my goodness. Will that be the bloops and blunders? I don't know. We'll see. I've been doing different frequency work to deal with some dangerous things to prove to myself that my frequency and vibration is extremely low. So we shall see. But that's the first donation towards. It's going to be a TEF with the Horn Viper breakdown. Hey, Shannon, you can type in the room. Shannon, Angela Gates, and Nefer Keparat. Just type in the room. What's your favorite colors? Just give me 2 of your favorite colors. Type in the room. Shannon, Nefer Keparat, and Angela Gates. I don't know if Haraz did Free Culture is still in the room, but go ahead and just type that in there for me. Okay, thank you, Nicholas Shavenden. Appreciate you. Next donation here is from, what's this? Nope, that's not the right one. It's supposed to be Clyde Jones. I think is owner, right? Clyde Jones gives $5. Said thanks for the lesson today. I'm not sure how much of it you caught, but thank you for the extra support there. 30. Okay, and the next one here is I think there's only 2 left. Okay, we're done. The donation support for the Tehuti Podclass appears to be finished after the one after this one. This is Steven Escalar gave an extra tip for the Extra Steve Halloween. Give him some noise for the extra tip. All Hallows Eve tour for that teaching. Give him some noise, Scribe.
It's not showing, Saba.
No? Okay. This time I did come off the screen share. Colors come in. Hold up. There it is. Tip right there from Stephen Escalar. Appreciate you. An extra tip for All Hallows Eve tour for that teaching. Give him a clap for that, please. Okay. And the last donation appears for the night is, of course, who sneaks in the last. May not be the last, but he's always right at the end, and that is Annie. Annie waits for the very end. Let's see what it says. Let's see if it says, hold the horned viper in your mouth, Tehuti. Let's see if you're real. You hold the horned viper in your mouth, I'll hold zebra. Let's see. Hold on, let me see. Let's see what it says here. It says, Annie Pata attend Tehuti. Oh, the palindrome again, 2772. It says, Henu, Great SABA, Tehuti, and Tua. And hold on, Annie, don't give any noise yet. Hold on. One second, don't give any noise. It says Henu, Great SABA, Tehuti, Tua, and that's $27.72. And I will actually let me give the noise. I'll give the noise to Annie. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Wonderful, excellent palindrome donation. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Saba. Thank you. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Appreciate you. Wonderful. Okay. And I think that's it for the night. Is that it? Let me refresh the page. Did I save it? Did anybody give any PayPals that I haven't mentioned yet? Let me scroll down. That's it, everybody. That is it. We can conclude the Tehuti podcast. Shout out everybody. Oh, I didn't actually do this. I didn't even do this. Oh, I didn't do this. Shout out to after the 28th, I may make Primordial Thought moderator in place of Thought. That's right, Mia. Video file. Okay, M-A-A-T.
And Saba, I do have the
moderator. Now to the moderator. Give me. What happened? What's that?
Can you hear me? I was letting you know that I do have the ability to do that for you as well. So if you want that to be done, or whenever you would like it, I can do that for you.
Do what? Make somebody a moderator here?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Absolutely. After the 28th, when I meet everybody and get a feel of them in person and see what they, I want to see some things on the 20th. I want to see what happens. So I'll choose I'll choose moderator and let you know, and you do what you do to get them on. Oh, these are the moderators right now, named by Stranger, and it's so for now the screen's not moving. So for now it is the beautiful Anki and Ma'at. It's supposed to be showing 90 cent. There it is, 90 cent Mer, Anki and Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, who's away right now, and the scribe. And this will be changed after the 28th. After the 28th, this will be changed. Shout out to the moderator. Shout out to Stranger for naming them. These are the people that answer questions in the room as far as the navigation, the events, different ways you can reach me, different ways you can donate, things of that nature. Shout out to all of you. The beautiful, it's not showing. Beautiful Nania Cent Mer. It's blurry. Right? Computer is all blurry, but there it is. Nania Cent Mer, Anki Ma'at, Ati Ma'at, and the scribe. Let me get that off. We're just slowing down the screen. Those are the what was this? Those are the moderators for now, and that will change after the 28th. Okay. All right, everybody. Brothers, go ahead and give a little close out, and then we're going to go ahead and close this class out, everybody.
All right, Hotep Ma'at, peace and love to all the great supporters who support the Tehuti Podclass consistently. Show up. Hinu to you all, and of course Hinu to the great SABA Tehuti and everything that you're doing and what you're bringing forth, and to your Naterts who support you.
I'm listening. I'm step off the camera, but I'm listening in the background. I'm back. I'm right back. I'm listening.
Okay, so yes, Hinu to your Naterts who support you and help to allow you to be here for us. I just want to give gratitude to those who truly appreciate this information and don't just look at this as entertainment or to try to take information or whatever you may do with it, and utilizing it to benefit yourself so that you can benefit your Aut, your families, and those around you. I want to say Hinu to the great brothers of the T.O.M. Minku Ara Mary Ma'at, Tefrim Kim Ma'at, and Ahati Ma'at. Hinu to those brothers for everything that they're doing as well. May you all have a fantastic weekend. This Sunday, I will be giving the class this Sunday, and we're gonna be doing some. I'm gonna go into some. I'm gonna implement a new series, and it's gonna be called Scribal School. Sunday sessions. So it's gonna be fun, and we're gonna go into some wonderful information. So make sure you all are subscribed to the Teachings of Ma'at YouTube channel. We're getting closer to our goal. So it's wonderful, it's beautiful. So I'll see you all this Sunday, and for those who are coming to the Pathways to Awakening event, may you all have safe travels. We'll see you all, and it'll be beautiful. We're gonna have some fun. It's gonna be some great teachings, and it's gonna be just a beautiful energy. And look forward to seeing you all and what you all bring forth. I look forward to seeing those who will be hitting the stage and doing some performances. We might need Primordial Thought Nana to go up there and drop some Medu. So we'll see what happens. Hotep to everyone, peace and love. And yes, I'll pass the mic to you, great brother Primordial Thought 9.
Hey, peace and love, and hello to you, great Ani. Appreciate those wonderful words, good brother. I want to give Shouts out to everybody in the chat. Everybody who always donate consistently. Appreciate y'all. Those who are still vetting SABA, hopefully that you come forth like conscious light and support. For no one's like the great SABA Tehuti. We are in this time that we are in is definitely wonderful. It's definitely wonderful. Hecka, man, this magic is just wonderful that Saba's pushing forth, and I'm just inspired by him. So peace and love to the great Saba. I appreciate all your wisdom, everything that you definitely do for me. Gratitude and peace, and new to your goddesses as well. Always being there supporting you. And I just want to say, just love, man. I'm excited. I'm happy for the event. Got the tickets as well. I'm ecstatic, man. I'm happy. I'm a man that try to stay in the present. I try not to think about too much in the future, because then I'll just get too excited for it. So I try to just take one step at a time, be peaceful, stay in the present. But appreciate you, Saba. May Ra grant all of you and your family health and prosperity. May your monuments be established on the foundations of Ma'at forever. And may you all come forth as conscious light like the divine Ra who riseth and shineth forevermore. Peace and love.
Thank you, Primordial. Peace and love to you. Thank you, Scribe, for your words as well. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Nicholas Noetic. Your excitement coming to the panel. We're definitely super excited. I want you to stay that way. There's a lot of people that have faded away. They come and they've came and they don't come anymore. And all the new people that are excited, stay, because after the 28th, there's going to be some changes, and it's going to be everything. Things are going to be great. Things are great now, but they're going to be even greater, especially when everybody meets each other and sees each other, and just the vibe is going to be much more of a quote-unquote family vibe, because we actually are going to see each other. Some who have never seen each other yet. Shout out to you, Nicholas. Shout out to you, Shannon, for your excitement. Peace to you. She says I'm very excited. Yeah. So peace to you. You're going to be in the talent show. You're going to be in the talent show to honor the. Yes, it's confirmed. I will be in the talent show to honor the great Tehuti. I look forward to this talent show. Last time I was here, it was just one person battling himself. So I guess others have joined. I can't wait. Look forward to see that it was just going to be one person. That'd be foolishness. But this is good. Other people have joined, right, Scribes? That's good. Great.
Yes. Yes, Dashe. Stephen E. Excuse me. No, not Stephen E. Sherry Ka. Who else is doing the talent show? Maharu will be in the talent show.
We get Legion's coming.
Yes.
Yes, that's gonna be. Oh man, there's gonna be a lot of energy in this room. What in the world? Oh my goodness! Wow. Okay. Okay. Yes, what's his talent?
Beautiful. We're gonna find out.
Man, he's about to levitate.
Yeah, he's gonna do some magic.
Angela's coming too? Oh my goodness, it's about to be. Oh man, I'm coming in disguise. It's gonna be crazy.
You just gotta let me know prior so I can let the security know. So don't nothing happen.
That's what I was gonna say. I'm one of the security guards. I'm gonna be there as security. Oh my goodness. Peace to Leon Brown. Peace to everybody. Nicholas, you're in Norway, so I don't think you're gonna be there. Shout out to you though. Maybe we'll put you on live screen, FaceTime or something. Okay, wonderful, everybody. I have to go rest. I have a primordial thought workout tomorrow. I gotta work out like primordial thought tomorrow morning. So I have to go to bed, everybody. It's been a beautiful, beautiful night. Let me refresh the page again, see if there's any last minute donations. Where's Raphael Gary and Terry Patty and people faded off. Where's Commute 101? Where's everybody faded? People faded off big time. But okay, shout out to those people. I just hope they're safe. And I'm gonna go ahead and do the affirmation. And that's it. I'm gonna go big screen, fellas. So peace and love. Shout out to you. See you Sunday. Who's teaching Sunday? Scribe.
I'll be teaching this Sunday, and it's called Scribal School Sunday Sessions.
Hey, that's what Shannon was talking about. Sessions. Okay. Sessions.
Sessions.
Sessions. Okay, good, nice. All right, everybody, peace and love. I'm gonna go big screen and close it out. Peace and love, gentlemen.
Peace and love.
Peace and love, son.
Okay, shout out. Okay, everybody. I'm gonna do the affirmation and close it out. Here we go. One. Okay, I'm gonna take this scroll from the bottom here. And we're going to do the affirmation, and I'm going to close this beautiful podcast out. We'll start the affirmation to close out on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki ma'at un en es nin tet aset en ma'at min habapet en ma'at her en hu kiyui her ikut. I live for ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at every day. I advance towards Ma'at, my being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Wonderful. Peace and love, everyone. What another beautiful Tehuti Podclass this was. Great questions, great support. I appreciate all of you. Nia is somewhere on the back of the hat as always. She doesn't like the light shining on her. Shout out to Nia. And wonderful that one of the most unique serpents on the planet could finally show himself in the class, because both questions were about his name, which is duality. Shout out to you, duality. Tuarati. We're going to close this class out. It has been beautiful. I will see you all next week. What a wonderful podcast. Peace and love to all the great supporters. Peace and love to Nicholas. Peace and love to all the supporters. Everybody who supports. This has been another beautiful one. You all are incredible. Without you all, I could not continue to teach at this high level without the support that you all are giving. Please support the Tehuti Podclass. If you watch this class all the way to the end and you appreciated it, then support what you think, and that's what keeps me here. That's how I know you appreciate what this is. Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SB. You all are excellent, wonderful. Go to class on Sunday at the teachings of Ma'at.org. The brother Scribe will be teaching. On Monday, you can inquire by emailing me every Monday at 1:30, Internet Monday Pacific time. If you miss the class, you can also order the class by emailing me and asking me how to order the class. This is the PayPal and Cash App link again directly to the QRT code phone swipe. You can swipe that if you don't want to type it. Peace and love, everyone. This is Duality. You already know Nia. You all have been wonderful. And I will see you all next at the next Tehuti Podclass. You all have been great.